Chapter 902. The old crab said, after the small sun appeared, the gowls hid in wells, gutters, ruins. As long as they could hide, they would go inside. The gowls don't need to breathe or eat. When the sun disappears, when a living person is alone, they will silently approach and kill them. Rando Tali led the warriors' sons to sweep the outside of the city every day, but they never killed all the gowls spying on the king's landing. The gowls kill the living, and the gowls revive the dead. So smart. The dwarf was surprised. You killed more than 1,000,000 gowls in the west, why don't you even know this? The old crab was puzzled. Although they hide in the woods, they never infiltrated our camp like an assassin. The dwarf said. The old crab turned his gaze to the dragon queen. That's because Her Majesty is there. When the barbarians went south to the Great Wall, they were also followed by the gowls. They nibbled away at the barbarians' troops from the outside, strengthening their gowls' army. It seems that the church still lacks a divine spell like evil detection. Danny said thoughtfully. Of the 7 gods, only the Holy Mother, warrior, blacksmith, and stranger had been activated, while the girl, old woman, and father were empty. And the dragon queen had been busy fighting the gowls recently, so she didn't have the time or the mind to plunder a few evil gods for a meal. Maybe she should make some time to activate the remaining 3 clergies. Danny secretly made a decision. She said, as a warrior, the gowls aren't scary. They can't form an efficient and powerful military formation like a human army. They are a group of scattered soldiers who only know the tactic of charging like pigs. But the gowls have the memories of their lives, in familiar places, facing familiar people. They are very terrifying assassins. This can be seen from the fall of Casterly Rock. At that time, Casterly Rock had 4,000 defenders. If they cooperated well, with the dragon crystal weapons in their hands and the terrain advantage, it wouldn't be a big problem to block more than 1,000 gowls. However, the gowls didn't rush over while yelling. They spread out silently and went from house to assassinate familiar people in the castle and soldiers in the barracks. What about Melisandre? Did she deal with the deviant ghosts outside the city? Tyrion asked. If a deviant ghost appeared, she would definitely make a move. But even if a deviant ghost was found, it wouldn't be her turn to make a move. The church's knights would have already rushed over while shouting for the 7 gods. The old crab pursed its lips. I mean, can the red-robed woman detect the location of deviant ghosts? Tyrion emphasized, she knows prophecy magic. Prophecy. The old crab's expression turned strange. I don't know if the red-robed woman can predict the location of deviants, but our Dragonstone Island really does have a master of prophecy. Several times, he had predicted in advance that the castle would be attacked, and that the castle would not fall even if it was attacked. At first, we thought he was lying. After all, he had just arrived at Dragonstone Island and hadn't even set foot on the Westeros. In the face of our suspicions, he only said, it's because of the Queen's request that I make time every day to help predict the deviants. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Then we had to believe it. For example, that time at Deerhorn Castle, he predicted that the deviant ghosts would return in failure. Are you talking about the Red Monk Machiro? The dwarf asked in surprise. He had a deep impression of Machiro, because he looked very much like his family's emblem, an angry lion's head. I've already converted him to the 7 gods, Danny said proudly. But Machiro's face is full of sorrow, sighing day and night, as if he's missing his old master, the old crab said hesitantly. Danny's face turned serious. Did he study the Pope's annotated version of the 7 Stars Bible that I gave him? I don't know. The old crab shook his head. He makes prophesies every day at a fixed time, and after the prophesies, he goes to the basement to make wildfire. After completing his quota for the day, he goes home and shuts himself in. I don't know what he's doing. Sigh, the religious atmosphere on Dragonstone Island is still not strong enough, Dragon Queen sighed and decided. How about this, you arrange for someone to send Machiro to the great cathedral of Baelor and give him the identity of a bishop. He'll be influenced by what he sees and hears, and with the company of many colleagues, he should be able to quickly adapt to his new identity and new life. Is there a need for that? Tyrion was puzzled. Danny revealed her true feelings and sighed. Sigh, you don't even know how much the Holy Mother envies Lalo, and how much she hopes to have a believer like Melisandre. The old crab reminded her, Your Majesty, there's something else I have to report to you. The first batch of red-robed monks to assist King's Landing have arrived. They're from Pentus and Myr. Other than the red monks, there are also warriors wearing gorgeous armor. They wear orange capes and hold spears with burning tips. They're called Hands of Sacred Fire. They're the armed forces of the Red God Church, similar to our Sons of Warriors. I heard that not long after, Bravos, Tirossi, Reese, and even Volantis Red God priests will arrive one after another. King's Landing is about to be dyed red, he emphasized. The Dragon Queen nodded happily, and said with grace and boldness, Very good, the Antighost United Front has united all the forces that can be united, international friends coming to Westeros to participate in the war. We should warmly welcome. Count, pick 500 pounds of cabbage from Dragonstone Island and send it to them as an extra meal. The long night has been here for a few months, they must not have eaten live vegetables for a long time. The old crab's cheek muscles twitched, and said directly, Your Majesty, I can send the cabbage, but what I want to say is, the Red Monk has always been in conflict with the Church of the Seven Gods, and now you want to send Machiro to the great cathedral, and let him become a bishop. Machiro was the successor of Volantis' supreme priest. If there's a religious war, King's Landing will really be dyed red with blood. Even if there's a religious war, the Church of the Seven Gods, as the local dragon, will not lose. Dany was very calm. But this will affect the overall situation of the Antighost United Front. The old crab shouted. Tyrion immediately said, Then let Stannis and his Red Monk take care of the overall situation. Tell the vassals to send a message to King's Landing if there are any deviant ghosts harassing the city. There are so many red monks, two-headed demon dragons, and the winged dragon legion, we can't just leave them in the city for nothing. Dany rolled her eyes, and said, Count Sidega, why don't you use the cabbage as an excuse to visit Stannis? See what he's been busy with recently, and let him move around. I heard that there are rumors of deviant ghosts being sacrificed in many castles. We can't make the mistake of surrendering. Since he's sitting on the Iron Throne, even if it's stained with shit, he has to bear the corresponding responsibility. She emphasized with a serious expression. After the old crab went offline, the dwarf muttered, If I were Stannis, I'd rather die now. After all that effort, all I got was a shitty chair, and I still have to wipe your shit. What did you say? The Dragon Queen's gaze became dangerous. The dwarf raised his face, and didn't dodge. Did I say something wrong? You were the one who wanted to punish those nobles who surrendered to the deviant ghosts, but you cherished your reputation and didn't want to be stained with shit, so you let Stannis be the villain. I'm not the Queen of Westeros. Why should I be stained with shit? Dany said unhappily. I didn't say you did anything wrong, I'm just lamenting Stannis's misfortune. The dwarf sighed. You're an unlucky bastard whose clan was exterminated, yet you sympathize with others. Dany mocked. Wasn't Theon of Bella almost exterminated as well? The dwarf's expression became more and more complicated. Tywin killed High Court Tyrell early on. I wonder if Margaery died in LV. When Casterly Rock fell, Hadjen Tully was also exterminated at the same time. Stark's uncle, Ide Tully, his wife and son were all prisoners in Casterly Rock, and in the end, they became Gowls along with Lannister. When he said this, the dwarf's expression became very strange. It was like a smile that wasn't a smile, sorrowful and mocking. The best uncle in the game, Ide Tully's experience was a bit similar to that of King Aegon. They were both tricked by Stark, leading to their capture. They were also promised that they would lose their freedom or be exiled, but their children would inherit a small title and a small castle when they reached adulthood to continue the family. They died miserably before the promise could be fulfilled, and now they were all in heaven. After a moment of silence, the dwarf said, 2 days ago, Robert Arryn died of typhoid fever, and his heir, Harry, was burned to ashes in a wildfire while he was visiting a prostitute on Silk Street. The Arryn family, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is completely without descendants. In the past few years, everyone's life has been hard. Our Lannister still has at least 2 strong men, a healthy daughter, and 3 living direct descendants. We have every right to sympathize with the others. You can still find happiness by comparing how miserable you are after the extermination of your family. Very good. Danny praised in all seriousness. Reality is like this. Whether or not I find some fun, what difference will the result make? It's better to live a happier life. In any case, I have a clear conscience and have already done my best for Lannister. At this point, Tyrion sighed deeply. Alas, this is the cruel rule of the game of power. If there are winners, there will be losers. There will inevitably be irreconcilable hatred between the losers and the winners, and in the end, no one can escape unscathed. Speaking of which, of the once incomparably glorious 9 great families in the Westeros, only Dawn Martell remains intact. As expected, doing nothing is actually not wrong. Danny was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense with the dwarf. She began to ask him to leave and said, "Okay, it's getting late. You should go back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, you still have a long journey of more than 100 kilometers. Well," Tyrion hesitated for a moment and said shyly, "Can you also move my tent into the hall?" "For what?" Danny was puzzled. "This is Tarbeck Hall. It's closer to you and safer," he said awkwardly. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Danny looked at him as if she was looking at a lunatic. "Why don't you understand?" The dwarf shouted. "I'm Lannister, and this is Tarbeck Hall. Back then, my father was here, where we are sitting now. He massacred hundreds of the Tarbeck family's master and servants. Not even chickens and dogs were spared. Even the 6-year-old child was drowned in the well. Now that I'm here, how can the undead not seek revenge on me?" As if he was worried that Danny would laugh at him for being suspicious, the dwarf explained, "In the western region, many people have heard the whimpers of the undead here. Tarbeck's wind and Castamer's rain are all the wails of the undead. There are even travelers passing by who see the traces of the undead at night. When you meet the undead, just tell them that your own father made Tywin's father a cuckold, and you killed him with your own hands. The undead can't wait to love you." Danny said lightly. "There are really undead?" The dwarf was shocked. Danny was too lazy to pay attention to him. She just waved her hand to chase him away. After the dwarf left, she took out the glass candle and began to contact King Kong in the distance. Chapter 903. Inside King Kong's giant cave. "What, you've been sleeping in the cave for the past year, hibernating? You didn't find a single evil god?" The Dragon Queen was extremely angry. With a flip of her wrist, she took out the little King Kong's soul fragment, that was stored in the space of faith. Like squeezing a pressure ball, she squeezed King Kong, who was lying on the ground and kowtowing, until he rolled back and forth, crying out in pain. The barbarians outside the cave heard the noise and were shocked and scared. They stretched their necks to look inside. After King Kong cried for a quarter of an hour, Danny put away King Kong. She was still angry and her tone was very unfriendly. "I don't care if it's dark or not, I don't care how cold it is outside, and I don't care where you find food. But now, immediately, get out of this cave. I'll give you a month. If you can't find 2 evil gods in a month, I'll eat you." King Kong lay on the ground and panted. When he heard the news from the spiritual projection, 2 drops of tears came out of his golden eyes. "You still dare to pretend to be pitiful?" Danny didn't sympathize with him. Instead, she got even angrier. "Before the sun goes out, you have at least half a year. If you're willing to work hard, you can help me find 8 or 10 evil gods. Now that you're sleeping in the cave, I won't force you. Instead, I'll give you benefits. Now, you've harmed yourself by being lazy, and you've also harmed me. I've been using you as an important trump card. I'm waiting for you to secretly find evil gods in the Sosros continent so that I can farm in a low-key way. In the end, you used the precious farming time to sleep and cry. If I knew it would be like this, I would have subdued that bat demon and let him eat you." Danny wasn't speaking out of anger. If she knew King Kong was so sneaky, she would have changed him. The bat demon looked ugly, but he had many descendants. Countless vampire bats spread out and the efficiency of finding evil gods was much higher than King Kong. Roar! King Kong rolled over and sat up. Facing the little one Danny, he slapped his forehead hard. "You've been cultivating and didn't sleep?" Danny was startled. Her spiritual projection teleported and came to King Kong's forehead. She pointed at it. Then she was shocked. That bastard King Kong actually had divinity, however, he was still not a demigod. That's strange. You're not a demigod. How can you nurture so much Song of Power's divinity? Danny was puzzled. Vajra was like a piece of fertile land. Planting a divinity of Vajra's Song of Power in spring, and reaping 10 divinities in the coming year. In addition to the skyrocketing divinity, the Song of Power runes in King Kong's body had also doubled. It was more complex and complete than before. After recording the runes of the Vajra Song of Power version 2.0, Danny's expression softened a little. She said, "Tell me the truth. Is it because of the special environment of this cave that you can grow divinity by sleeping? Or are you practicing some secret technique that I can't detect? Or did you get something strange?" King Kong stood up from its cross-legged sitting position and jumped up and down on the stone slab where it slept. Roughly looking at it, it was an ordinary stone floor close to the stone wall. Because King Kong often rested on it, it was smoother and tidier than other places. When Danny projected her image over, she saw King Kong snoring on the ground. After jumping in the cave for a while, King Kong waved at Danny and strode out. After passing through a long, giant tunnel, King Kong and Danny arrived at the outer cave. It was the spacious cave where Danny had discovered the ruins of the temple. At this time, the temple had been renovated. Beside the stream, there were 40 to 50 thatched cottages. Danny saw a group of somewhat familiar striped barbarians. At least, she still remembered the old priest who danced naked to her and offered her a living human arm as a blood sacrifice. There were old and young, men and women. There were more than 300 of them. When King Kong walked out, they were kneeling in front of the temple and praying. It was the same old priest who was dancing beside the fire. Danny did not understand at first. However, as she appeared and was seen by the pig-nosed striped barbarians, the power of faith surged toward her. She was now an expert in manipulating the power of faith. She immediately noticed that the striped barbarians' power of faith was just ordinary energy to her, but it was slowly increasing King Kong's divinity. What's the principle behind this? Danny was puzzled. Ho ho, ho ho, ho ho. The old priest looked at King Kong fervently and grinned, shouting words full of primitive power. The striped barbarians around him were also full of fanaticism. They looked at King Kong and surrounded him, jumping and shouting the same words. Danny did not understand the striped language, but she could roughly sense the meaning of the words. The god of power. They called King Kong the god of power. Ho ho, ho ho. King Kong excitedly stomped his feet and got into a horse stance. He beat his chest with his fists that were as big as a locomotive. Dong dong, dong dong dong. The spacious cave that could be used as a hangar trembled slightly. After that, the old priest gestured and explained to Danny what had happened in the past year. When they were first captured by King Kong, there were only 100 of them. King Kong killed the striped barbarians who originally believed in bats to make room for them. Naturally, there was no great ethnic integration. However, the place was dead, but the people were alive. Among the dozens of people who were captured, many of the striped barbarians' family and friends stayed in the original mountaintop village. Some of them secretly ran back and brought the whole village. The entire village originally had thousands of people, but hundreds were killed by King Kong. After a long journey, only about 200 people successfully entered this paradise. Later, the old priest found an abandoned temple outside the cave. He was knowledgeable and immediately understood that the deity that the temple used to worship was King Kong. After finding the sacrificial words of King Kong on an old slate, Danny had also seen the slate. She thought it was just scribbles and did not expect it to be words at all. The old priest, who was originally an extraordinaire, immediately changed his profession to the chief bishop of the King Kong sect. After carefully listening to the old priest recite the King Kong Sutra, Danny looked at King Kong and said, "Your ancestors must have been great. They might have been a true god." King Kong grinned and started to laugh. However, Danny then shook her head and said, "It's a pity that your descendants are unfilial, lazy, incompetent, and unambitious. They can only eat and wait for death. In the end, King Kong left the warm and comfortable cave and walked alone in the dark and cold forest, looking for traces of evil gods for the Dragon Queen. However, Danny also gave him a great benefit, the warrior's sword. It was the passive divine spell that she gave to Rando Tully. After helping Blackie activate the divine title of warrior, Danny and the big black dragon entered the warrior state and could obtain the combat experience of all the devout swordsmen in Westeros for thousands of years. By comprehending the swordsmanship of countless swordsmen, the swordsman Danny was promoted to the sword god and understood the divinity of the sword god. Now, she turned the warrior's experience into divine spells of different levels. Even the lowest level warrior's sword could only be obtained by high-ranking priests. Now, King Kong obtained the highest level warrior's sword. One day in the future, King Kong might carry an iron rod and guard the door of the Seven Gods' temple like a dog. Or, he might carry a giant iron sword and walk alone on the earth, slaying demons for the seven gods. The surrounding forest was as short as the grass under the feet of mortals. With a swing of the sword, mountains and rivers would be split. After King Kong did not get the whereabouts of the evil gods, Danny turned her attention to her old friend Kuei Shi. "What have you been up to recently?" Danny looked around and asked curiously. Kuei Shi no longer lived in the underground palace. Her house was now a two-story building. The main structure was made of wood and the furnishings were simple. There was a bed and a desk. Kuei Shi still wore the red wooden mask and a robe that was as dark as the night. When Danny came over, she was reading a book by the light of a candle. There was a stove burning with dark red charcoal beside her. The sky outside the building was dark. There was the sound of waves and the market. It seemed to be a hotel by the sea in Edu. Kuei Shi looked at Danny and said, "This is Edu, the capital of the Bo family in the Azure dynasty. It is also the largest port in the Jade Sea. If the sun is not extinguished, one can see the emperor's 9-layered palace from the balcony. It is even bigger than the King's Landing city." Danny turned to the northeast and smiled. "I can feel the aura of the Seven Gods temple. The faith is so weak. It is difficult to send down a miracle. Be content. Many evil gods' churches dream of walking on the stage but can't. They can only secretly recruit believers." Kuei Shi said and then exclaimed, "Your strength is growing so fast. I can no longer see your figure in the river of fate, nor can I hear your name. The end of the era, the beginning of the era of great battles. It is the best time for us to stand out and fight for fate. Yet you cower in Edu and don't fight for it. Of course, your progress is slow." Kuei Shi said disapprovingly, "When the era changes, other than the children of the era, everyone else is cannon fodder. I still want to live to the next era. If I lose my life, what's the use of advancing bravely? Follow me and you will not be in danger," Danny said confidently. Kuei Shi's tone became very strange. "You've been in the limelight recently. Even Asher from the Shadowland, the focus of the wizards and the god of darkness discussion is you. Everyone is talking about how to kill you." Sigh, "I have the same feeling now." Danny did not jump up and down in excitement. Instead, she acted as if she already knew. "When I was plotting against the evil god was aware of it. Now, I can almost feel the malice of others towards me. That was why when Pale Moon Chu Nu came to find her last time, she was not excited at all. Instead, she felt uneasy and left the Bay of Sorrow immediately." "What is the motive for those demons to attack me?" Danny asked curiously. "The main reason is that many gods have prophesied the long night of the gods. You are to the gods, just like the king of the deviant ghosts is to humans. Is there a need to be so exaggerated?" Danny smiled bitterly. "I am busy fighting the deviant ghosts every day. How can I have the time to do something like the long night of the gods?" Kuei Shi shrugged and said calmly, "They also want to know why you can't tolerate them. Have they found a way to deal with me?" Danny asked again. "More or less. What way?" Danny was surprised. "Gather more people and attack together." After a pause, Kuei Shi explained, "To deal with you, they can't use the tactic of adding fuel to the fire. They can't let themselves become a stepping stone on your path of growth. They should contact all the gods and sorcerers in the world who are hostile to you, and then try to recruit gods and sorcerers who are willing to attack you. gather all the forces and take you down in one wave. Isn't the enemy too smart? Danny looked troubled. If all of them play like this, how can the children of the era grow? There is no other way. There is an example. Chapter 904. Actually, those evil gods all think of you as the second Balerion. Kueishi sighed. Are you talking about the sheep egg? Danny asked. We are used to calling him Balerion, Kueishi explained. Kueishi explained, you are not the first child of the human era. Balerion from 6,000 years ago was your predecessor. At his peak, Balerion was too powerful. The saying Great Wizard Valeglia is invincible started from him. The invincibility here is not limited to transcendents, wizards, and demigods. Even true gods are no match for him. At least 2 true gods have been defeated by him. After a pause, Kueishi looked at Danny seriously and said with uncertainty, I suspect that you can challenge some weaker true gods now. It is difficult for true gods to use all their power in the material world, but you and Balerion do not have this limitation. I am far from it. I am just a new demigod. I can't even defeat a veteran demigod. How can I challenge a true god? Danny waved her hand to deny it and changed the topic. Other than Mother Lun and Lalo, who else was defeated by the sheep egg? Kueishi looked at her deeply and said, there are also the dark demigods from the Darklands of the Far East. Many of them have existed since the birth of the world. They are as strong as true gods, but they still suffered a great loss in the hands of Balerion. Even if you are not hostile to the demigods, they will not watch you go down the same path as Balerion, not to mention that you want to kill them. Danny put on a straight face and refuted seriously, don't talk nonsense. The conflict between me and the gods has been resolved. Those rumors about me being Twilight of the Gods and Long Night of the Gods are all slander by my enemies. Just like you said, some demigods do not want to see me rise, so they deliberately spread rumors to sow discord between me and the other gods. They want to kill with a borrowed knife. Only the most stupid gods will fall for it and be used as a knife. Kueishi was startled. She seemed to have understood something. Her eyes flashed with admiration as she nodded and said, that's right. Some evil gods are slandering you. Tell me, which evil gods are slandering me? If I go and kill them, will the other gods be disgusted with me? Danny tactfully stated the purpose of this trip. Kueishi understood what she was implying. I want to kill a few evil gods. Tell me, which evil gods would not provoke the other evil gods? After thinking it through, the corner of her mouth started to twitch. How dare you say that you don't know how to direct the long night of the gods? Now, for no reason at all, and the situation is tense, you want to kill a few evil gods. Good heavens, one is not enough, you want a few. When the long night is over, when your strength skyrockets, and when you are so bored that your balls hurt, you will most likely start the long night of the gods. Of course, Kueishi was no fool. She could guess that Danny's benefits from killing the evil god must be in the form of an increase in power. There is only one Korhal Black Goat. Everyone in the Transcendent Realm knows about the conflict between you and him. He must be one of the gods who spread rumors about you. Kueishi also tactfully warned Danny. Now many evil gods are staring at you. Stay calm. Don't let yourself become the enemy of all. Danny frowned and thought for a while. She asked, have you sealed the evil god in the underground palace of the Thunder Island? Do you want me to help you to convert him? Kueishi was shocked. She stared at her with her eyes wide open. I think we can try, Danny said. Kueishi frowned and thought for a while. She said, no one knows the background of the demon in the underground palace. But we can be sure that he is not inferior to a true god. This time, Danny was also shocked. How can you be sure? Can a true god be sealed by an ordinary transcendent? Am I very ordinary? Kueishi was displeased. Danny immediately said sincerely, sorry, you are not ordinary. You are the young generation of the East, okay? Kueishi quickly interrupted her. She raised her hand as if she was surrendering. I am just an ordinary shadow-binding knight. But I only sealed his breath so that the evil god's whisper will not affect the Thunder Island Queen. Then, she said, think about it. Just a breath is so powerful that it can affect half of the Thunder Island. How terrifying is his true power? Sigh, forget it. Danny was about to leave when a thought suddenly came to her mind. What's the situation in the barbarian land now? She asked. She sighed bitterly and said, just as we guessed before, the Azure dynasty that originally had 100 years of national fate was destroyed after the long night fall. Except for the barbarian land and the few counties nearby that had the Grey Plague, the warlords all announced that the emperor is tyrannical, and the long night fall. Obviously, they want to blame the disappearance of the sun on the imperial court. This is also the reason why the Azure Bow family supports the Seven Gods Church. Because a long time ago, the Seven Gods Church has been spreading the news that the long nightfall is coming. The Seven Gods Church can prove that the long nightfall has nothing to do with the Azure dynasty. The Seven Gods Church had a great reputation during the Great Plague. They all believe that the Seven Gods Church is a proper god. A proper god. Danny was dissatisfied. Isn't this evaluation too low? At least there should be justice and mercy, two labels of the god of justice. It's already very good. You should know that no matter what cult it is, it will always do some good things to attract believers. Just like a scumbag, no matter how scumbag he is, he will always be gentle and considerate at the beginning, like the most perfect lover. Danny's expression was strange. Are you saying this because of your feelings? You think the shadow-binding knights will use complaints to deal with scumbags? She said calmly. Danny shrugged and returned to the original topic. You said that the evil gods of the barren land are everywhere, and the people have no way to make a living? She nodded and said, unlike you Westeros, the barren land is a place where supernatural forces are active. Many evil gods have established their churches here. When the world is in chaos, evil cults are born. When the people have no way to make a living, the need for faith is at its peak. Any god, evil god, righteous god, or demon, as long as it can bring hope to the people, even if it's an illusory hope, as long as it can numb the suffering of the people, they will offer all of their faith. Before this, the barren land was at the end of the dynasty. Hundreds and thousands of warlords rose up, and each warlord had a supernatural force behind them. When the long night fall, the evil gods, demons, and sorcerers who were hiding in the dark all came out. It's not an exaggeration to say that the barren land is full of demons, humans, gods, demons, and evil living together. This is also why I came back to the barren land. My hometown, family, and friends are all here. She sighed tiredly. That's great. Danny was overjoyed. Looking at the shadow-binding knight who suddenly stiffened like a wooden statue, Danny quickly explained, the people of the barren land are suffering too much. The Church of the Seven Gods can't just sit back and watch the evil gods wreak havoc. It's time for the Church's armed forces to come into play. Your church has no armed forces, and the Bow family can't even protect their ancestral land. How can they have extra forces to send to the church? She said calmly. That's a problem. Danny hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, you see, we have the same goal. We're both working for the welfare of the people, for the peace of the society, for the return of the barren land to peace. I think you should have a side job. Side job? Being an alchemist is my side job. You've even used my potions before, she said. No, being an alchemist is your protective spell. I don't need a protective spell. She emphasized stiffly. Where do you get your daily expenses from? Danny was unconcerned. I have my family's property and gifts from the nobles, she said. All right. Danny did not want to argue with her. She only suggested, I think, in addition to being a shadow-binding knight, you should also take on the role of a high priestess and find a powerful god to support you. Take Melisandre, the witch queen of Yashai for example. She's your role model. She asked with a slightly sarcastic tone, you want me to be a priest of the seven gods and help you manage the affairs of the barren land? The best of both worlds, Danny said. Unfortunately, I can't believe in you after seeing your face and eyebrows. She shook her head. What's wrong with my face? Danny asked as she touched her face. The premise of belief is reverence, followed by worship. I can't do it. Danny thought for a moment and said, Do you remember Tyrion? The dwarf who got the grayscale disease. How can I not remember? She gritted her teeth. I heard he's your illegitimate brother. Does that mean he also has the king's blood? What do you want to do? Dany was confused. After he knew the truth about the 7 gods, he still used the 7 Stars Bible to restore his belief. I think you can learn from him and start with the teachings. In the end, the power, dignity, and holiness of the gods are all for the sake of spreading the teachings. The foundation of a religion is still the teachings. I think you can send a dwarf to manage the affairs of the church, she said. Dany fell into deep thought. Belief could not be forced. Since she was unwilling to believe in her, she could only choose a smart and powerful person to manage the affairs of the barren land. After all, she only needed demon hunters to slay demons for her. Developing belief was not that important. According to the sacred oath, the Bow dynasty and the 10 most powerful families of the barren land will arrange for their heirs to hide at Slave Bay during the long night. Then they will help me develop the Church of the 7 Gods. Where are their heirs now? Dany asked. She said, they should be arriving at Furious Howl City by now. The former city of the Red Jade Warrior, the one where father cut off Dany's messenger. After that, they should take the land route and cross the Dothraki Sea to Meereen. Furious Howl City was on the edge of the Jade Sea. Like the Barren Land, it was one of the cities around the Jade Sea. Dany walked back and forth in the room a few times. She stopped and said in a low voice, "Go tell Bo Cheng, Bo Tien, Bo Tu, or any other leader of the Bow dynasty that no matter what, they must send 1,000 elite knights to protect the Church of the Barren Land. Also, let them establish the Church of the 7 Gods as the national religion and appoint the Archbishop of the Barren Land as the national guardian." She was shocked and hesitated. What? What's there to be pretentious about? Without me, the Bow dynasty will be finished. With my help, even if the heir of the Bow dynasty is a pig, he will still be able to sit on the throne. Dany's voice was faint, but her aura was somewhat oppressive. She sighed heavily. Just based on this sentence, the Bow dynasty will agree to your request no matter what. But have you ever thought about how much the national religion and the national advisor are hated? There are so many evil god sects in the Barren Land, but none of them became the national religion. Even the Necromancer Association, with tens of thousands of years of history, only maintains a detached status and does not easily participate in political changes. Ha ha ha. How can we develop and grow if we don't incur the jealousy of others? Dany laughed happily, but her eyes were strange. Chapter 905. After ending the long-distance video call with Dany immediately asked the centaur maid to call the dwarf. She found that the dwarf's tent was in the corridor outside the hall. He had already taken off his armor and was sleeping in his sleeping bag. "I didn't enter the hall," the dwarf said embarrassedly. "You're an extraordinary and a blood magic wizard. Aren't you ashamed to be afraid of the undead?" Dany said disdainfully. "You're not from the West. Old Nan didn't tell you the story of Castme and Tabek's undead. Every time I did something bad, Old Nan said to let Tabek's undead take me away. Think about it, are the people of the North afraid of deviant ghosts and strange creatures?" Dany was stunned. The dwarf's words seemed to make sense. She then changed the topic and said seriously, "Tyrion, your chance to realize the value of life has come. The 7 gods have an important mission for you." Tyrion yawned and complained impatiently, "Just say it. What do you want me to do? Don't play with these fancy things." Dany glared at him and said, "The evil gods of the barbarian lands are wreaking havoc. I want you to go there and be the chief bishop. At the same time, you'll also be the guardian of the barbarian lands. If necessary, you might even be able to become the prime minister of the barbarian lands. With so many positions, you're almost like the emperor of the barbarian lands. As long as you keep your second brother under control and don't stay overnight in King Auden's harem, you can enter the court without any rush, worship without any fame, or have a sword in your hand." "What?" Tyrion's sleepy mind was startled away. Dany first explained the situation of the barbarian lands before saying, "When you go to the barbarian lands, you don't need to spread the teachings of the 7 gods. Just use the axe in your hand and your superior fire magic to solve the problems of the barbarian lands." "Why?" Tyrion asked blankly. Why me? You're Targaryen's super illegitimate son. In the barbarian lands, you're like a lord. Those corrupt ministers and fatuous rulers rely on Targaryen to protect their bloodline, identity, and status. Besides, you're smart enough to have the highest chance of survival in a complicated environment like the Barren Land. Dany comforted him gently. Highest survival rate? The dwarf's mouth twitched. Why do you always think of me first every time there's a life-threatening mission? Why are you always unwilling to help me solve my problems? Dany asked. I can't go to the Barren Land. The Lannister clan has been exterminated, and the western region has fallen. What will happen to this place if I leave? Tyrion shook his head. Call Jaime over. He's been resting for half a month and should be fully recovered. He's the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Shield of Lannister Harbor, and the Guardian of the West. You're just a dispensable acting mayor of Casterly Rock City, Dany said bluntly. Only by going to the barbarian land can you realize your dream of ruling the world. I'm not trying to compete with Jaime, but the western region is my hometown. If I can't even protect my hometown, how can I protect the people of the barbarians? Damn it, are the barbarians all 16 years old? I only have feelings for young, sexy, and flirtatious women. The others are no different from pigs and sheep. I don't care how many die. The dwarf waved his arms and complained loudly. Dany stared at him for a while before sighing. You're hopeless. You can't escape from the seven hells. I'd rather go to the seven hells than let myself be wronged. After expressing his determination once again, the dwarf softened his tone and said sincerely, if you really want to develop the barbarian land, you should arrange for true believers of the seven gods to go there. For example, my cousin Lancel, or Saint Matthew. They're not as smart as you. You have a special destiny, the destiny of a cockroach. You're just like a cockroach. You can easily adapt to all kinds of dangerous and complicated environments, and can even turn disadvantages into advantages. For example, you were captured by Catelyn, but seduced her attendant, Bronn was Catelyn's follower at the time, and subdued the Mountain Clan. For example, the situation at King's Landing was so bad, but you defeated Stannis at the Blackwater River. Are you going to praise me? Tyrion rolled his eyes. But I really can't do it this time. If it wasn't for the long night, if the western region wasn't in such a dangerous situation, it wouldn't be a problem to help you go to barbarian land. But now, how can I be at ease with the affairs of the Westeros? I'll tell you the truth. Crisis is opportunity. I chose you, not only because you're smart, but also because of a more important reason. Don't let the goodies flow into the family, Dany said meaningfully. What kind of goodies? Tyrion asked curiously. The chance to become a god. Dany said mysteriously. Tyrion smiled cleverly. You can give this chance to others. I don't want it. You want to fool me? No way. Dany was about to mock him, but suddenly, her expression changed. She waved her hand to drive him away and said, Don't regret it in the future. Go back to sleep. When the dwarf left while muttering, Dany's figure blurred and instantly disappeared from the tent. It was the soul of the black dragon entering her body. When Dany turned into a stranger, she used the teleportation technique. The distance wasn't far, only 10 kilometers. She was like a grey shadow, flashing 3 times in a row and arriving at a coastal castle 30 kilometers away. You're really bold, coming to my territory to steal my people. Even Lalo wouldn't dare to be so reckless. In the world of death, the stranger Dany floated 50 meters above the city wall, looking down at the flirtatious woman below. Well, a woman dressed in an unusually flirtatious and sexy way, with long silver hair and a small oval face. Her charming heterochromatic eyes were like 2 stars on her delicate face, shining brightly. Her curvaceous body was only covered with a pink gauze dress, exuding a kind of extremely seductive charm. Perfect face, perfect figure, perfect temperament of a flirtatious woman. Dany only took a glance, and a fire began to rise in her heart, the primitive fire of desire. Pain and pleasure, dryness and dampness. That woman was like a star of sex and love. Anyone who was illuminated by her radiance, even if they were blind, would fall into the most primitive human desire. She was a goddess of lust. Hello, Dani Lisi. The goddess of heterochromatic eyes didn't panic because of a guilty conscience. Instead, she was natural and unrestrained, smiling and greeting Dani. Unexpectedly, her voice was soft and sweet, without a trace of seduction. "I'm very good, but you'll be very bad soon." Dani narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't break the rules." The goddess of heterochromatic eyes showed a doting smile on her autumn moon-like face, the way a senior looked at a junior, that made Dani very unhappy. Then, she raised her right hand, and the red sand slid down, revealing a few lifeless human heads between her white wrist and her budding fingers. It was like pinching a few carrot-sized soldier toys. There were men and women. The older ones were in their 40s, while the younger ones were only in their teens. Between their eyebrows, there were still some similarities. They should be from the same family or close relatives. Each soul had a pink thread of faith wrapped around it, tied to the goddess's pale finger. This meant that they were her believers, or they had borrowed her power. Dani lowered her head and looked at the castle below. It was like an isolated ruin on a cliff by the sea. The walls and houses gave off a sense of disrepair. However, the castle occupied a large area, and the layout of the buildings in the city was grand. Thinking back to the past, this place must have been very glorious. In fact, the history of Cliff City in Westeros was as old as Lannister and Stark. The castle had been built during the time of the ancestors. Even many buildings in Winterfell had collapsed due to the erosion of time. The fact that Cliff City was able to maintain its structure until now was a miracle in architecture. Yes, many castles in Westeros were miracles on Earth. 8,000 years of history. Since she recognized where this place was, Dani also guessed the identity of the souls in the goddess' hands. She even vaguely knew what had happened tonight. They have atonement scrolls. Dani's expression couldn't be seen clearly under the shadow of the hood, but her voice was cold, causing the relaxed smile on the goddess' lips to wither. The process of her smile disappearing was like the most delicate and beautiful rose withering in front of one's eyes. It made one feel pity and heartache, and one was willing to pay any price to stop this process. Dani couldn't stand it anymore. Goosebumps crawled up her arms. The Holy Mother of God's palm was stirring. "They are my believers," the goddess emphasized. "They used to be, but they stopped when they put on the atonement scrolls," Dani said. After a moment of silence, the goddess' starry eyes flashed. She said, "They are not only my believers, but they have also borrowed my divine power. In fact, their families have been believers of my religion for hundreds of years. This isn't the first time I've come to Westeros to receive the souls of my believers. They could before, but not now." Dani was just looking for King Kong and Kuei-shi to have a meal with the evil gods. Now, there was a rabbit bumping into a wooden stake. How could she let it go? As everyone knows, Westeros is now my territory, and the rules are set by me. According to my rules, you only have two paths left. Enter the Great Holy Church and pray to the goddess for 500 years of atonement, or let me kill you with one slap. The goddess on the other side obviously didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so unreasonable. Her red lips parted slightly, and she was stunned. "Why are you like this?" the beauty said bitterly. Dani raised her right palm. There was green wind and blazing fire in her palm. In the next moment, she was going to kill this god's clone with one slap. The beautiful goddess turned pale. She hurriedly said, "Don't, listen to me. I have permission to enter Westeros." "Who gave you permission?" Dani stopped and asked curiously. "Blinden, three-eyed crow Blinden." "Dani, I'm also a Targaryen. You and I are both descendants of Aegon IV, mediocre King Aegon." The goddess showed the same gentle gaze as when they first met. "Shit, you're Sherry Youngshin?" Looking at the blue and green eyes, Dani instantly thought of the famous noble illegitimate child. Aegon the mediocre king was Robert's king template. He had an uncountable number of illegitimate children. However, the children were valued by their mothers. Only those with noble mothers could become noble illegitimate children. For example, Daemon Blackfyre. His mother was Diana Targaryen, the elder sister of Saint Bael. At that time, there were 6 illegitimate children who were granted the right to inherit. There were 3 sons and 3 daughters. Sherry Yangshan was the youngest among them. Danny asked curiously, "What's your current state? Are you a clone of the goddess of lust, or are you the goddess of lust? Or are you reincarnated into the Targaryen royal family as the goddess of lust?" Chapter 906. Danny was not surprised to discover that Sherira Yangshan was a powerful extraordinaire. As the princess of the number one family in the Westeros, Shira's secret was difficult to hide. She had never thought of hiding it. Just like her mother, Serena, it was impossible for her to hide her identity and background. Otherwise, why would the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms acknowledge Shira's identity as a noble illegitimate child? The reason why the three-eyed crow Blynden was able to become a noble illegitimate child was because his mother's family, the Blackwood family, was one of the oldest nobles in Hedgen. They had a history of almost 8,000 years. The reason why Sherira was able to stand side by side with Blynden and Daemon Blackfire was because her mother, Serena, came from an ancient Valeglia family. More directly, Shira's ancestors came from a branch of the 14th Fire Peak family. Other than Bravos, the ruling class of the other 8 of the 9 free trading city-states were all descendants of the 14 Fire Peak family branches and the conquered royals. If Empress Dany were to rule the world in the future, how would she rule over such a vast territory? With her second son. She would use the second son of her grandsons. She would send her grandsons one by one to the major cities and marry the most powerful native in the area. Her grandsons would be the king, and the daughter of the most powerful native would be the queen. The descendants that were produced in this way would have the bloodline of both of them. Wasn't that the marriage contract between the Bu family and Dany? Sherira Yangshan came from such a background. However, after the great calamity of Valeglia, the political situation of the various cities changed drastically. The trading princes gradually gained more political power. For example, Illyrio, a gangster, became the Prince of Pentus. For example, in Kars, the 13 princes had more power than the Kars royalty. In the end, in a city where commerce was the most important, only the rich could be the boss. Of course, the rulers of the free cities were still the rich and noble descendants of Valeglia. Illyrio was able to become a prince because his first wife came from a noble family. The process of the Dragon Queen fighting for supremacy could actually be seen as the infighting of the descendants of Valeglia in the post-Valeglia era. The upper echelons of the alliance all had high Valeglia bloodline. Since even Lysalina's genealogy was known, her age could not be hidden from the Westeros higher-ups. She was the 9th and last mistress of the mediocre King Aegon. At the same time, she was also the most beautiful of his 9 mistresses. She was as sweet as a young girl in spring, so she won the title of Sweet Serena. But her real age was old enough to be Aegon's grandmother. There were even more exaggerated rumors that Serena was born before the cataclysm of Valeglia, but old Ymont denied it, saying that she was not that old. Even so, the mediocre King Aegon at that time was already over 50 years old. Serena was not a teenage granny in modern TikTok who relied on Asian sorcery to maintain her appearance. She was truly as delicate as a young girl. Just like Aunt May, who was still enchanting even though she was hundreds of years old. Black magic. The upper echelons of the King's Landing knew that Serena was a sorcerer. Even the mediocre king himself knew that his lover was a fresh and tender onion, but her appearance was too righteous. After that, Serena died in childbirth, and Sheila Yangshan inherited a secret library from her mother's inheritance. It was not a secret book, but a library. Old Ymont once regretfully told Dany that even though the prodigal Saint Bailey had burned many forbidden books, ancient books that involved supernatural knowledge, the royal library still had a lot of useful stuff. After all, Targaryen's 6,000 years of collection could not be destroyed by a single prodigal. As a matter of fact, the second prodigal came. Aegon the mediocre king let Serena choose whatever she wanted, and Serena really did choose whatever she wanted. After that, the third prodigal, Blynden, appeared. He actually allowed his lover's sister, Sheila, to take her mother's dowry and her father's gift away from the King's Landing. Naturally, Sheila Yangshan inherited her mother's black magic. Previously, Dany still doubted the accuracy of the rumors. After all, at that time, the Megalosaurus had been wiped out by the City of Knowledge, and the world had entered a period of decline. But looking at the seductive goddess Sheila now, Danny knew that the rumors were true. Sheila and her mother were both black sorcerers because they had the backing of the gods. Or rather, they were gods in the first place. In response to Danny's question, Sheila hesitated and said, "I'm His Majesty's spirit servant." Spirit servant? Sheila thought for a while and said, "Just like your angel, Saint Matthew, and I are in a similar situation. But I didn't become a spirit servant through pure faith. Besides being a priest of the Church of Lust, I'm also a powerful sorcerer. Similar to Melisandre, she must be Lalo's spirit servant after she died." Danny asked again, "Who is the god you believe in?" Like many of the native gods of the free cities, the goddess of lust was only known to the world, but her name was not spread. "I can't say," Sheila shook her head and said with a pitiful expression, "His Majesty is the god of secrecy. His name cannot be known to anyone other than his followers." "Do you think you can still leave today?" Danny said lightly. "What do you mean?" Sheila shrank back and floated a distance away, vigilant. "The family is unfortunate." The Dragon Queen sighed and stomped her feet. She was like an old grandfather who had been respectable all his life. When he went to a nightclub with a group of old friends, he bumped into his granddaughter sitting on the stage. "As the current head of the Targaryen family, I can't allow my people to be prostitute. Behavior that tarnishes the family's reputation must be prohibited. Those who commit immoral acts must be punished and reformed." At this moment, Danny was no longer a stranger. She had become Saint Danny, and she was not alone. Sheila's uncle, Saint Baylor, was with her. When Sheila heard this, her face turned red with anger. "What right do you have to say that I'm tarnishing the Targaryen family's reputation?" Even before the cataclysm, in the capital of Valeglia, there was a tradition of noble girls serving as priestesses in the Garden of Lust. In Lust, everyone believed in the goddess of lust, just like in Westeros, the 7 gods were the mainstream religion. "My status in Lust is as noble as Saint Baylor in Westeros. I am the glory of the Targaryens," she finally emphasized loudly. "Fuck, being fucked or being fucked, this damned world. Unfortunately, you are the one being judged. Your honor is up to the presiding judge." Danny pointed to her chest with her finger. "It is also up to me. Being a prostitute is a disgrace. And you are willing, which is the greatest disgrace of all disgraces." Danny, the presiding judge, judged. From the bottom of her heart, she was not opposed to Sheila's pursuit. When it came to sex, as long as one was open-minded and did not have the intention of finding an honest person to take over, it did not matter how the girl played. After all, life and youth were only once, and life and youth were also one's own. One's own happiness was defined by oneself, and other people's views were just a kind of social restraint. Besides, Sheila's generosity was not just for lust. She was mainly pursuing the great path, and her soul had even ascended to become an angel. But just like the Neon people used the excuse of missing soldiers to open the prelude to the invasion of Greater China, the Dragon Queen also needed an excuse to hunt. Tarnishing the family's reputation was at least more open than missing soldiers. "I am now arresting you as the Targaryen matriarch. If you have any grievances, tell them to the Holy Mother." Without waiting for Sheila to recover from her shock and anger, Danny teleported behind her and slapped her on the head. In an instant, flames and wind blades enveloped her body. Shearer's delicate face contorted in pain. Colorful stars appeared around her like a layer of rosy clouds. Those were the divinity and divine power that had been incinerated under the spiritual bestowment. Having lost her divinity and divine power, Sheila was like a prawn in a pot of hot oil. The video was rewound, and a large prawn slice quickly shrunk into a small and thin slice. In the blink of an eye, Sheila was like a rag doll in Danny's hand. The entire process was not more difficult than catching a hen. "You destroyed my demigod cultivation." Sheila's voice was weak, but her heterochromatic eyes shone with an extremely venomous light. Having lost her divinity and demigod status, she was no longer as charming as before. Although she was still very beautiful, she looked more like a ghost than a goddess. "Do you think we are playing house? Whether you are Sheila Yangshin or not, you dare to come to my territory and steal my believers. Don't even think about leaving alive today. And because you have a Targaryen father, You can still lie here and talk to me. Danny sneered. You are unreasonable, domineering, lawless, and unruly. Sheila was flustered and exasperated. Her nose was crooked. Danny looked at her strangely. If the Dragon King is not domineering, is he still the Dragon King? Compared to the great wizard Valeglia, what am I? Actually, I am very curious. The news of me stealing the Red God believers from Lalo should have spread, right? I am such a domineering person, and the goddess of lust still dares to be unreasonable with me. Is she more unreasonable than Lalo? Even the true master of the Westeros, the three-eyed crow, did not object to my actions. What right do you have? Sheila felt wronged. Are you talking about Blinden? What is your relationship with him? Have you ever loved him? Danny asked curiously. Blinden. A hint of disappointment flashed in Sheila's eyes. She muttered, so what if I love him? When we are on the same road, we will stick to each other. When we reach the end of the road, we will go our separate ways. We will not change our paths for each other. You are free and easy. You can be said to be the representative of the new era's female self-awakening. Danny gave her a thumbs up and praised her. Then, she shook her head and said, like you said, those who walk different paths cannot work together. The rules of the past are no longer applicable because the person who made the rules has changed. Blinden does not mind you joining the cult of lust. Well, he definitely does. No man is willing to live in the grasslands. No matter what happened in the past, you have made two mistakes now. First, you entered my divine territory and stole my believers. Even if they were believers of the goddess of lust, they would be my people if they wore the atonement scroll. Second, as a direct descendant of the Targaryens, you did not respect yourself and embarrassed the royal family. I will not kill you. I will punish you and send you to hell to reflect on your actions. This is not over. His Majesty will definitely not let you go. You have broken the rules. The gods will soon form the righteous alliance to suppress you, Sheila said coldly. Danny laughed. So it is the righteous alliance. Don't worry, Pale Moon Maiden is my spy. She will help me explain this matter and inform me of the alliance's movements. Sheila smiled sarcastically. Danny nodded and said, I know. On the surface, she is my spy. In fact, she is a spy planted by the gods beside me. But that is all an illusion. Her true target of service is still me. Of course, in the eyes of the gods, her true target of loyalty is still them. That is what a spy is. Sheila was dumbfounded. Whose spy is Pale Moon Maiden? Chapter 907. Sharira Yangshin was not as strong as she thought she was. Like a crow that had been roasted by the Dragon Queen several times, she immediately answered every question. She even told Sharira the color of the underwear of the god she believed in. First of all, the goddess of lust was called Myrthia. She was in charge of youth, beauty, and sex. She never wore underwear. As for power, like many god slogans, in the teachings of the goddess of lust, Myrthia created the sun and moon, the sky and the earth, and all the people and things that lived in them. To put it bluntly, the world was created by her alone. Danny had seen a lot of similar teachings. Some of the gods were not very strong, so they bragged to attract believers. Well, the Seven Stars Bible also bragged like this. The beginning of the book pointed out the power of the seven gods. Everything in the world was created by the seven gods, and the seven gods were the creators. Danny felt embarrassed when she read it, but this kind of classic on the front page could not be changed, so she could only continue to feel embarrassed. However, she did not dare to underestimate the goddess of lust. Danny had made a big mistake. She thought that the goddess of lust was different in each free trade city-state, just like the god of death was different in each region. According to Sharira, the goddess of lust in each city-state was indeed not the same god, but they were similar to her. They were all the spirits of the goddess Myrthia, which was a demigod angel. It could be said that the goddess of lust was the main god of love, beauty, and youth, and the spirits were the gods of this god system. It was similar to the relationship between the mother goddess of the Lun River and the shrimp soldiers of the Lun River. After Tyrion refused to go to barbarian land to be the Grand Preceptor, Danny was ready to arrange for St. Matthew to go to the east to preach. But Danny's behavior was not a special case. In fact, other gods had already done so. For example, the goddess of lust had her spirits stationed in city-states with different ethnic groups and customs. Generally speaking, the goddess of lust would select believers from the local people, train them into spirits, and then guard the area for her. Sharira was not the highest-ranking spirit. She usually cultivated in Reese and served the main god. She was mainly responsible for collecting the souls of Westeros believers. Sharira had also thought of building a passion garden in Westeros, but Blinden's brain wasn't filled with water after all. What level was the goddess of the procuress who controlled so many angels? Dany wasn't too sure. She was definitely not as strong as the mother goddess of the Lun River, because Shira's performance as an angel was so bad that she couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. Even if the goddess of lust was far stronger than Sharira, how much stronger could she be? It was a long story, but Dany didn't let her imagination run wild as she floated in the air. After dealing with Sharira in one move and asking a few questions, she stuffed Sharira and the Spathis family into the Faith Space, the opposite side of Heaven-Hell. Yep, the Spicer family was the other person responsible for the Red Wedding. They were spies that Tywin had placed beside Robb. Dany set her eyes on the rope that hung from the southeast corner of Crag City. It was midnight and the north wind was howling. The sky was dark and starless. The snow-covered ground outside the city was dark and empty. The 10-meter-tall walls of the city had several long lines of torches that crossed each other. Those were the patrols holding torches. The red light of the rosin torches reflected the breathing of the soldiers and also reflected the dark red light of the snow below the walls. Even though House Westerin didn't have the money to repair the walls, they didn't dare to not arrange for soldiers to be on guard at night when the western border was on the verge of falling. A squad of 10 soldiers had just passed by when a rope suddenly dropped from the battlements at the southeast corner. A short figure slid down the rope like an ape and landed on the snow in less than 10 seconds. Through the light reflected off the snow, one could vaguely make out that it was a girl in leather armor who looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. At the same time, a grey wolf the size of a calf silently crept out of the bushes and came to the short girl's side. It rubbed its head against her chest a few times. The short girl didn't care about the rope swaying in the wind and climbed onto the wolf's back. With a low growl, she quickly ran north. After running for a few hundred meters, near the forest, the short girl climbed down from the wolf's back and rummaged through the snow for a while. She uncovered the thick layer of snow and dug out a sled the size of a recliner. Then the little man fixed the sledge behind the wolf, sat down on the sledge, covered himself with a huge sable coat, and began to run forward at a leisurely pace. The sled ran very fast. Dany snickered and rose into the air. Wind swirled around her and soon, a 10-meter-thick tornado pierced through the sky and chased after the dog. Awu the giant wolf sensed danger and began to howl when the wind pillar was formed. But at that time, the short girl was exhausted and sleeping. She was even snoring and didn't notice her companion's anxiousness. It was only after the wolf howled that the short girl woke up from her sleep. But it didn't matter whether she woke up or not. The tornado was faster than the wolf and was chasing after them. Ah, who's controlling the tornado? The short girl turned around and loudly questioned the tornado. Actually, she already had a vague guess in her heart. After all, the legend of the Dragon Queen slaying ghosts in the wind had long been known in the western region. Even most of the nobles of the 7 kingdoms knew about it. Awu! No one answered her, but the tornado's strange howl became even louder, as if it was roaring at her. The short girl was even more agile than Monkey. While the sled was still running at high speed, she jumped onto the back of the direwolf and quickly untied the collar on its neck. Nymeria, let's run separately. After helping the direwolf untie, she hugged her head and turned around, falling down from the wolf's back. The direwolf didn't run away. It suddenly braked, its claws sliding 4 or 5 meters in the snow, causing snow to splash everywhere. Awu! It turned its head, staring at the girl and howling. It wanted to get closer but didn't dare to disobey its master's orders. Run! The girl got up dizzily, but when she saw the direwolf stop, she couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. None of you can escape. Suddenly, a dignified female voice came from the sky, spreading in all directions with the wind, as if it was the judgment of the gods. I surrender. The girl who was about to escape into the forest helplessly stopped and raised both her hands. What responded to her was a tornado of wind that was speeding towards her. Like a bent hair that fell into a toilet bowl, it was instantly sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared without a trace. Awoo! The direwolf howled angrily and retreated, but it still couldn't run as fast as the wind. It was like a smelly sock being thrown into a washing machine. What are you doing? It's Arya and Nymeria. As expected, the people who wanted to fight for justice immediately came online. I'm not blind, Dany said unhappily. The tornado didn't stop, it just shrank in size and changed direction, moving towards Tabek at high speed. In the center of the tornado, Dragon Queen was leisurely looking at the girl and wolf spinning in circles, laughing happily. What are you doing? Why are you torturing her? Bran asked nervously. You don't know what Arya did. I'm afraid that even the tornado can't wash away the smell of blood on her. Dany's smile disappeared. I really didn't know before it happened. Bran said very cautiously. I know that she went a little overboard, but you know her situation. She lost her parents' education when she was very young, and was brainwashed by the Faceless. Then, she cultivated your evil meditation technique. Now that it has happened, someone should take responsibility. The fact that she could do such a thing already proves that she is mentally mature. No matter how old she is, no matter what she has experienced before, it can't erase her crimes. Dany said firmly. After a long silence, Bran probed, how about you use the tornado to spin her a few times, then punish her to serve the army and atone for her crimes? Such a big case happened in the Western region. Do you think you can just brush it off casually? The families of the victims, the millions of casualties in the Western region, and even the people of the 7 countries, don't you think you should give an explanation? Dany said lightly. You want her life? Bran exclaimed. Before you say that, you should first see how many lives she took. Dany sped up, and the tornado left the ground and flew in the air as fast as a galloping horse. Can't you make an exception? Bran's tone carried a trace of pleading. The matter has already become so big, I can't make an exception. Dany shook her head and said seriously, first it was Casterly Rock City, and now it's Cliff City's turn. Even a fool knows who the murderer is. You want to hide it, but how? Today, Stark is strong, he has the three-eyed crow and the shapeshifter. The people of the Western region are weak, so they can only pretend to be deaf and dumb, but Stark can't be strong forever. Without today's trial, there will be no end to the hatred, and the people and nobles of the Western region won't forget the hatred of the destruction of their country. Use your brain that's about to turn to paste to think, 100 years later, when the revenge from the Western region comes, can your Stark bear it? Others might not know, but the dwarf must have guessed the murderer's identity long ago, but did he reveal a single thing? No. He didn't say anything. He pretended to be deaf and dumb, pretending not to know. As for the people of the Western region, they weren't pigs, so they must have guessed, but they didn't say anything. The vicious words spoken were far less terrifying than the thoughts in one's heart. Today, you can destroy someone's entire family, and tomorrow, they can also kill your entire family. After a long time, when the Tarbeck Hall was in sight, Bran sighed bitterly. Your Majesty, I was wrong, you're right. The longer the hatred ferments, the stronger it is, and the more difficult it is to resolve. The sooner this matter is put to an end, the better it is for Stark. In the end, he reminded sorrowfully, Your Majesty, Arya killed King Strange Ghost and made great contributions to the war against ghosts. The change in Casterly Rock City wasn't her intention. I will judge her fairly and in public. Stark can also participate. Arya was very sturdy. Even if she was sucked into the tornado, she still held on for half an hour, vomiting out everything in her stomach and intestines before she fainted. When she woke up in a daze, she found that her surroundings were dark, and she was in a narrow space. It seemed like she was in a thin wooden coffin. There were voices coming from the top of the coffin, and there was a rumbling sound under her body, as if it was moving quickly. Was the coffin placed on a carriage? She thought to herself, and struggled for a while. Then she found that her hands and feet were bound by chains. The sound of the chains seemed to have attracted the attention of the people outside, and the conversation was silent for a moment. Then there was a loud and frightened shout. The little wolf girl is awake, quickly, Quickly go and inform Her Majesty, the bloodthirsty wolf demon is awake. The blood demon is struggling, she's going to escape. Another man's voice was hoarse from shouting. 7 layers of hell, the blood demon is so terrifying that she can even break free from steel chains. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Chapter 908. Bloodthirsty wolf demon, blood demon? Are they talking about me? Arya thought in a daze. Bang, bang, bang. She hit the wooden plank with her head and shouted, "Let me out, who's outside, let me out." Ah, the blood demon is roaring. The soldiers outside shouted. What followed was another round of turmoil and chaos. Don't worry about her, our goal is to cause trouble. A man's voice came from afar. Then, the shouting soldiers quieted down. Even after a few years, Arya could still recognize the man's voice. It was the imp. Then, she estimated her current situation. The Dragon Queen was leading the Western Region Volunteer Regiment to hunt down deviant ghosts. Yesterday, they were close to Cliff City. After she was caught, she was taken to the Volunteer Regiment's barracks. Where's Nymeria? She thought of her direwolf. In the next moment, her soul left her body and entered a body full of vitality. The darkness and cramped space left her, and she came to a dark and cold vast snowfield. Nymeria was running on the snow. Now, she was running too. There was a sleigh holster around her neck. She was pulling the sleigh. Arya looked back and happened to meet the Dragon Queen's eyes, which seemed to be smiling. Awoo! Arya was shocked. Her rhythmic steps became messy, and the sleigh shook. Slap! A whip hit her back, and she howled in pain. Subconsciously, she followed the instincts of a direwolf and resumed her running pace. Arya was angry and afraid. She was afraid of the Dragon Queen for a long time. The first time they met by the Trident River was terrible. For a long time, the true dragon's roar that made her soul explode was her nightmare. Then, she trained hard, hoping to use her increasing strength to dispel the shadow in her heart. She succeeded halfway. The burning of Bravos's wings of death left a second shadow in her heart. Then, she came into contact with the extraordinary power, the Death Bible. She was reborn, and nothing could scare her anymore. Dragon Queen's gentleness and amiability in Winterfell helped her recover from her trauma. However, during the storm last night, he had been tormented by the tornado for a few hours. He had fainted and woken up several times before fainting again. Arya swore that if one of the 7 hells was the purgatory of wind, she would have been punished there last night. As such, her fear of the Dragon Queen was once again revived. This shouldn't have happened. Arya had dominated the 2 continents for so many years, and even the famous school of Black and White had been fooled. Arya pretended to be brainwashed by a kind person, but in fact, she maintained her nature through the wolf spirit. Well, that was her nature. Back then, when he first met Joffrey, he was only 9 years old, but he dared to slash Great Emperor Xiao with his sword and let a wolf bite off the Great Emperor's hand. Other people would feel uncomfortable the first time they killed someone, and they would need an elder to train their courage. For example, I'd often led Stark and the other brothers to watch Ice Sword slash Brain Qui. When Arya killed someone for the first time, she was only 9 years old. No one had taught her how to kill, but she still took the initiative to kill. She was quick, ruthless, and accurate. Her sword pierced through the stable's underling's heart without any trauma. Behave, don't wander around. Dragon Queen wore silver blue armor and sat majestically on the sled. Her dark blue brocade cloak covered her body like a coat. She looked majestic. Arya was frustrated from running, but she was still scolded like a dog. She felt more and more resentful, so she deactivated her wolf spirit state. When she returned to the small coffin, Arya was still thinking. What was wrong with Nymeria? Why was she so obedient that she would pull the sled for an outsider? Then, she thought of the Dragon Queen's methods and couldn't help but sigh for her companion. She also complained in her heart. Why didn't the Dragon Queen ride a dragon? Why did she torment her direwolf? If she asked Dany face to face, Dany would tell her, because riding a direwolf sled is more exciting. Arya. Suddenly, Bran's voice rang in her ears without any warning. Bran. Arya hurriedly asked, what does the Dragon Queen want to do? Where am I now? You are locked in a wooden box and placed on a sled bus. There are more than 100,000 Gowls gathered at the north coast of Calamity Bastion. The Dragon Queen is leading the Western Frontier volunteer group to rush there. Then, Bran told her about the Dragon Queen's arrangement. Dany Rise is right. Hatred will only end after a fair trial. If we don't put you on trial, the Lannister will resent us. Lannister, a debt must be repaid. Even if we can get rid of the remaining 2 Lannister, the nobles and people of the Western Frontier aren't stupid. They will bury their hatred in their hearts and wait for the day when Stark becomes weak. Maybe in the future, there will be no more Stark in the 7 Kingdoms. Hearing Bran's words, Arya's heart was calm. I'm not afraid of death. If you need someone to take responsibility, just kill me. Anyway, now that I have my revenge and you are safe, I have nothing to worry about. Maybe, you don't have to die. Bran wasn't sure, but said firmly, we will all help you. You are not alone. I'm not afraid of death. Arya emphasized again, then complained, you can put me on trial or kill me, but why did Dany Rise call me Blood Demon? She didn't give you a nickname. Bran's tone became a little strange. In the early hours of this morning, the Dragon Queen carried you in the air and announced the trial to everyone. Everyone knows what you did in Casterly Rock City and Cliff City. Therefore, the people of the Western Frontier hate you and fear you. They call you the world's #1 murderous demon king. They say you killed 1.5 million people of the Western Frontier. The blood of 1.5 million people is enough to dye the Sunset Sea red, so they call you Blood Demon. Because of the direwolf, Tyrion called you Bloodwolf Child in public, letting others know that you are a wolf spirit. Therefore, the people of the Western Frontier call you Bloodthirsty Wolf Demon. In short, your name is now known throughout the Western Frontier and the 7 Kingdoms. Ordinary people fear you more than the strange Ghost King. In the future, your deeds will also shock the world. Be prepared, be strong, and don't be defeated by those rumors. Bran said worriedly, Will I become the demon in Old Nan's story, like the rat chef, told by the bedside and fireside for thousands of years? Arya asked in a trembling voice. Bran was silent for a long time. Then he said softly, the future has nothing to do with us. Arya was about to cry. Bran, do you remember? When we were young, you said you wanted to be a white knight like Barristan, and I said I wanted to be a heroine like Nymeria, but I became a demon. I only wanted to kill Frey's family to avenge Robb, my mother, and the thousands of soldiers of the northern frontier. The fall of Casterly Rock City and the fall of the western frontier is not what I want. Although Arya was a blood child, she had awakened Stark's running wolf blood. Since she was young, she had a great dream of becoming a heroine. She was not afraid of sacrificing her life for revenge, for her family, but she could not accept being treated as a demon like the rat chef for thousands of years. Alas, this is fate. Bran sighed. Then he became spirited again. He said earnestly, in a few days, during the great trial, you must remember to defend yourself. If you put on an arrogant attitude of I did it, come and kill me, others will not feel wronged. Instead, they will take the opportunity to vent their anger on you. From now on, in history books and dramas, there will be images of you slaughtering millions of people. If you explain things clearly in front of everyone and dispel the misunderstandings people have about you, they might not call you bloodthirsty anymore. Might. Arya raised her voice. Bran said helplessly, even if you clear your name of murdering 1.5 million people of the western frontier, there are more than 800 people in Casterly Rock City. You can't deny it, right? Bloodthirsty Arya will probably be your eternal label, unless you do something even more earth-shattering in the future. Arya hurriedly said, I'm willing to kill the other ghosts. Now that I have my revenge, I have nothing to worry about. I can focus on killing them. You have to get through this first. Then Bran blabbered on, teaching his second sister how to act as a pitiful girl who lost her footing. There was no use in quibbling. No one was stupid. Arya was caught red-handed by the Dragon Queen outside Casterly Rock City. In the face of ironclad evidence, begging for mercy was the only choice. Count Quentin Bamford received a messenger crow from Fairy Island last night. He knew that the Dragon Queen was leading the Western Frontier volunteers to Calamity Fortress. At first, he was bewildered. As the owner of Calamity Fortress, his castle was not besieged by the Gowls, so he did not ask for help from Fairy Island. How did the Dragon Queen know about the other ghosts before him? But no matter how confused he was still very grateful to the Dragon Queen for coming to his rescue. Early in the morning, he led the family knights to the south side of the castle and looked towards the south. In the past, even if Lannister came to play, he would have sent people to the border of his territory to welcome him, let alone the Queen. But it was different now. The fall of the western frontier had shocked the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The impact was far more far-reaching and direct than the Battle of Winterfell. "They're here. What a big sled, and how fast." At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the soldiers on the watchtower shouted. The sled was not a new black technology invented by Dany, but it was the first time that a sled bus like the one used by the Western Frontier volunteers had appeared. The 8-meter-long sleigh bus galloped on the snowy ground, and the 20-centimeter-wide skis brought up clouds of fog-like snow. In the middle of the bus stood a 30-foot-tall mast, and the huge triangular sail was like the breasts of a 16-year-old beauty, bulging and full of vitality. The sail was embroidered with the emblems of various families. The leader was Targaryen of the Five-Colored Dragon, followed by the illegitimate son of the Three-Headed Red Dragon, Lannister of the Golden Lion, and the 3 silverboats of the Farman family of the Fairy City. The speed of the sled was almost the same as that of an ordinary horse. 150 sled buses galloped together. It was a spectacular sight. They did not stop outside Calamity Fortress. Instead, they continued north towards the coastline. However, a dog-pulled sled broke away from the main group and turned to the front of the city gate. It loudly conveyed the Queen's orders to Count Kunteng, who was on the city wall, to send elite knights to follow the convoy to the north coast 15 kilometers away. Count Kunteng had received the order the night before. At this moment, he had already prepared the sled and the soldiers. When he heard the messenger's words, he immediately opened the city gate and personally rode a horse to follow the convoy. Damn it, we were fooled by the deviant ghost. After running for more than an hour, he finally reached the front of the sled pulled by giant wolves. However, the Count saw an exasperated Dragon Queen. Chapter 909. Count Kuan-Ting stood on the skis, his hands holding onto the rope on the saddle as the warhorse dragged him along. It was almost the speed of a galloping horse, barely keeping up with the team of sleds and buses. When the convoy stopped, he also saw the terrifying army of Gowls. They walked past the beach, climbed over the rugged reefs, and went all the way to the east. They were densely packed and boundless. If it weren't for the Dragon Queen and the surrounding heroes of the western region who were calm and composed, Count Kuan-Ting was ready to turn around and flee on his horse. Then, he saw the Dragon Queen, who was smiling as she walked towards the Knights of Calamity Fortress, and her expression changed. "Damn it, we've been tricked by the deviants," she said with a gloomy face. "What?" Count Kuan-Ting asked blankly. "What's going on?" The dwarf with the red dragon and golden lion on his chest was also puzzled. Count Kuan-Ting and the Knights of Calamity Fortress behind him looked at the handsome dwarf with strange expressions. Caw 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 caw, a large red-eyed crow stood on the mast and cried, "A large number of Gowls are passing through the coastal avenue, the coastal road connecting the western region and the river bend, and entering the territory of Corn City and Rice Chicken Hall. The ultimate goal of the Gowls is to leave the western region and enter the more densely populated river bend. The deviants have figured out our movements and forced us to make a choice between the Calamity Fortress in the north or the river bend in the south." "Are you Lord Three-Eyed Crow?" Count Kuan-Ting looked at the big crow in surprise. After receiving a nod from Bran, he frowned and said, "Are deviants so smart? They even know how to use schemes." Big Bear shook his head and said, "Deviants are transformed from humans, so of course they have intelligence. In fact, this isn't a very clever scheme, or rather, it's an overt scheme. We've known about it for a long time. It's just that after many discussions, we still haven't found a good solution. It's not that there's no solution, as long as there's another powerful extraordinaire as a reserve team." At this point, Tyrion sighed and said helplessly, "It's a pity that the Westeros are not of one mind. The city-states on the other side of the narrow sea are also watching from the sidelines. If Stannis and his red-robed priests can cooperate, and if the gods and wizards of the neighboring free cities are willing to join the Anti-Ghost United Front, it would be easy to completely seal off the western region. After all, there are only 3 exits from the western region. Isn't Stannis calling for the free cities to participate in the King's Landing War? What's the progress now? Count Kuan-Teng asked. Tyrion said as he put on his armor, I don't know. The King's Landing has always been in contact with Bravos, but they haven't announced the results of the negotiations, perhaps because the results aren't very encouraging. When Dany saw that most of the soldiers had put on their armor and picked up their weapons, she said, prepare for battle. Give up the Crow Hall? Count Kunteng asked in surprise. Tyrion shook his head and said, Calamity Bastion is more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Crow Hall, and the Gowls here are entering the river along the beach. We can only finish the battle here quickly, and then the Queen will rescue the coastal road alone. Bran, you're not needed here. Go to the Crow Hall and keep an eye on the Gowls' main force. After saying this, Dany jumped into the sky. Caw, caw. The big crow didn't move, but the light in its eyes dimmed a little. Bran's soul had been transferred thousands of miles away. There was nothing much to say about the course of the battle. Seeing the tornado that pierced through the heavens and the earth, seeing thousands of Gowls being swept into the wind pillar like fallen leaves, seeing the broken limbs falling from the sky like rain, and seeing the volunteer squad that followed behind the tornado with high fighting spirit and took the initiative to charge at the Gowls, Count Kunteng and his knights knelt down without any surprise. They knelt down. This kind of battle was too comfortable. Moreover, they were fighting for the Western region, for the 7 kingdoms, and for mankind. This kind of battle was glorious, much more glorious than the power struggle for the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead the Knights of Calamity Fortress to join your volunteers. When the willow leaf sword shook off the blood and fell from the sky, it was inserted into the leather sheath on the back of the black dragon. When the Dragon Queen landed on the dragon saddle, Count Kunteng knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. You go and discuss with Tyrion. I'm going to the Crow Hall now. After saying this, the black dragon looked up to the sky and spat out a bright red fireball. The space door suddenly opened, and the Megalosaurus took the Dragon Queen and jumped, disappearing from everyone's sight. In fact, Big Black and Dany didn't leave. They were above everyone's heads, at an altitude of more than 10 kilometers. This was Dany's latest flight method, the multi-level freefall acceleration method. At an altitude of more than 10 kilometers, Big Black began to fly south, diagonally downward. He was flapping his wings, and at the same time, gravity helped him accelerate, increasing his speed rapidly. When he fell to an altitude of 5,000 meters, he spat out a space door and instantly returned to an altitude of 10 kilometers, continuing his freefall acceleration. After doing this several times, Big Black broke the sound barrier. Of course, under normal conditions, Big Black's bones and fascia couldn't withstand supersonic flight. In fact, before breaking the sound barrier, he couldn't flap his wings and could only maintain a gliding posture to fly forward. He couldn't even control the direction. Now, it was time for the goddess of wind to appear. The domain of wind enveloped Big Black, and dozens of wind elves flew out. They hung on Big Black's wings, tail, claws, chest, and the bone spurs on its back like ribbons. A long green ribbon hung on every part of its body that was in intense friction with the air. Big Black could flap his wings again, and he could freely control the direction. From afar, the ferocious black dragon was covered in a layer of green light, and dozens of wind ribbons were trailing behind it. It was mysterious and beautiful to the extreme. From time to time, a pink space door would flash, and the black dragon would disappear and reappear in the sky, continuing to accelerate. Newton cried and fainted on the Iron Throne. This was magic, an existence that could easily break the laws of physics. You killed my aunt. Tyrion looked coldly at Arya. During dinner, the Dragon Queen still hadn't returned, so the volunteer group set up camp behind a tall cliff by the sea. Actually, when they were traveling from north to south, the Dragon Queen didn't need to use her wind magic, and the volunteer group could use the power of the north wind to drive the sleigh bus to Cliff City. But this time, among the 100,000 Gowls that were killed by the sea, there were thousands of beast corpses that had been gifted to Cliff City by the Dragon Queen. At this time, the men and women of Cliff City were busy driving sleighs to transport meat, and the volunteer group had to stay by their side to protect them. Then, the dwarf remembered the number one villain in the world, Blood Devil Arya, who hadn't eaten anything for a day. He brought her food and water, and even helped her remove the shackles on her hands and feet. "Which aunt are you talking about? I've killed too many people, I can't remember." Arya was very calm, sitting opposite the dwarf, and said casually while dipping a piece of toast into the meat soup. "Xena, a kind and innocent woman." The dwarf was angered by Arya's attitude. "I've killed many people, but none of them were innocent. If I remember correctly, Xena Lannister is the Countess of Riverrun City. This identity represents the original sin." Arya took a bite of the moist toast and muttered with puffed cheeks. "The old and the weak didn't participate in the battle between the lion and the wolf, they are not guilty." Tyrion said. "My mother wasn't a woman. Wasn't I a girl? Don't ask others for things you can't do yourself." Arya sneered. "You killed more than 800 people in Casterly Rock City, and you don't regret it?" Tyrion said in disbelief. "I regret it." Arya swallowed a piece of red meat that tasted strange. She frowned and sighed. "I should have stayed in Casterly Rock City for one more night. If the corpses had revived into ghouls, I would have noticed. More than 800 people, at least half of them were innocent." Tyrion said coldly. "I'll say it again. None of the people I killed were innocent." Arya put down her fork with a thump. Her gaze turned cold as she stared at the dwarf. "When Duke Tywin and Wald Frey staged the Red Wedding, any revenge against Lannister and House Frey was just. Just revenge." Tyrion frowned. "The Red Wedding was a tragedy. Jaime and I have never denied that. We are willing to represent Lannister and accept a fair and open trial. I thought our families had reached an agreement on this." "Where is the trial?" Arya sneered. "Haven't you heard of the Dragon Queen's Council? Casterly Rock City won't run away anyway. As long as Lannister isn't dead, someone will attend the final trial." Tyrion said seriously. "The Dragon Queen also put Wald Frey on trial, but did he listen?" "He didn't listen, but we did." Arya sneered. "If Stark wants Cersei to pay with her life, will you listen? What does the Red Wedding have to do with Cersei?" Tyrion was stunned. "You Lannister have committed too many sins. So many that you can't even remember them all." Arya's expression darkened. "But you may have forgotten, but I will never forget how my father died. I will never forget how Cersei desecrated my brother's body. That." The dwarf was at a loss for words. Cersei had nothing to do with the Red Wedding, but she was directly responsible for Id's death and Robb's head. "Even so, you shouldn't have killed so many people. Lannister is so cool. He wiped out Tarbeck, Castlemaine, Targaryen, Daeary, and Stark. Now that it's your turn, you're complaining?" Tyrion was depressed for a moment, then glared at her. "Who taught you to say that?" Arya was stunned and immediately shook her head. "I don't need anyone to teach me. Who doesn't know what you Lannister have done?" Tyrion sneered. "Other than the Dragon Queen, who would care about a little Daeary? So, you shouldn't have said that to me. You should have left it for the trial and cried to the Dragon Queen. She will most likely think you have done well, and that the Lannisters deserved to be destroyed." Arya's expression was a little unnatural, but she still stubbornly said, "Did I slander you?" "Sigh, the scary thing is, you're telling the truth." Tyrion shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Lannister is full of sins. At least, that's how the Dragon Queen sees it. When the trial is over, maybe the singers will write a song for you called The Tide of Casterly Rock. Just like the Reign of Castlemaine, it will sing about Stark's great revenge." A smile appeared on Arya's face. There was a hint of yearning and anticipation in her eyes. The dwarf smiled strangely and continued, "You will become the greatest faceless in history. Your name will be known by the world and sung by the singers of the world." Arya's expression turned cold. Chapter 9:10. Tyamin's main religion was the Anami. They believed that the Anami lived in flowing water palaces, brought fire from the sea, and walked through the world's oceans with fire and swords. In the Anami's teachings, the Anami created Tyamin and taught them to follow the ancient path, replace production with plunder, and write their own lives with blood, fire, and songs. In other words, rape, pillage, murder, and all sorts of evil deeds were committed, and there was no good to be done. It was a very anti-human and antisocial religion. The storm god was the Inami's eternal enemy. He lived in a hall in the clouds, and the crows were his servants. Compared to the Inami, the storm god's teachings were even more rebellious. He would lead his followers astray and lead them to self-destruction. Crow's Eye Yulun had never seen a deviant before. He didn't participate in the barbarians' attack on the wall. He didn't participate in the Battle of Winterfell. He knew for a long time that there were deviants beyond the wall. He knew that the night was coming. He knew that the deviants would bring the world into a cold and dark abyss just like in Old Nan's story. But knowing was one thing. He and Tyamin didn't have any direct impression of the deviants. So, it was a tragedy for them. When he first left the King's Landing, Yulun was actually very proud of himself. Because he fought the battle at the King's Landing so well that he almost had Stannis in the palm of his hand. He took the initiative to give up the city gates and caused heavy casualties to Stannis's army in the streets. He even killed 3 wyverns. After that, he disguised his soldiers as deserters and left the King's Landing intact. He also blew up the Red Keep, making Stannis's efforts go to waste. No one can take what he has. Before he blew up the Red Keep, he knew that this would anger Stannis. So, before he left the King's Landing, he set up one last ambush. If Erlu was still a normal person, he would have been killed by his Dragonslayer crossbow. Unfortunately, resurrection was a common thing in this era of deviants. But Yulun had reason to be happy. His actions at the King's Landing greatly pleased the storm god. The gods had blessed him. Not only did his magic power, which had been destroyed by Saint Matthew, recover, but after sacrificing the Red Castle, the Iron Throne, and the King's Landing, he had also made great progress. He was only a little bit away from becoming a demigod priest of the god of storms. Well, Yulun, Crow's Eye, sniping Erlu's soldiers in the streets and alleys, killing the pterosaur, and even setting fire to the King's Landing and the Red Castle in the end, were not simply venting. He was performing the greatest sacrificial rites of destruction, and death, which both the storm god and the Inami were fond of. However, he wasn't sacrificing Inami, but the god of storms. Just like what Crow's Eye had done in the Shield Islands and the High Court, he had pleased the god of storms and the god of storms had granted him great power and magic. Although Yulun left the King's Landing, you did not return empty-handed. After the vassals of the Vale betrayed him, Crow's Eye knew that the King's Landing would eventually fall. The city walls could not stop the pterosaurs in the sky. Therefore, the wealth of the King's Landing had long been transferred to the river bend. The carriages from the river bend carried food, and the carriages that left the King's Landing and returned to the High Court were loaded with gold and jewels. The amount was not small, more than 3 million gold royals, all of which were exchanged with food from the river bend. The Iron Throne transported food from the High Court to the King's Landing, not to distribute it to the people for free, but to stabilize the market with cheap food, to give the people hope and prevent them from rioting. Yulun himself did not care about gold, but Tyamin loved gold. With this money, even if he left the King's Landing, he could still firmly control Tyamin in his hands. Not only Tyamin, but he also had the key to the throne of the King of the Riverbend in his hands. Marguerite Tyrell. Little Rose was not dead, and had been living in the Neodymium house, under the care of the church's nannies. She was treated almost the same as Cersei. Before Erlu attacked the King's Landing, Yulun had taken Marguerite from the Neodymium house. After he had crippled Cersei and was on his way back to the High Court, he had married her. The Riverbend was the wealthiest kingdom of the 7 kingdoms, with the strongest military and the largest population. It was enough for Yulun, king to torment. With Tyamin's support, the food from the High Court, and the Riverbend throne as a foundation, Yulun felt that even if the otherworldly demons swept through the 7 kingdoms, he could sit on the Shield Islands and watch the changes in the 7 kingdoms. Just as his ex-wife had planned, let the heroes fight the otherworldly demons, and when they had bled dry, when both the otherworldly demons and the heroes had suffered great losses, he would appear with his preserved power. Yulun happily left the King's Landing with his beautiful imagination for the future. Then, He saw the living dead for the first time by the Mandaya River, 400 kilometers northeast of the High Court. In the past half a month, especially in the past 2 days, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of ghouls had rushed out from the western region. Tiamin just happened to run into a group of 100,000 ghouls in the wilderness. To the Dragon Queen and the western region volunteers, it was only 100,000 ghouls. They were already used to it, and if there were not more than 100,000 ghouls gathered together, they would not rush over to stop them. But this was the first time in Tiamin's life that he had seen such a large number of living dead. From the King's Landing to the High Court, they had walked along the Mandaya River for half a month. They had also encountered small groups of living dead outside the city, in the graveyard, and in the village. But in the face of Tiamin's large army, they all took the initiative to retreat. 100,000 ghouls ran on the snow like a flood breaking through a dam. Tiamin rode a horse and drove a carriage along the frozen river, forming a long snake formation. They were completely defenseless against the incoming enemy. But Tiamin was also dauntless. At first, he did not panic and run away. The dead will not die. They put down the leather bags with gold royals on their backs, pulled out the iron swords at their waists, shouted the slogan, and rushed forward. Then, Yulan's bodyguard Robert's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned on Tiamin and killed him. Before Tiamin could react, the tide of ghouls rushed over. The living people panicked and shouted, "7 gods above, Mother of God bless, Inami bless, 7 hells help," and so on. But in the end, they were drowned by the tide of ghouls. Not even the slightest wave was raised. When Dani chased the ghouls' army to the Mandaya River, she just happened to see this scene, the scene of the foot-washing water washing away rat droppings. The so-called tide of ghouls was just a rabbit being chased by her. It was not a flood at all. At most, it was a basin of foot-washing water. And Tiamin was like a string of rat droppings on the stone steps in front of the hall. He was instantly drowned by the foot-washing water. But the rat who took a dump was not washed away by the water. He was still struggling. Yulan naturally could not walk. He had a magnificent and spacious dog sleigh. Before the tide of ghouls rushed over, Yulan felt the cold air getting colder. His sled dog also sensed danger ahead. When the tide of ghouls appeared in their field of vision, they had the opportunity to turn around and run. Other than Yulan, there were also dozens of sleighs and hundreds of horsemen on short-legged hairy horses. Looking down from the sky, the current scene was somewhat comical. In the vast and flat snowy plains by the river, Yulan's remaining troops were at the front. In the middle was the scattered ghouls, and behind them was the Dragon Queen who was chasing after them. Yulan ran like a snake, avoiding the pursuit of the ghouls. The ghouls followed the breath of the living and approached Yulan. Their formation was getting denser and denser. And Dragon Queen's tornado only had a range of 20 to 30 meters. The ghouls scattered and ran. She could only choose to chase after the ghouls in the densest formation and let go of the ghouls that fled in all directions. Perhaps the deviant ghosts controlling the ghouls also noticed this. They deliberately left a team to cover the rear while the rest scattered and retreated. Since they had already decided to sacrifice their lives to cover the rear, they did not mind killing the living person in front of them, Yulan. Thus, they chased after Yulan even more urgently. In this way, Yulan, ghouls, and Dragon Queen's tornado were all moving in an S-shape in the snow. In the beginning, the distance was a little far. The sky was dark and the visibility was low. Tiamin did not see the tornado a few kilometers away. As Yulan ran, he stood on the sled and opened his arms. He faced the fierce wind that hit his face and prayed loudly to the storm god. The mysterious and powerful incantation floated in the wind. Tiamin, who saw his actions, were full of reverence and expectation. Yolan of Silla was the storm god's priest. He had already performed the storm god's miracles countless times. Tiamin had seen them all. Many people had even converted to the storm god because of this. They hoped that the miracles would appear again. Yolan of Silla was also confident that he could escape this time. Many years before today, he had encountered many dangers. Every time he prayed, he would receive the help of the gods. To use the most popular saying in the 7 kingdoms, Yolan of Silla was the storm god's holy son. He was on the same level as Saint Danny and Saint Erlu. They were all children of God. Of course, after this, there would be a blood sacrifice to repay the gods. However, Yolan of Silla did not care. After all, he was not the one being sacrificed. Gradually, the wind started to blow. A storm gathered above Yolan of Silla's head. The storm gods will descended to the mortal world. However, this time, the storm god did not give any guidance or blessing to Yolan of Silla. Instead, he laughed at him. Yolan, my most beloved believer, this is your fate. Entertain me for the last time. Satisfy me, make me laugh, in your own pathetic, funny, unexpected, miserable and despairing way of dying. No, storm god, my fate should not end here. Yolan's face gradually became ferocious as he shouted. Ha ha ha. The storm god laughed. On the sea, you sacrificed the passengers and crew to me. On the earth, you offered me death, blood, and lamentations. The blood sacrifice at High Court Tyrell was especially satisfying. That was the happiest time in thousands of years, second only to the King's Landing and the Iron Throne. The storm god smacked his lips as if he was savoring the taste. The king has the king's blood, and the kingdom has the king's blood. Compared to the king's blood is just leftovers. To be able to let me taste the blood of the kingdom from the ancestral land before Ahlor, Yolan, you are indeed my favorite believer. Your Majesty, I can still sacrifice more for you. Yolan shouted. From the sea to the land, from a normal merchant to a noble, from a normal noble to a duke of the Seven Kingdoms, from a duke to the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Yolan, my holy son, you have reached the peak of your life. Now, it is your turn. You are the final sacrifice. The storm god's tone became cunning and greedy. No, you have just given me divine power. I still want to become a demigod. I want to sit and watch the changes in the Seven Kingdoms. When the time comes, I will rise again and become even stronger. Yolan said angrily. Hehe, I'm looking forward to seeing how you survive today. The storm god laughed. Yolan's struggle and resistance were already pleasing him. Luring the Iron Seed to his own destruction was the core of the storm god's teachings. It was like justice to the Heavenly Father and mercy to the Holy Mother. This was the unique nature of the storm god, divinity. If Tiamin and the Iron Islands were an independent world, then the Anami would be the god of the Iron Seed, and the storm god would be the Satan who tempted the Iron Seed to fall and destruction. Those who believed in Satan would eventually fall into hell. Chapter 9:11. Storm God, please don't give up on me, Yolan of Silla said anxiously. I still have a chance. I can sacrifice more things to you. What chance do you have? The storm god mocked. As long as you help me, I can end the long night and save the world. I know the story of Yasuo, Yahai, and Lalo. If I kill the king of strange ghosts, I will be the savior, and you will become a god like Lalo. Your church will be like the Red God Temple, spread all over the world and have millions of followers. Yolan of Silla quickly made a wish. You are insulting me. The storm god was angry. Lalo, that idiot, first lost the Song of Fire, and now lost the Song of Light. First, he was defeated by Balerion, and now he was defeated by Danny and Rise. The same story keeps repeating. Now, he can't even keep his position as a true god. You want me to become him? Do you want to learn from Balerion and usurp my position? There are many followers of the Red God. Yolan of Silla said awkwardly. A true god needs followers. As my son of God, don't you know my doctrine? The storm god mocked. The doctrine of the storm god was to torture his followers and set traps to lead the Iron Seed to destruction. You said that saving the world will earn you a reward from the origin of the universe. The reason why Lalo spared no effort to carry out the Asher prophecy is to become the savior again. When I end the long night, you can take his reward. In order to survive, Yolan spoke without thinking. The storm god sneered. Are you joking? The Iron Seed that saves the world is still an Iron Seed. The Iron Seed should burn, kill, and rob, and do all kinds of evil. Saving the world is a serious matter, and it is not your turn. It is also contrary to the teachings of me and the stinky fishes. The night is long, and danger is everywhere. We, the Iron Seeds, will add insult to injury, and make this world even darker and more dangerous. I can, Yulun quickly said. Making the world darker and more dangerous is my specialty. Hehe, as long as the Iron Seed is alive, I will not be alone. Now, I just want to see you walk towards destruction. Your brother Victorian might be able to inherit your legacy. The god of storms chuckled. Fuck you, fuck your old grave. You bastard, I'll wait for you in the 7 levels of hell. Just like those Iron Seeds who had been lured by the storm god and eventually abandoned, King Yurun cursed the storm god in the last moments of his life. And the more the storm god, in the sky, the happier he was. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. In the end, they would all have one last sacrifice, sacrificing themselves to the god that they had believed in all their lives. At this moment, King Yurun was using his own despair, anger, and fear to please his Lord God, according to the storm god's expectations. Long live the storm god! God of storms, bless us. Long live Yolan of Scylla. Storm god, clean up the corpses. O storm god, you are the savior of the long night. Yulun was venting the last emotions in his life. Suddenly, the hundreds of Tiamin on the sleighs and snowy horses turned around excitedly, waving their arms and cheering loudly. He turned around in confusion and was shocked to see a huge grayish-black wind pillar a few hundred meters away. The tornado wriggled left and right on the snowfield like a smart vacuum cleaner that followed scraps of paper, sucking the gowls on the snow into its stomach one after another. Could it be that the storm god's mouth was full of righteousness? While Yolan of Scylla was pleasantly surprised, the god of storm's furious roar came from above his head. How dare you, a mere mortal, steal my wind? Ah, it's the song of wind, the realm of wind. Damn it, my god of storm is losing power. No, I'm a true god, the god of storms. How can my control over the wind element be worse than a mortal? As the storm god wailed, Yolan of Scylla saw that the whirlwind above his head had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Instead, it drifted backward bit by bit and finally merged with the tornado that was wreaking havoc on the earth. It was like a star that shone brilliantly, magnificent and sacred, nourishing the entire galaxy, but once it encountered a black hole, it would still be devoured like the thick smoke under a range hood. Song of Wind. Yolan of Scylla was stunned for a moment before realization dawned upon him. The Dragon Queen is here. Long live the Dragon Queen. He was excited and wanted to shout like this, but his rationality told him that it was not a good thing to meet the Dragon Queen here and now. The result was worse than he had expected. The tornado behind him suddenly sped up and scraped across the ground like a razor, scraping away the gowls on the snow and also harvesting Tiamin, who went from cheering to being shocked. Yolan of Scylla felt that the world was spinning. After a while, a trace of coldness flashed across his arms and legs. The intense pain came late but was unusually strong. Like a tsunami, it drowned Yolan of Scylla in an instant. His consciousness went black and he fainted. Before he fainted, he seemed to hear the Dragon Queen shouting with spiritual waves, "Hey, Wind Demon, where are you going?" Wind Demon? Could it be the god of storm? This was the last thought he had before he woke up. When he woke up again, his first thought was not "Where am I? What happened to me?" Instead, "Why is this child in front of me looking at me so fiercely?" Then came the dull pain and powerlessness from his 4 limbs. King Yoluan discovered to his horror that he could no longer feel his arms and legs. He tilted his head and looked left and right. He seemed to be in a leaky thatched stable. He was lying on a pile of moldy and damp grass. His shoulders should have been a pair of strong and powerful arms, but now they were wrapped in blood-stained linen. There was also the familiar smell of herbs and blood that drifted to the tip of her nose. Sure enough, his arms had been chopped off, and his legs, which had lost all feeling, were also gone. Awu, unprecedented despair assaulted his heart. King Yurun wailed and cursed, "Daenerys, you hypocritical holy mother, true devil, give me back Pa." The child kicked him in the mouth, interrupting his howling. Yolan of Scylla turned his head. His eyes were vicious, and his mouth was chanting an evil spell. But the next moment, as if a sharp axe had struck his brain, the sharp pain made him groan. The wizard's magic power disappeared again, and the divine power that belonged to the priest of the god of storm also dried up. His mind was like a dry land that had not rained for 10 years, and he could not even gather his spiritual power. After a while, Yolan of Scylla regained his breath and asked the only child who accompanied him in the straw shed, "Who are you?" Bang! The child heard this, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He kicked Yolan of Scylla's temple again with red eyes. Yolan of Scylla's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were like knives that could pierce through the child's forehead, throat, and heart. Then his vicious expression froze on his face, and he said in surprise and doubt, "This is the Long Table Castle. Are you Tanya's son?" The boy was about 8 or 9 years old. He had black hair and black eyes, and his lips were slightly thick. He looked like his old lover. Seeing the family emblem on the child's black velvet coat with golden edges, Yolan of Scylla confirmed his guess. It was the emblem of the Marrawace family, a golden sign of abundance on a black background, with apples, carrots, plums, onions, leeks, turnips, and other colorful fruits and vegetables. "You killed my father and insulted my mother," the child complained with a sobbing tone. You of Scylla's eyes flashed, and he said softly, "Dani Rise is lying to you. She killed your parents. I was lovers with your mother, and your father was good friends with me. They are my right-hand men. Why would I harm them? You are lying." Count Marrawace kicked Yolan of Scylla again. "I am not lying, really." Yolan of Scylla arched his body like a cocoon and looked out of the door. He saw that the soldiers and servants were busy. "Where did Dani Liz go? Before she comes back, ask someone to send me to." Yolan of Scylla hesitated. "Send me to the High Court with a sleigh first." "Dani Lilith didn't go to the High Court, did she? I've been hunting ghouls for the past few days. I just came back." Dani smiled as she walked into the stable. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." The young count hurriedly wiped away the tears on his face and trotted over to salute skillfully. Yolan of Scylla opened his eyes wide and stared blankly for a moment. He then said bitterly, "What do you want?" Dani took off her helmet and held it in her left hand. Her silver braid hung over her blue breastplate. She smiled at the young count before looking at Yolan and said, "Other than a fair and just trial, what else can we do?" "You cut off my limbs before the trial." Yolan of Scylla asked with hatred. "You should be glad that other than you, the other Chimene were all cut into pieces." Dani had a smile on her face, but her words were unusually cold. Yolan of Scylla had originally intended to ask for the treatment of a noble captive, but after hearing this and seeing the Dragon Queen's attitude, he understood that today would not be the same as the first time they had met in the Sea of Sorrow, where he would not receive a chance for redemption. Having given up on struggling to survive, his attitude also became casual. He smiled maliciously at the young count and said, "Do you know how your mother died? I sent that bitch to the barracks, and thousands of men." Bang! Dani's silver iron boots, which were stained with mud, slammed into Yolan of Scylla's penis. Ouch! Yolan's pale scarred face turned red. "Be honest, you only have one ending, but there are thousands of ways to make you die." After that, Dani called over a few knights and stuffed Yolan into a wooden box with straw mats. She did not even close the lid and directly carried it out of the shed. The knights and the servants outside the straw shed looked at Yolan with eyes full of hatred. Yolan of Scylla, on the other hand, was very calm. He did not care about their attitudes at all and only turned his head to observe his surroundings. Contrary to his expectations, they were not in the Long Table Castle. This was a snowy plain full of messy footprints. There were only a few rows of straw huts that were mostly covered in snow. They seemed to be abandoned horse huts. It was snowing, but a small sun illuminated the surrounding few kilometers. Civilians wearing tattered leather jackets pushed sleighs and picked up pieces of meat from the snow and placed them in bamboo baskets on the sleighs. Further away, a group of knights were patrolling the surroundings on horseback. Yolan gradually understood that this was the battlefield where they encountered the Ghouls. It was in the territory of the Mariv family. The Dragon Queen called the soldiers and civilians of the Long Table Castle to clean up the battlefield. "Hihi, you also have a day like this." When the knights placed Yolan on a sleigh, he heard the familiar carefree laughter. "Iron, you're not dead yet." Yolan was surprised. He turned his head, but the wooden box blocked his vision. "Why do you think you became a human swine?" Iron laughed viciously. "What do you mean?" Yulun said coldly. "It's because Danny Alice saw us in the storm that she angrily cut off your limbs. The medicine that was used to treat your injuries was even concocted by you." Iron laughed. Yulun's expression changed a few times. He asked, "You're not dead? What about Haya and Marguerite?" Chapter 9:12. Long Table Castle. Under the porch of the main hall, a 2-meter-tall armored knight was chained to a pillar in the corridor. Silver steel armor and a white cape. It was a proper white knight set. At this moment, the pure white color was stained with dark red and smelly blood. It was like a courtyard after the first snow, trampled by the servants and knights. The white knight's helmet was nowhere to be seen, revealing a grayish-white head that was sewn together by the worst tailor. On the dead face, there was a pair of small bulb-like eyes that emitted a cold and terrifying blue light. 7 gods above, what did Circe do? Monster, this is a monster. It's too tragic. She was the queen of the north, but she ended up like this. This is a curse. She will be cursed by the gods for breaking the holy oath. Didn't the rat chef turn into a rat? But Wade Fry didn't turn into a rat. Wade Fry believes in the 7 gods. He might even be carrying a scroll of atonement with him. Robb Stark is a heretic who believes in the old gods. In the courtyard, the knights and servants were huddled together, pointing at the tall white knight on the pillar. The white knight tied to the pillar was Robb Strong, also known as Robb Demon Mountain. The aura of the living people around him made Robb Ghost restless. He struggled with all his might. The chains on his body tightened, and the marble pillar began to sway slightly. Quick, call the Dragon Queen. Robb Stark is about to break free from his chains. A noble lady covered her mouth and exclaimed. In the main hall, Danny was arranging for the scholars of Long Table Castle to send a warning letter to the southern nobles. Hearing the commotion outside, she quickly walked out and drew the white sword at her waist. She slashed Demon Mountain's legs and arms a few times. The sharp edge of the sword even broke the steel armor. Immediately, although Demon Mountain was still shaking his head and struggling with all his might, his limbs went limp like noodles. Your Majesty, why aren't we burning this monster who blasphemed against the 7 gods? Why are we still keeping him? A short middle-aged knight with a yellow centaur emblem on his chest asked. He is Sir Bitter Bridge, Laurente Caswell. The Bitter Bridge Castle was small. After the Winterfell battle, the Ghost Resistance Committee ordered the Bitter Bridge Castle to gather his family and citizens in the Long Table Castle. However, he was considering moving a second time recently. He wanted to move east to the safer Windstop Fort, or south to the old town near Chingting Island. Danny pointed at Ghost Luo Bai and said, "This is Luo Bai Stark's head and Demon Mountain's torso. I have to hand the corpse over to Stark to deal with." In fact, she was thinking in her heart, "You're just a muggle, how would you know how precious this is?" She didn't want to study necromancy spells. Instead, she wanted to understand why the resurrected corpse demon suddenly became a corpse ghost, and why its strength had increased so much. Robert Strong was originally spellcaster Scholar Cabon's personal bodyguard for Circe. After Cabourn died an unnatural death, Circe was also under the supervision of the church nanny. Yulun stole control of Robert Strong and made him his Kingsguard. When they left the King's Landing, even the minister of the inner court, Tanya, was sent to the barracks to reward the soldiers. Robert Strong, the most fierce man of the 7 kingdoms, was always kept by Yulun's side. Yulun originally liked Tanya, who was proficient in the 7 cries of spring. He didn't lie to the young earl. He and his mother were really lovers. But now that they were gone, what was the use of being lovers? Robert Strong was strong and didn't need to eat. He was like a perpetual motion machine. He followed Yulun all the way to the river without making any mistakes. Until the deviants appeared. Facing the corpse ghost horde, Yulun had hoped that Robert Strong would show his true colors as the most fierce general of the 7 kingdoms. The endless stamina and unparalleled bravery of Robert versus the endless and tireless deviants. It seemed to be a good match. But he didn't expect that in just one exchange, Robert Strong's eyes lit up. He then turned around and started killing the living Tiamin. It was like a ripe corpse that could be easily harvested by the other ghosts. Even in the midst of a group of deviants, Robert Strong's attire and body shape were too conspicuous. When Dany found him in the center of the tornado, she immediately noticed that he was unusual and didn't kill him. The crowd surrounding Robert Strong had yet to disperse when Dany returned to the castle hall, accompanied by a few noble knights. The Dragon Queen had been at the river bend for 4 to 5 days. Many earls and knights from the surrounding 200 to 300 kilometers had come. They either came on their own or arranged for powerful knights to represent them. After the incident in Casterly Rock City, over 1 million deviants had entered River Bend nearly a month ago. Even Golden Tree City, Red Lake Castle and a few other old noble castles of the Green Hand faction had been destroyed. The River Bend vassals were all panicking. Even the old man in the old town had sent many letters asking for help to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, now that the deviants in the west have all run to River Bend, why don't you stay at the Long Table Castle or go to the Fruit Wine Hall? As long as you raise your banner, you will be able to quickly form a 5,000-strong River Bend volunteer corps. I swear, they are all baptized true knights." Sir Tantun Forsoway, who had a grey breastplate with a red apple printed on it, suggested. He was the red apple of the Fruit Wine Hall. "The Long Table Castle and the Fruit Wine Hall are too small. Why don't we expel Tiamin and take down High Court? Her Majesty the Queen will lead the River Bend Volunteer Corps and use High Court as a base to rescue the various areas of River Bend. Just like in the West." John Forsoway, who had a velvet coat with a green apple printed on it, said. He was a New Barrel City Knight and the head of the Green Apple Forsoway family. These two were actually old acquaintances with Dany. Not only the two of them, but many of the surrounding knights and knights had interacted with the Dragon Queen a long time ago. Yes, when the Dragon Queen participated in the Honey River tournament as a Batrider. The two Forsoways had even sent roasted fish to the Batrider. Knight Monterey frowned and said, "Victarion refused to give up High Court and even threatened us. If we forced him, he would set fire to High Court's granary." At the same time, he also swore on the honor of the Greyjoy family that as long as he was alive, he would never allow the living dead to take even half a step into High Court. He was the guardian that Miltania had personally chosen for her son Roussel before she went to King's Landing. During this time, he also represented the Marrawace family and was at the Dragon Queen's beck and call. As soon as Knight Monterey finished speaking, the surrounding people all turned to look at the Dragon Queen. "I have no interest in interfering with Riverbend's political situation. Also, High Court is too far away. It's not the best place to defend," Dany said. High Court was of course not remote. It was located downstream of the Mandea River and had the most fertile manor in River Bend. It was also almost in the center of River Bend. But when Dany considered defense issues, she had to consider the West Eros as a whole. On the map of the Seven Kingdoms, High Court was in the southwest corner. It was too remote. After thinking for a moment, Dany said, "It's a fact that the deviant ghosts have entered River Bend. We can't leave them alone. The River Bend Volunteer Corps can be formed. It doesn't need too many people, 3,000 knights is enough. They will be temporarily stationed in Long Table Castle." Just as the River Bend Duke's face lit up, she said, "You still have to strengthen your own castle's defenses. The Volunteer Corps will only be responsible for gowls with a scale of more than 100,000. At this point, Dany couldn't help but show a helpless expression. "Knights, you should understand that River Bend isn't the only principality in West Eros. Not to mention the fallen western region, the situation in Hadjen and the King's territories is not optimistic. But there are only so few Dawn warriors, and they can only defend the city. Even if I sleep on the dragon's back every day, it's impossible to rescue all the castles on time. In fact, in the past week, 2 earls in Hadjen have already fallen." The kind-looking green apple John frowned and said, "The situation in the Seven Kingdoms is too difficult. The food is getting less and less, and the knights are getting fewer and fewer. More and more people are dying. What should we do in the future? It would be great if there were a few more great wizards like Her Majesty the Queen," Red Apple said. Earl Mattis Rowan shook his head and said, "There's no need to be as strong as the Queen. We only need a few fire wizards in each castle. They can send messages instantly and make wildfires. Together with a few priests and 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers with dragon crystal weapons, we won't be afraid of a siege of 30 to 50,000 ghouls. He was the Earl of Golden Tree City. Golden Tree City's Rowan belonged to the Green Hand faction and was one of the top nobles. Earl Matus himself was known for his wisdom, prudence, and popularity in the Seven Kingdoms. Together with Randall Tarley and Pixter Redwyn, they were known as the three heroes of the River Bend. In the beginning, Kevin had wanted Matus to be the hand of the king, but Matus was different from Randall. He had no prejudice against the Dragon Queen and had no intention of helping the Iron Throne change its fate. After King Aegon landed in Storm's End Castle, he brought his tribe soldiers back to his hometown. He had been helping Mace Tyrell besiege Storm's End Castle. Unfortunately, fate did not favor Matus. His home was blocking the path of hundreds of thousands of ghouls heading south. When the Dragon Queen arrived, Golden Tree City had already fallen. Only the main castle was still resisting in despair. It was similar to Hearthstone. Therefore, Earl Matus said with emotion, "We Westeros have too few wizards. If there are as many wizards as scholars, Golden Tree City will definitely be able to hold on until the Queen arrives. It's not that there are few, but other than the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing, there is no foundation for wizards to survive. In the past, when we found forest witches, we would hang them. Who would dare to study magic?" Red Apple muttered. Old Matus' eyes flashed and he said meaningfully, "Maybe we need to build a magic academy similar to the City of Learning." Dragon Queen saw his gaze and nodded. "That's a good idea, but you have to solve a problem first. Magic is the most direct form of power. Wizards who have power will affect the power of the nobles. What should we do?" Old Matus seemed to have thought about this problem. He immediately replied, "Let the wizards become secluded schools. The Magic Guild will manage the daily affairs of the wizards. The Magic Guild itself will be supervised by the church to ensure that the wizards do not participate in politics and do not engage in secular activities. It will be similar to the church's monastery. Then, the Magic Guild headquarters will be located in a remote area, such as beyond the Great Wall." "Earl Rowan, aren't you thinking too far ahead?" Green Apple John frowned. "Not far." Old Matus shook his head and looked at the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty, how long do you think the long night will last?" "More than 10 years, Dany said with certainty. "Ah, 10 years." The knights and knights on both sides of the conference table were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. "My family's food is only enough to last for 2 years. What should we do? If we collect more ghouls and beasts, my family may be able to last for 4 years. 7 gods, we are the wealthiest river bend here. After 10 years, will there still be anyone alive in the 7 kingdoms?" Chapter 9:13. When they heard the Dragon Queen say that the long night would last for more than 10 years, all the Riverbend dukes wailed. Unlike the north, which was so poor that they couldn't even afford to eat, the rebellion of the 4 princes didn't happen in Riverbend, and Riverbend had a large population. Even if they took out the soldiers who participated in the war, it wouldn't affect the agricultural production of the various territories. This was a stark contrast to the north. Robb only took away less than 20,000 strong laborers, and the wheat was left to rot in the fields. River Bend had gathered at least 20,000 cavalrymen and 30,000 infantrymen to support Lan Li. Their total military strength was more than 50,000, but they still had the manpower and resources to hold the Honey River tournament. But now, even the rich River Bend couldn't last 4 years. How could the 7 kingdoms survive 10 years of the long night? They had every reason to be desperate. Actually, 10 years isn't too long. Old Marvin hesitated and disagreed. "Count Rowan, are you out of your mind? 10 years isn't long." Sir Laurent of Bitter Bridge said with a ridiculous expression. "The last long night lasted for an entire generation," Matus Rowan said calmly. Everyone looked at each other. "I thought the legend was fake." Professor Fermers even wrote a book called The Lies of the Ancients. He said that the deviant ghosts were just an ancient tribe that lived in the far north and had once invaded the Great Wall. The reason why the barbarians in the far north became the monsters in the story was because the Night Watchers and Stark wanted to make themselves into heroes who saved humanity, a knight muttered. Sigh, I've also read The Lies of the Ancients. The author, called Fermers, was a top history doctor. The ancients didn't lie, but the scholars now are trying to make up a fake history that suits their own interests to cover up the truth. We've been screwed over by those scholars, another knight complained. Then, one knight after another stood up and said that they had also read The Lies of the Ancients. The scholars of the City of Knowledge also denied the existence of the deviant ghosts and the long night, so they didn't want to store food at all. They were all River Bend nobles and lived very close to the City of Knowledge. Many of them had studied there when they were young, so they were more influenced by the scholars than nobles in other areas. Count Mattis tapped the table lightly with his finger. When the hall quieted down, he said, "Now is not the time to complain about the City of Knowledge. We are discussing the matter of the Magic Academy." With Old Mar's reminder, everyone realized that they had strayed too far from the topic. They couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen was not embarrassed at all. She only looked at them indifferently, which made them even more embarrassed. Count Mattis cleared his throat and continued, "Because the long night will last for many years, I believe that there is a need to cultivate magicians now. If you have studied in the City of Knowledge, you should know that the City of Knowledge has many extraordinary sects' meditation techniques. We have the conditions to systematically cultivate extraordinary powers. Now, the residents of the villages and small towns are all gathered in the big castles. It's easy to use the glass candles to pick out the children with extraordinary talent." At this point, a calculating look flashed across Old Mar's eyes. He whispered to the Dragon Queen beside him, "Based on the time it takes to light the glass candle, we should be able to determine the level of talent, right?" Danny looked deeply at the square-nosed count and said, "Spiritual power will grow with age and wisdom. If an underage child can light the glass candle, no matter how long it takes, he will be considered an extraordinary talent. We are all believers of the 7 gods. Even if we become magicians, we should not change our faith. Do you think the Holy Mother will like the profession of magic priest?" Count Mattis asked cautiously. "I will like it very much." Danny thought for a moment with a dark face, then said with certainty, "The Holy Mother is merciful. She sees all believers as her own children. She will like every child equally." Count Mattis's face was full of sincerity. He said in a low voice, "The best magicians should serve the 7 gods." This. The nobles looked at the Dragon Queen and hesitated. "We all know that you want to use the church to suppress those with extraordinary powers. But the church is already so powerful. If we shove the best people into the church, are we going to be lords of the Holy Church in the future?" But Saint Danny was the most devout pope. She was the Holy Mother's spokesperson in the human world. They thought so in their hearts, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Old Mattis was a shrewd person. How could he not guess what his colleagues were thinking? He said directly, "The Holy Mother has always disapproved of the Church's involvement in the politics of the 7 kingdoms." The Holy Mother nodded. In the 7 Stars Bible, there are 7 commandments and 49 rules that regulate the behavior of magicians. The first commandment is to cut off the desire for power. The Holy Mother is merciful, and the Holy Father is selfless. Old Mattis immediately said solemnly. The reason why Old Mattis made such a suggestion was because he had been studying the new 7 Stars Bible and the Church's recent actions. He completely understood the Holy Mother's thoughts. She was against the excessive expansion of the Church's power and strictly prohibited the Church's power from interfering with the secular royal power. The right to rule belonged to the king and the nobles. The right to religion and faith belonged to the 7 gods. This was the rule that the Holy Mother had always emphasized. The current archbishop, including Pope Saint Danny, strictly abided by this rule. If it was during the reign of the Great Sparrow, Mattis would only suggest to form the strongest magic association to fight against the power of the Church. At the end of the day, to the general public, their own interests would always come before their faith. The Holy Mother is merciful, and the Holy Father is just. The nobles around the conference table agreed in unison. After reaching a consensus, Mattis let out a long breath and said, "In 3 to 5 years, we can institutionalize magicians like scholars. If there are 3 to 5 magicians in every castle, it will be much safer to defend the city." Other than defending the city and transmitting messages, we might also be able to solve the food problem through magic. At this point, old Mattis pointed out the window. There was a small sun hanging in the sky. But once we train so many magicians, a standardized system will be necessary. We have to discuss it properly, he continued. In the Ursos continent, supernatural forces are abnormally active. It doesn't seem to affect the secular political system, John of the Green Apple said. The free cities are a cesspool. They are not our role models, Count Mattis said with disdain. Although the Westeros were like cesspool, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms all looked down on the free cities across the narrow sea. They despised the people of Ursos for their lack of honor, disobedience, chaos, stupidity, and short-sightedness. It made sense. In the Westeros, Joffrey being poisoned to death by his wife was a once-in-a-thousand-years case. But on the other side of the narrow sea, the number of kings who died from poison and assassination exceeded those who died of natural causes. Of course, the free people in the free cities also despised the land of sunset for being barbaric and backward. In short, the Westeros were terrible, and so was Ursos. It was a rotten world. We really can't learn from the chaotic Ursos. The Dragon Queen thought for a moment and agreed with Count Mattis' idea of institutionalizing and standardizing the magicians. Did you see Robert Strong in the hallway? It's a product of necromancy. Not only does it desecrate the body and soul of the dead, but its existence is also very dangerous. For example, it originally belonged to Cersei, but Lun easily took control of it. After that, he encountered the ancestors of necromancy, the deviant ghosts, and Lun also suffered a backlash. Your Majesty, you are almost the strongest magician in the world, and also our queen. You have the final say in the Magic Academy and the magician system. A knight flattered. Dany shook her head. This concerns the future of the Seven Kingdoms. I can't make the decision alone. We can build the framework first, and then we can discuss it slowly. Now, I only want to mention one thing: standardization of subjects. The others were still confused, but Count Mattis had already understood the Dragon Queen's idea. Your Majesty, you mean to restrict the magicians' professions? Yes, during the long night, we need fire magicians the most. When the long night is over, we also have to ban the existence of necromancy, shadowbinder, wizard, blood wizard, and other evil professions. We only need magicians that are beneficial to society, to the people, and to humanity. For example, potion priests, scalpel priests, mechanical wildfire specialists, weather forecasters, pest poisoners, plant and animal breeders, and special material forgers. Everyone, including Count Mattis, looked at the Dragon Queen, who was talking non-stop, with a blank expression. I don't seem to have heard of any of the professions you mentioned, old Mattis mumbled. Never heard of any of them. Dragon Queen said helplessly, look at the mainstream magicians of Eastern Asia. Dark warlocks, necromancers, cloud realm magicians, fire warlocks, blood wizards, interrogators, judgment knights, poisoners, shadowbinders, and red-robed monks. 9.5 out of 10 are evil magicians. Supernatural powers are indispensable, but we can't abandon the teachings of the seven gods, believe in evil gods, and learn evil witchcraft. So, we have to create a new magician profession. That makes sense. Your Majesty is far-sighted. All the lords began to praise him with sincerity. Hearing the Dragon Queen talk about the Asian magicians, their scalps went numb. They even began to doubt the need to establish a magician system. Those evil magicians were not much worse than deviant ghost. Your Majesty, what do these new professions represent? After a round of flattery, Count Mattis was puzzled. Potion priests are priests who are proficient in potions, and use holy healing with potions. Poisoners no longer study how to poison humans, but focus on how to kill pests in the fields without affecting human health. Weather forecasters are moon chanters who specialize in weather prediction. There are also breeders. We can't study the blood magic of sacrificing evil gods, but the blood magic itself is not evil. We can use magic to cultivate crops that are more resistant to cold and have higher yields. And material forgers, we need. The Dragon Queen wasn't exactly improvising. She had considered the problem of the mage class for a long time, but the existing extraordinary factions were simply too evil. In the Barren Land, in Asia, every magician had studied black magic. If black magic could promote the development of society, Dany could tolerate its existence. But the truth was, other than Valeglia's fire witchcraft, the existing magician system not only did not increase productivity, but also limited the progress of society. The matter of cultivating magicians should be done sooner rather than later. Maybe we can try it out in the old town, and let the scholars participate, Mattis said tentatively. Let the scholars who always advocated the true world cultivate supernatural powers? Dany's lips curled into a mocking smile. I heard that the scholars are busy moving the city of knowledge to Qingting Island. There are also living dead outside the old town, a knight said. Chapter 9:14. Dragon Queen coldly said, I will send a message to Count Hythar. All scholars who leave the Westeros, regardless of whether they are apprentices, scholars, or doctors, will be beheaded and hung in public. They must stay in the old town. No, not only the old town, the scholars must go to the front line. They are not required to guard the Seven Kingdoms, but at least they must protect the river bend that has nurtured the city of knowledge for thousands of years. Wherever there is a crisis, go to that castle. Take off the necklace, put on the iron armor, the sheepskin scroll in the left hand, the dragon tooth blade in the right. Climb the city wall in battle, go to school in leisure. Kill the living dead with the blade, educate the young scholars. Kill the ghosts while cultivating the gifted children in the castle into wildfire priests. Yes, know how to make wildfire and have a firm belief in the seven gods. What do you think? She glanced at the river bend dukes on both sides of the long table. Good. Very good. Let's do it. Coming back to their senses, the dukes kept applauding. First of all, Dragon Queen's proposal was beneficial to them. It was always good to have more than one scholar as cannon fodder. Moreover, by cultivating magic apprentices in their own castle, they would ultimately be guarding their castle instead of sending them to the City of Knowledge. They did not know who would benefit. Secondly, like Dragon Queen, they also felt that the City of Knowledge's performance in this long night was too dereliction of duty, too bad. Of course, they themselves did a bad job. If there was a scholar to take the blame, they would be very happy. Finally, to the Dragon Queen's proposal, it was better to applaud than to oppose it. They were all counting on the Queen's blade storm to save their lives. Your Majesty, it is not a problem to let the scholars defend the city. In the past 2 years, in order to guard against the night attacks of the bounty hunters and the assassination missions of the Faceless, the scholars have trained several military skills such as swordsmanship, military formations, and reconnaissance to a very high level. In terms of duels, most knights are not their opponents. In terms of leading troops to war, the City of Knowledge can also choose 30 or 40 qualified generals. In terms of assassination and espionage, I estimate that except for the Faceless, there is no organization stronger than the City of Knowledge. Even, the City of Knowledge can immediately become the Seven Kingdoms' #1 assassin group, or an intelligence agency. But even if the scholars have thousands of abilities and thousands of methods, they themselves do not know magic. How can they teach magic apprentices? Count Mattis frowned. Count Rowan, you've forgotten the scholar's strongest skill. Dany sighed. What skill? Oldmar asked in surprise. Turn the false into the real. Everyone was at a loss. Maestas can turn true history into false stories, and turn their own lies into true history that everyone believes. They turned real magic into deception, and turned a ridiculous lie into the highest ideal that the scholars of the City of Knowledge have been pursuing for hundreds of years. Since that's the case, let's let them continue to turn the false into the real, and use their fake identities to deceive a group of real mage apprentices. Anyway, the scholars didn't know magic before, and they liked to add a steel chain to their necklace that represented Doctor of Magic. The corners of the nobles' mouths twitched, but they could not refute. Perhaps we can follow the script and only teach the basic fire wizards and moon singers meditation techniques, and teach them the techniques to concoct wildfire. Count Mattis rubbed his nose and said helplessly. After coming out of Margaery's bedroom, the Dragon Queen broke the silence and asked with a smile, do you think she's pretending to be crazy, or is she really crazy? Little Rose Margaery Tyrell had always been alive, but her father Mace and brother Loras were tortured to death by Circe. Yes, they were murdered by Cabourn as a test subject for black magic. When they were in King's Landing, Circe often tortured her, and the nun who guarded the maiden house had also reported to the church that little Rose had some mental problems. After Circe was imprisoned, Margaery's life became better, and she was treated the same as Circe in the Empress Dowager's tower. After that, Yulun escaped and prepared to continue being the king in High Court, so he brought Margaery with him. When they passed by Bumpy Settlement, Yulun even found a monk in the town to help him and little Rose host the wedding. On the night of the wedding, he and his subordinate Tiamin ransacked the prosperous but weak trading town. Tiamin used blood and fire as the wedding celebration to celebrate the marriage of Yolan of Scylla and Queen Margaery. Because of this atrocity, the King's Landing knew of Margaery's existence. Bumpy Settlement was at the source of the Mandea River, only 300 kilometers away from King's Landing. Erlu valued Riverbend very much, and long ago appointed Sir Ysir Florent as the Duke of High Court. At first, Ysir sent his barbarian wife to the church to be Sister Silence, and was prepared to marry Randall Tarlis' daughter. With Randall's current status, and Florent being one of the top nobles of the Green Hand faction, Ysir could minimize the resistance of the Riverbend's vassals. But Randall Tarly was a very traditional and old-fashioned noble. He couldn't even accept Dragon Queen's identity as a foreign woman, let alone a pagan king. Randall refused very straightforwardly, and even swore in public that he would rather send his daughter to the church to be Sister Silence than marry her to a Red God disciple. When Randall Tarly shaved his head and became a monk, Ysir looked down on his niece-in-law. Because Randall, who had joined the warrior's son, had given up secular power and was no longer the leader of the Riverbend's vassals. When the tragedy of Bumpy Settlement reached King's Landing, Ysir woke up as if from a dream. Queen Chu, who loves to drink moon tea Margaery, was not dead yet. He immediately expressed his willingness to take over, even if it was the fifth hand. Well, Margaery had married Renly, dead, Joffrey, dead, Tommen, dead, and Yulun, dying. Now it was Ysir's turn to be the fifth hand. Almost a week had passed since the Dragon Queen entered the Riverbend. A week was enough for King's Landing to figure out Margaery's current location. So, the Onion Knight sent a letter to the Long Table on behalf of Erlu, asking about Dragon Queen's arrangements for Margaery, and tactfully hinted, if you have a plan, just pretend I didn't say anything. If you don't care about Margaery's fate, can you give her to Ysir as a wife? After receiving the letter from King's Landing, Dany officially visited Margaery for the first time. She was going to ask Margaery for her opinion, accompanied by several Riverbend barons. Then, she saw a withered woman whose soul was as stable as an old dog, whose image, performance, and language were extremely crazy. When Dany used Bladestorm, she could accurately control each willow leaf sword, although most of the time she didn't deliberately waste her mental power to control them. Last time, when the tornado swept Yulun and his sled into the storm, the 3 neatly placed boxes at the back of the sled opened, revealing 2 human swine and a well-dressed woman. Dany was surprised for a moment, then saved them and turned Yulun into a human swine. She had seen Margaery at that time, but little Rose was weak. After spinning twice in the wind, she fainted. Today was the second time they met. Margaery had turned from a plump and juicy red apple in summer to a pale and shriveled pickled radish strip. Pale white replaced rosy, rough replaced smooth, plump became shriveled, and lustrous became withered and dim. When the beautiful and valiant Night Queen appeared in front of her, Margaery grinned foolishly, then squatted on the bed and took a dump with a strong smell. While taking a dump, she used her hands to dig. Dany wasn't sure if Shitty Rose would put the poop on her face or into her mouth if she stood there for a while longer. If that happened, she would admire her. However, she really couldn't bear the smell. She didn't even greet her, nor did she pretend to be concerned. She just turned around and left. The barons who came to visit Shitty Rose didn't stay long either. They were all sent out by the smell. Poor Margaery. She was tortured to the point of insanity by Yulun and Circe. Lady Bethany wiped her tears. She was Mattis' wife. After Golden Tree City fell, she and the 3 children followed Mattis to the Long Table Hall. Other than being a countess, she was also Margaery's cousin. Her surname was Redwine, and she was Old Rose's niece. Miltania had been rotated by Tyamin and died when the valley road collapsed. Now, Bethany was also the mistress of Longtable Castle. Among the vassals, Count Mattis had the highest status. Lady Bethany had been taking care of Marguerite for the past few days. Outside the house, she rambled on and told the Dragon Queen about Marguerite's crazy behavior and words to explain her niece's previous rude behavior. But just as they left Marguerite's courtyard, Danny smiled and asked a question that made the vassals of River Bend shudder. Do you think Marguerite is faking her insanity, or is she really crazy? She should be crazy. She even pooped. She must be crazy. Sigh, Miss Marguerite was the #1 golden rose of River Bend back then. You Lun and Cersei are crazy. Everyone chimed in one after another. Some were regretful, while others were resentful. Basically, Marguerite's insanity was set in stone. Perhaps, it can be cured, Count Mattis said hesitantly. The other barons glanced at him with unfriendly gazes. Whether she was really crazy or not, she had to be crazy now. If she was really crazy, then it was still okay. If she was faking it, then what was she trying to do by lying to the Dragon Queen? Was she trying to take back High Court and restore the glory of House Tyrell? But they really didn't want to risk their lives for Tyrell now. Mattis also glared back at them. Whether Marguerite was crazy or not had nothing to do with her. It was up to the Dragon Queen to decide. The reason the vassals of River Bend were so cautious about Marguerite was because the ownership of High Court was still uncertain. The situation now was very clear. Tyamin wanted the throne of River Bend king, Olu wanted it, and some of the Green Hand nobles in River Bend were also itching to make a move. Even Tyrion and Sansa had openly tried to take it. Then, did the Dragon Queen want it? After all, the dwarf was her illegitimate brother. How much could he represent her? Dany, who was walking at the front, pretended not to notice the exchange of glances between the barons behind her. She only said calmly, "Tell me, should we agree to Sir Ysir's request?" "Who is Ysir?" "He is only the second son of House Florent," a knight immediately objected. "The point is, that old thing Ysir has become a follower of the Red God. How can we tolerate a heretic becoming king? Ysir even helped Stannis burn his own brother to death. That is a crime of kinslaying. Lady Marguerite is already very pitiful. Don't let her be tortured by the heretics." Almost everyone objected to handing Marguerite over. "Other than dealing with the other ghosts, I don't care about the power changes in River Bend." Dany first expressed her attitude, then reminded them, "But don't forget one thing. House Tyrell is fully responsible for the Purple Wedding. In theory, Marguerite no longer has the right to inherit High Court." Chapter 9:15. After the Dragon Queen's reminder, everyone remembered that she had already judged the case of the Purple Wedding fairly and publicly. The results of the trial were also approved by all the online nobles. Tyrell had violated the sacred marriage contract and murdered the king. Given the current situation of his family, Marguerite would continue to repent and atone for her sins, abolishing Tyrell's title and fief as the Lord of High Court. Why did Dany's decision to abolish Tyrell receive the approval of all the nobles? There were two reasons. Firstly, violating the sacred marriage contract and murdering the king were both grave crimes, similar to violating the rights of the guests. The greatest merit was saving the king, and the greatest crime was killing the king. Arya had also killed the king. She had killed Tomon, but Arya's crime of killing Tomon was far less than Tyrell's murder of Joffrey. Even if Joffrey deserved to die, Tomon was pure and innocent. The key was the status of the king and his minister. In a feudal society, there was no relationship more sacred than the righteousness of the king and his minister. Therefore, Tyrell's crime was enough for them to exterminate his family. Secondly, Tyrell's sovereignty over High Court originated from the Targaryens. If Dany wanted to abolish the King of the North, Stark, or the King of the West, Lannister, the vassals of the North and the West would probably ignore her. They would have 10,000 reasons to object. But for High Court Tyrell and Riverview Tully, their righteousness came from the Targaryens, and not from their ancestors' martial arts and morals. If High Court was still as powerful as it was during the War of the Four Kings, the Dragon Queen's trial would be nothing. But High Court Tyrell had declined to the point where he only had righteousness left. Righteousness was useful to others, but it was no different from a fart in front of the Dragon Queen. Understanding this, the River Bend nobles' expressions changed. Margaery, who had lost her right to inherit High Court, no longer had any value in marriage. You are Margaery's uncle. Why don't you bring her to New Barrel City to recuperate? The Dragon Queen turned her gaze to Jon of the Green Apple. New Barrel City's Sir Jon Forsoway married Jaina Tyrell, Mace Tyrell's sister and Little Rose's aunt. Before this, Jon of New Barrel City had fantasized about chasing away Tywin and letting one of his sons inherit the throne. The kind-looking old Jon said tactfully, "Your Majesty, of course I'm willing to take care of poor Margaret. But New Barrel City is only a knight's domain, it does not belong to the Mandaya River defense stronghold that you have planned. Even our family is moving to the Fruit Wine Hall next door." Sir Red Apple Tantun immediately said, "There is always a residence for Miss Margaery in the Wine Hall." Green Apple Jon didn't feel grateful. He only felt bitter in his heart. If Margaret wasn't crazy, he wouldn't object to having an extra pair of chopsticks at the dining table. However, his niece was obviously not someone who was easy to deal with. If they could even defecate in public, how could their small knight's domain stand them in the future if they were to cause trouble in the future? Jon Forsoway stroked the long beard on his wide chin and said slowly, "I was thinking that the Wine Hall is at the front line of the war against the ghosts. It's not very safe, at least it won't be too peaceful. Margaret needs a quiet and comfortable environment to recuperate. So, it's better to send her to the Old Town at the rear. The Old Town Starry Church has Archbishop John, who is proficient in the teachings of the Mother of Mary. He can help Margaret complete her redemption." This was the so-called aristocratic families have many roots and leaves. Although Highting Tyrell was destroyed, it didn't mean that Margaret was homeless. Her relatives were everywhere in the river, and they were very close. For example, Dany's White Knight, Garth Hyder, was Margaret's uncle. The old man in the Old Town was her grandfather. Even if the Old Town was besieged by the Gowls, Margaret could still retreat to Chingting Island. There was also a group of relatives in the Redwyn Castle. After returning to the main castle, Dany immediately used the center of the magic net to contact Laughter Baylor of the Towering Tower, Garth's elder brother, the heir of the Old Town. Uncle Baylor was very concerned about his niece's situation. He didn't refuse and expressed his willingness to accept Margaret on the spot. He also asked the Dragon Queen if she could find an honest husband in the future. Dany didn't object. She only made one request: Margaret had to complete 5 years of penance. Back then, Cersei had united with the church to judge Margaret for murdering Joffrey. Margaret would retain her status as a queen, but she had to atone for her sins in the Lady's Abode. She had to wait until Tomon came of age and she gave birth to an heir for Tomon. Only then could she regain her freedom. If Tomon was 15 years old, Margaret would have to cultivate for 5 years. Now, 1 year had passed. Joy Baylor didn't object. Margaret was only 1 year older than Dany. She was only 20 now. 4 years later, she would still be 24. She wasn't considered old. At least, she was better than Princess Elaine of Dorne, who only started to talk about marriage at the age of 27. This news reached the King's Landing at the same time. Within a few days, with the scattering of messenger crows, almost all the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms knew about Margaret's fate. Out of Dany's expectation, Yassel of the King's Landing and Victorian of High Court said at the same time that they were willing to wait for 4 years. 4 years later, they would marry Margaret as the King of High Court. This was a story for later. After ending the communication with the Towering Tower of the Old Town, Dany began to deal with Yulun. Compared to Margaret, Yulun's trial affected more people's hearts. Long Table Castle, rectangular main hall. 3 fireplaces were burning fiercely. A row of torches was inserted into the wall opposite the fireplace. The hall was filled with fire. The Dragon Queen and the nobles were also glowing. The Dragon Queen sat on a tall wooden chair, 3 steps higher than the others. The nobles sat in a row near the fireplace according to their status. The knights, merchants, and craftsmen of status in the castle stood opposite them. At the end of the hall, there were a few rows of seats for the noble ladies of the castle. 3 wooden boxes were carried up. 3 human swine that had lost their arms and legs were revealed in front of everyone. The ladies' seats were filled with suppressed excitement. All 3 human swine had blue lips. It was very strange. Dani first pointed to the skinny man with the darkest lips on her left and said, "He is the great wizard of keys, Haya. He is not a victim, but a sinner like Yulan. Of course, Haya has no enmity with the Westeros or any of you. It is even his first time coming to this continent. No, I have been to the King's Landing and the Old Town to search for traces of the mystic dragon." Looking at the Dragon Queen, Haya's dim eyes regained some light. Her expression was very complicated. There was no hatred, only amazement and sadness. "All right, he has been to the Westeros." Dani shrugged nonchalantly. "I put him on trial today because of a personal grudge. He violated the guest's rights and violated the oath he made to me in the Red Wasteland. Then, Dani sent Haya to the Red Wasteland to search for the dragon and made an oath to protect her guest's rights. After arriving at Keys, he plotted against her in the Immortal Palace. When the plot failed, he hired the regretful guest to assassinate her. When the assassination failed, he even decided to curse her with witchcraft. Look at you. You left your hometown and traveled thousands of miles to the other side of the world just to violate your oath. Why? Why bother? Look, you got your retribution." Dani sighed. After listening to the Dragon Queen's story, the surrounding nobles, knights, merchants, and ladies had strange expressions. This male wizard is too unlucky. He went the wrong way while chasing after the Dragon Queen and ended up running into Yulan. This is the curse of the gods. He violated the oath and violated the guest's rights. He deserved this retribution. I didn't expect Her Majesty's early experience to be so legendary. Legendary? Surviving is legendary. Do you think you can escape this disaster if it was you? If that's the case, the Queen is really blessed by the gods. Dani waved her hand and got everyone to stop. She said, "Haya, do you have anything to say?" "Say what? You want me to praise you for being capable, sing your praises, and praise your achievements that transcend the mortal world, and then cry bitterly and regret my sins and short-sightedness? Dream on," Haya said sarcastically. "How dare you? This evil wizard doesn't know what's good for him." The knights were flustered and exasperated, the surrounding knights were ready to make a move, and the ladies were also loudly berating them. Dani smiled. "You're right. I'm showing off to you. If you're willing to repent, I don't mind letting you go." The surrounding people had awkward expressions. "Queen, it's fine for you to boast in front of your former enemy, but don't say it out loud." How embarrassing would that be? The audience was embarrassed, but the two involved didn't notice. Haya sighed and said, "Even if I went back in time, there are some things I would still do. The Immortal is the god of the male wizard, but you killed him. SSS, god-slaying?" Everyone was shocked and turned to the Dragon Queen for confirmation. The centaur maid beside the Queen, Ji-Chi, puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Her Majesty has killed countless gods. The Immortal is just a small god. I'm still hesitating whether to count the Immortal as a steel bell." Haya's face was as pale as rotten yogurt and flushed red, but she couldn't say anything to refute. The ladies looked at each other. Could it be that this exotic and voluptuous maid wasn't bragging? God-slaying. The heavens took pity on him. In all the legends of the Seven Kingdoms, the biggest boss to be killed was the hellhound that Starry-Eye Samian encountered. Dragon Queen is mighty, Dragon Queen is invincible. Yulan in the middle of the wooden box shouted, "The Immortal is indeed not worth mentioning. Last time when you captured me, Her Majesty was still chasing after the Storm God. The Storm God, although he's a bastard, he's still a bastard true god." The hall was silent. Everyone was shocked and at a loss. "Yulan, are you blaspheming the Storm God?" Iron in the other wooden box cried out. Yulan's expression was deranged as he cursed, "The Storm God is a bastard who sells his ass. Inami is the funniest clown in the world. The Holy Mother is a bitch who deceives the world. There's no good god in the world. They all deserve to be killed by demons. Blasphemy." Iron and the other believers of the seven gods were shocked. "It's not your turn yet. What's wrong with you?" Dani gave Yulan a look. Jiro Dane immediately stepped forward and closed the lid of Yulan's box. Kaya, although you don't repent, we're still friends. You may be unrighteous, but I can't be heartless. How about this? I'll send you to Dragonstone Island first. When the Winged Dragon Knights return to Slave Bay, they'll send you back to Queers. How about that? I'm already in this state. Why should I go back? If you really want to, let me watch Yulan die a miserable death and then give me a quick death. 2 drops of tears fell from the wizard's eyes. All right, your trial is over. Now it's Yulan's turn. Kaya, Iron, I'll give you a chance to complain. Tell me, what evil things did Yulan do to you? Chapter 9:16. Haya had been holding it in for a few years, and the hatred and injustice in his heart were in urgent need of relief. He hesitated for a moment and said bitterly, Yulan cut off my arms and legs, then forced me to eat my legs and arms raw. Beast. Green Apple John said in horror. Beast. Dragon Queen nodded in agreement. On the sea, there was a Thai Minling who said he had never been a sorcerer before. So, Yulan. He watched Thai Minling humiliate me while he laughed at the side. The male sorcerer Haya's heart ached, and tears rolled down his cheeks again. Tiamin is the same as the Dawnishman. He digs into every hole he sees. Not to mention men and women, even sheep are not spared. A River Bend Knight muttered. Don't you think this blue-lipped wizard is scarier than a sheep? Tiamin has guts, daring to use his penis to mess with a wizard. Isn't he afraid of the curse? This Haya is Great Wizard Queers, the head bishop of the Wizard Church. How strange, supernatural powers don't seem to be as strong as we thought. Gradually, the River Bend nobles who knew about the Magic Academy plan began to deviate from the topic. In fact, in River Bend, sex was a tradition, and there was not much difference between a man with a penis and a strong woman. Back in the day, there was a straight man in the Targaryen family who had only been a bartender in the High Court for a few years. He did not even want his fiancée, who was known as the River Bend Rose. He broke off the engagement and chose to pursue his true love. The River Bend nobles were shocked by the fact that a wizard with supernatural powers was being toyed with by a mortal. It was not because of ethical reasons, but the fact that a wizard with supernatural powers was being toyed with by a mortal. It subverted their understanding of the supernatural world. Curses need blood as a medium. The process is very complicated, and it is difficult to use curses to harm people directly, Danny explained. Then, she looked at the centaur maid. Jichi, tell the knights, how do centaurs prevent curses? Don't let the children of shadow touch you. Don't allow witches and wizards to get close to you. Everyone knows that, Jichi said crisply. You all heard it. The centaur's method is simple and crude, but very effective. They can avoid more than 90% of curses. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of being cursed. Just find the archbishop of the local church and ask him to dispel it with divine spells. Danny glanced at the thoughtful audience and said, Kaya, please continue. He locked me in a box and put it under the bed to listen to him play with the Neodymium people. The wizard lamented. I understand. I'll help you get justice later. Danny was a little disappointed. These revelations weren't explosive enough. She then turned her gaze to another box. It was a thin man with a hooked nose and black eyes. Perhaps he had not taken care of himself for a long time. His hair and beard were long and messy, and there were dried seaweeds in between his hair. He looked like a child of the forest who had picked flowers and put them in his hair as ornaments. Wet Magic Iron, you are Yulan's younger brother. Why are you being tortured by him? Do demons need a reason to do evil? Iron's expression was ferocious. I heard that wet magic is going to incite Tiamin to rebel against Crow's Eye. Earl Mattis frowned. The main religion of the Iron Islands was the Inami. The priests who served the Inami were the drowned people. Wet Magic Iron was the leader of the drowned people, which was equivalent to the Archbishop of the Inami Church. Your Majesty, did you really hunt down the God of Storm last time? What happened? Mattis suddenly asked an irrelevant question with a curious expression. Danny paused for a moment and said casually, we just happened to run into each other. The tornado met a big storm, and then the two of us exchanged a few blows. Sigh, that guy looked fierce, but he was actually very weak. After I cut him a few times, he ran away without a trace. Mattis's old face turned green and white. The audience around them were also stunned. Ha ha ha, I understand now. Iron paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. Yulun was abandoned by the god of storm. He was the last sacrifice of the god of storm. This is the doctrine of the god of storm. No matter what you get from the god of storm, you will still walk into the trap that he has prepared for you. He will laugh in the sky as he watches you walk to your doom. He turned his head and laughed happily at the wooden box beside him. Mattis came back to his senses and asked in confusion, I've always suspected that the god of storm and the Anami were made up by Chemin. Well, that's what all the Maesters think. I was influenced. If the gods are real, why didn't the Anami respond to the humiliation of Priest Iron? Aren't the god of storm and the Anami eternal enemies? Iron's laughter stopped abruptly. Danny narrowed her eyes and looked at the skinny man with greasy hair for a while. She asked, were you abandoned by the Anami as well? No, you're lying. I've been to the Anami's flowing water palace. I'm the one chosen by the Anami. Iron said excitedly. The flowing water palace under the sea was the divine kingdom of the Anami. It was similar to the heaven of the Church of Seven. How can you say that you've been to the flowing water palace? Danny asked suspiciously. I've been there. Iron did not explain. He only said firmly. Danny glanced at the knights and knights below. Who knows about him? A mercenary knight with a triangular face stood out and looked at the Dragon Queen excitedly. I heard that 14 years ago, Lord Bullon rebelled. Iron's ship was sunk by Stannis' fleet. Everyone else sank to the bottom of the sea. The man himself almost drowned, but after a few days of floating in the sea, he stood up on the beach again. From then on, Iron changed from a lazy and vulgar drunkard to a cold and ascetic monk. He said that he'd been to the flowing water palace and that the Anami had helped him start a second life. According to the Chemin, the dead will rise again, even more fiercely, if they don't die. He's very respected among the ordinary Chemin, and the people of the Iron Islands follow his orders. The knight's description was detailed and objective. Danny gradually realized that there was something unusual. It was very likely that Iron had been taken care of by the Anami. Otherwise, the Anami's monks would not have been so obedient. What did you do to violate the Anami's teachings? How did you go from being chosen to being abandoned by the gods? She asked curiously. I'm willing to give everything to the Anami, and the Anami did not abandon me. I've been to the flowing water palace. Iron cried out in fear. Perhaps, he really did violate the Anami's teachings, an old hunchbacked scholar in the crowd said hesitantly. Danny knew him. He was the scholar in charge of Longtable Castle. What do you know, Scholar Ferguson? She asked. The hunchbacked scholar said, after Bullon's death, Yulun returned. However, Iron did not want Yulun to become the new king of the Iron Islands. Thus, 2,000 years later, he once again initiated the King Selection Assembly. The King Selection Assembly was a sacred law created by the first Chemin under the instructions of the Anami. It was even more sacred than the sacred oath. However, after Yulun ascended to the throne in the most traditional way, Iron violated his own promise and secretly gathered the Chemin and the Chemin to overthrow Yulun's rule by force. Yulun is a traitor. He has abandoned the Anami's beliefs. Those who do not worship the gods will never be able to sit on the throne of Yulun. Iron shouted anxiously. It seemed like he was trying to explain to the Dragon Queen, but it was more like he was trying to convince some unknown existence. Danny looked at him with pity and thought, you have also abandoned the Anami's teachings and punished those who do not worship the gods. It is still blasphemy. She thought this, but she did not say it out loud. Today, she was here to judge Yulun. Danny had no intention of redeeming a follower of the Anami. At least Yulun hasn't killed you. He hasn't committed the crime of kinslaying, she said. No, he committed the crime of kinslaying a long time ago. He killed Halan, Robin, and Bullon, Iron shouted. Hiss. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd once again gasped in shock. Bullon is your elder brother. The rebel Bullon Greyjoy? Who are the other two? Danny asked. The hunchbacked scholar Ferguson seemed to know a lot about the Iron Islands. Without waiting for Iron to answer, he took the initiative to answer the Queen's question. King Balon's father, Duke Colin, married 3 wives. Haylan and Robin were the children of the other 2 wives. They both died young and were not known outside of the Iron Islands. I didn't expect them to be murdered by Yulun. 7 gods, how old was Yulun back then? And King Balon? Towards the end, the hunchbacked scholar's old face was filled with shock. Open the box and see what Yulun has to say, Danny said. The White Knight Jerome Dane carried out the Queen's orders. What's there to say? Not only did I kill my kinslayer, I also killed that Inami whore Iron a few times. Yolan of Scylla looked at his younger brother with satisfaction and a malicious smile. Iron seemed to have awakened a terrifying memory. The hatred on his face instantly turned into fear. Facing the limbless Yolan of Scylla, he actually cowered. Danny's expression was twisted. She looked at Yulun, then at Iron. What else have you done? Confess. She felt disgusted. She wanted to end this trial as soon as possible. Yolan of Scylla looked around at the disdain, hatred, and fear. He smiled indifferently and said, "Everything the Iron Seed has done is evil in your eyes. Do you want me to tell you about all my achievements over the past few decades? I've fucked Cersei, humiliated Queen Margaery, and the 2 most noble women in Westeros have licked my crotch. I've plundered the entire world. I've practiced the ancient path on the 5 seas. I've sat on the Iron Throne. I've been the King's Landing. I've trampled on the people of the 7 kingdoms. I've accomplished something that the Iron Seed has never done. I'll stand at the peak of the ancient path and look down on the past, present, and future Iron Seed and pirates who've walked the ancient path. I've had enough. My life is perfect. Your trial now is like a fart." Yolan of Scylla pursed his blue lips. He mocked the Dragon Queen and simulated the sound of farting. Then, his lower body really let out a loud and long fart. Ha ha ha, when one's life comes to an end, the so-called trial is nothing but a fart. Especially when my glorious and unruly life is personally ended by the first queen, the first god. It's a complete achievement. Yolan of Scylla laughed arrogantly. So, Danny Rise, you think you're carrying out justice. In fact, your current actions are only proving one thing. True justice has never existed in this world. The delayed justice is not only not justice, but it's also an accelerant for evil. This trial won't wake anyone up. They'll only envy me and try to become the second Yolan of Scylla, the Pirate King, the King of the 7 Kingdoms, the Evil King. Arrogant. Jero Dane angrily rebuked. The indifferent White Knight's face flushed red. She was extremely agitated. Yulun are crazy. The nobles' faces were pale, and their voices were weak. Your trial won't only wake the world up. It will also comfort the victims who died. Martus' eyes dimmed. Chapter 9:17. A trial can comfort the victim? Yulun laughed and looked at the victims on both sides. Are you relieved now? Iron and Haya looked miserable and desperate. Yulun became more and more proud. By your standards, I am a bad person, but when a person is not even afraid of doing bad things, how can death scare him? What a joke. Death can only scare good people and cowardly lambs. To me, death is my companion and friend for life. I am not afraid of death, so how can you punish me with death? He mocked Dragon Queen loudly. Danny was not angry or depressed. Her expression was calm and a little strange. You are quite something. She smiled and tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, but have you forgotten your identity? Yulun did not expect her to be so calm, nor did he expect her to ask such a question. He was stunned and said, my identity? Will you forgive me because of my identity as the King of the 7 Kingdoms? Just like how you imprisoned Cersei, you imprisoned me in the great cathedral to repent. That's a good idea. The nobles were so excited that they wanted to clap. In your dreams. Dragon Queen wrinkled her nose and fanned her mouth with her hand. She said in disgust, I can't stand to share the same sky with you and breathe the same air in the same world. It stinks. Yolan of Scylla's face was gloomy and he sneered. You can only talk fast. You are a wizard, a priest of the gods. Dragon Queen reminded him and sighed. Late justice is never justice. For villains who have reached the end of their lives, a trial is not a punishment, but a show-off of their achievements and glory at the end. But the above is only useful in the real world without gods. In the Westeros where gods are everywhere, death is just the beginning of another long journey. Yulan's expression became dull, and fear gradually appeared in his eyes. Do you think it's over just by stretching your neck and taking a stab? Dragon Queen looked at him with a hint of pity. You still have a long way to go. 1,000,000,000 years later, the pirates who take you as their role model will still be able to hear your regrets and cries of despair in the depths of the seven hells. 1,000,000, 100,000,000 years. The surrounding audience shuddered. The warm hall with 3 fireplaces burning together seemed to have become much colder. Do you know what's in the seven hells? Dragon Queen seemed to be oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the hall. Let me talk about the first level, which is the least scary. The first level of hell is also called the prison of punishment. As the name suggests, it specializes in punishing villains like you with all kinds of punishments. There are a total of 18 sections on the first floor of the prison of punishment. It's like a round meat pie that is divided into 18 sections with a knife. As the Dragon Queen spoke, she gestured with her hands in a very vivid manner. Yolan of Scylla and the surrounding lords, madams, young ladies, and knights immediately thought of a piece of hell that resembled meat. It seemed a little cute. Dragon Queen continued, the first section is called the Hell of Tongue Ripping. Any living person who sowed discord, slandered others, had a glib tongue, argued with others with clever words, or lied to others, would be sent to the hell of tongue ripping after death. The devil would pry open your mouth and use an iron clamp to slowly pull and drag your tongue. Gulp. The lords and madams who had always been good at lying began to swallow their saliva with difficulty. Their instincts told them that their tongues were in great pain. Go lie to the deviant ghosts. I won't fall for your tricks. Yulan shouted loudly. Stubborn. I'm not in the mood to waste my breath on you. Let the stranger teach you. Dragon Queen shook her head and made a judgment for Yulan. Everyone knows that heaven will descend to the mortal world to welcome the saints. In fact, hell will also appear from the 9 hells. The soul reaper of the stranger will take away the souls of villains. After 49 days, when the people of the 7 kingdoms know of Yulan's crimes, I will personally summon hell and let the stranger take away Yulan's soul. My life is in my hands, not yours. Don't even think about toying with my soul. Yulan laughed coldly and clenched his teeth. Half of his tongue was spat out along with the blood. His trachea began to be blocked by the sticky blood. Dark red bubbles began to appear at the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Yulan bit his tongue and killed himself. The people in the hall were stunned for a moment before shouting in panic. Especially the madams and young ladies who were sitting at the end. They shouted at the top of their lungs as if they were giving birth to a baby. Quickly find a thin bamboo pole. Earl Mattis was calm and composed. He loudly ordered the people around him. Don't panic, don't panic. It's very difficult to kill oneself by biting one's tongue. Use a bamboo pipe to stab the throat and clear the trachea. Yes, he won't die even if his tongue is cut off, let alone biting it, the hunchbacked old scholar agreed. Let him die, Dany said calmly as she sat firmly on the high platform. What? The people around her were silent for a moment. They turned their heads and looked at the Dragon Queen in confusion. Didn't you say that you would summon hell after 49 days? Mattis' expression changed. Are you going to start now, in the hall? The nobles' faces turned green. They hurriedly ran away from Yulan. When summoning heaven, the closer one was, the better. However, when facing hell, one had to avoid it. Dany looked at Yolan of Scylla, whose face and neck were covered in blood, and said coldly, if a stranger wants someone to die at dawn, who can go to hell at dawn? Everyone was confused. They stood there in a daze and looked at Yolan of Scylla in confusion. His face was purple, and his body was like a maggot as he struggled to swallow the last mouthful of blood. The entire process lasted for nearly 10 minutes. The hall was filled with a strange smell of blood and feces. Yes, after Yolan of Scylla died, his sphincter relaxed, and he lost control of his bowels. The Dragon Queen's eyes flashed, and a green ribbon flew out from her left eye. It circled around her body and repelled the stench. Everyone covered their noses and mouths, not knowing what to do. Hum. A thick milky white holy light fell from the sky and landed on Yolan of Scylla's corpse. There was a confused figure in the holy light. Wasn't that Yolan of Scylla? The holy light disappeared in a flash, and his soul returned to his body. Cough, cough, cough. Yolan of Scylla came back to life. His purple face still had no signs of life. However, he coughed violently, coughing up large chunks of black blood. Ah, the Holy Mother has resurrected you, Lun. Green Apple John shouted with a face full of ridicule. Holy Mother. The surrounding nobles wanted to shout Holy Mother is merciful as usual. However, in this situation, they were stuck halfway through the chant. In the depths of their hearts, even subconsciously, they wanted to shout Holy Mother is boring, Holy Mother is shameless, Holy Mother is ruthless, and so on. However, they didn't dare to blaspheme the Holy Mother. Holy Mother, she wouldn't even let people die peacefully. This Holy Mother was too scary. Now, they completely understood the meaning behind Saint Danny's words. It was true. If a stranger wants you to die at dawn, who can go to hell at dawn? These 7 gods were too unreasonable, too terrifying, and too revered. Dragon Queen, who was sitting on a high chair and enjoying the aftertaste of her posturing, was surprised to find that the lines of faith of the nobles had suddenly thickened. This meant that their devotion to the 7 gods had greatly increased. Uwa King Yoluan stared at the Dragon Queen in fear and resentment. He opened his bloody mouth, but spat out a string of chaotic intonations. Oh, I forgot to put the tongue back. Danny clapped her hands as if she had just woken up from a dream. She lowered her head and looked around. The smooth green marble floor was empty. Other than messy footprints and bloodstains, there was no trace of the tongue. Where's Crow-Eye's tongue? Has anyone seen that section of his tongue? Everyone in the hall lowered their heads and searched. Soon, one of the nobles felt that the bottom of his foot was uneven. He looked up and saw a bloody mess that looked like dog shit stuck to the bottom of his riding boots. He was embarrassed and disgusted. Your Majesty, the tongue is with me. I was going to use the bamboo tube to save him just now and accidentally stepped on it. Oh, give me the bamboo tube. He waved at the knight attendant. Your Majesty, please wait. Let me scrape the tongue off. Oh, no. I went to the stable this morning and stepped on horse shit. This tongue is too dirty. I have to wash it. Yolan of Scylla's purple face contorted. Hey, 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 he stared at the knight resentfully. Forget it, forget it. Danny waved her hand in disgust. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a tongue. Anyway, he likes peace. Let him stay quiet. Well, Yolan of Scylla's ship was called Serenity. He had pulled out the tongues of the sailors and pirates on it. Now, they had suffered retribution. The nobles pinched a piece of dark red meat stained with horseshit and said worriedly, but without a tongue, how will the devil pull out his tongue when he goes to the hell of tongues? Pull out the tongue from the soul. The pain of the body can be so painful that it numbs. The pain of the soul, the more painful it is, the clearer it is. The pain can be stacked infinitely, Danny said. The nobles were so scared that his face turned pale. His hand trembled, and the piece of meat hanging on the bamboo tube fell to the ground again. The surrounding nobles and civilians also trembled, and the horror on their faces could not be concealed. Why didn't he go to the palace in the clouds of the god of storm? Why was the Holy Mother able to revive him? Iron asked in disbelief. The glory of the 7 gods is unlimited, Dragon Queen said solemnly. She even dared to steal Lalo's believers. Why would she be afraid of the god of storm? Well, it seemed that the god of storm was a true god, and Lalo had fallen from the altar. However, the god of storm was restrained by her, who had mastered the song of wind. If he dared to come and look for Yulan's soul, Danny would be very happy. The 7 gods created the sky and the earth. They created the sun and the moon, mountains, and rivers. The 7 gods created everything in the world. They are the only true gods in the world. Green Apple John recited the preface of the 7 Stars Bible devoutly. Well, in the old version of the 7 Stars Bible, in the new version written by Dragon Queen, the preface had been greatly modified. The only true God in the world was changed to the first God of justice in the multiverse. The bragging of creating the world was still retained, but it was slightly adjusted to the 7 gods can create everything in the world. With the addition of can, it became true. At least it was a beautiful hope that the future could become true. Danny looked at the other 2 human swine and asked, "Are the 2 of you satisfied with Yulan's trial? Do you feel that your justice has been served?" "Sigh, what else can I be dissatisfied with?" Haya's face was calm. She closed her eyes and sighed, "My wish has been fulfilled. Your Majesty, please send me on my way." Danny used a soul destruction strike to knock the wizard out. She then summoned a ball of holy flame and set him and the box under him on fire. The burning smoke did not spread in the hall. Instead, it poured into the fireplace on the side through an invisible passage. A few minutes later, there was only a handful of ashes left on the floor. Haya's soul returned. Well, it was enshrined into a spiritual substance. Danny looked at Iron, who was in a daze. "You once led Tiamin to loot the towns in the north. The sins on your body are not small." Chapter 9:18. Hajien County, Stone Hall Town. After a sniper battle against 200,000 Gowls. Above the Templar clock tower. "We haven't even fought a single battle, and our Neck Lake defense line has fallen." Beristan looked down at the broken streets with a helpless expression. It had been 3 days since the trial of Yulan. Dragon Queen came to Stone Hall Town, a mountain town bordering Hajien County and the western region. Relying on Big Black's supersonic flight, Danny had not stopped for a moment these days. Wherever the Gowls gathered, she would be there. At supersonic speed, Big Black could fly more than 1,200 kilometers an hour. Within 2 hours, she could almost rush to any castle south of Neck Lake. In this way, the situation in the Westeros did not collapse because of the fall of the western region. There was no road between Stone Hall Town and the western region, but there was a steep valley between Stone Hall Town and Deep Cave City. People could not walk through it, but it did not affect the Gowls. So where was Deep Cave City? There were 3 roads between the western region and the outside world. The Hajien Avenue was connected to Hajien County, and the city guarding this avenue was called Golden Tooth City. Danny had already won a great victory in Golden Tooth City and killed more than 300,000 Gowls. The coastal avenue was connected to the western region and River Bay High Court, and the city guarding the coastal avenue was called Rake Hall. Danny had also rushed to Rake Hall after the Battle of Hua Bay and chased Gowls all the way along the coastal avenue to River Bay. Thousands of kilometers, she finally met Yolan of Scylla and was delayed in River Bay for more than a week. In River Bay Long Table Hall, Danny released Margery, burned Haya, imprisoned Yolan of Scylla, and beheaded Iron. The last road between the western region and the outside world was the Golden Avenue from Casterly Rock City to King's Landing, and Deep Cave City was guarding the gate. In the end, the Gowls could not deviate from the Hajien Avenue, Golden Avenue, and Coastal Avenue if they wanted to leave the western region. Now, Danny was cleaning up the Gowls that had left the Golden Avenue, and the temporary camp was Stone Hall Town, where the Battle of the Bell took place. In the past, Danny had always thought that it was a coincidence that the Battle of the Bell happened in Stone Hall Town. However, after traveling back and forth a few times in the past half a month, she realized that Stone Hall Town was not ordinary. To the west was the western region, to the east was the royal territory. To the north was Hajien, and to the south was Huon. In any case, before Danny came to Stone Hall Town, she had already passed by this place several times in the sky. The Neck Lake defensive line is indeed in an awkward situation, but it can't be said to be completely useless. If we really withdraw the Neck Lake defense line, the millions of Gowls in the Northern Territory will invade Hajien County unscrupulously. Danny comforted the old knight. The Neck Lake defensive line was created by Beristan and Blackfish Blinden. Clonic River City, Dragonstone Island, Neck Lizard, and Stark of the Northern Territory. The 4 factions had invested a lot of manpower and resources to build a 50-kilometer-long defensive line at the exit of Neck Lake, with a total of 20,000 soldiers. A 50-kilometer-long defensive line did not mean a 50-kilometer-long camp or city wall. In fact, on the dam that passed through Neck Lake, there were a few layers of mixed earth and wood walls built, and on both sides of the swamp, there were only wooden beacon towers. After a pause, Danny continued, however, the Neck Lake defense line's function has indeed been reduced, so it's enough to leave 5,000 defenders. The remaining 15,000 can be reorganized into 5 3,000-man teams of slave volunteers. Beristan said thoughtfully, set up a volunteer network in the 7 kingdoms. Wherever a large group of Gauls gather, you will rush over and lead the nearby volunteer groups to clean them up. Unlike now, because the volunteer groups in the Western region and Huon are too far away from Stonehall town, they can only send precious Dawn warriors to cooperate with you. Danny nodded and said, we can count the size of the castle, the height of the city walls, the number of defenders, and the total population of each count's territory in the 7 kingdoms, and then give each castle a safety rating. We can choose the castle with a low rating as the garrison of the volunteer group. The volunteer group will not only protect the castle, but also be responsible for cleaning up the Gauls in a 500-kilometer radius. Beristan hesitated and said, this plan is not bad. To a certain extent, we will change from a completely passive defense to a limited active offense. But Your Majesty, wouldn't it be too tiring and dangerous for you to travel thousands of kilometers back and forth every day? If you encounter a frost god in your exhausted state, then your worries are not without reason. The Dawn warriors will help to defend the city, and I will preside over the overall situation on Dragonstone Island. It's the safest and most reliable. But plans can't keep up with changes. The unexpected fall of the Western region has made the 1-year safe period before the return of the strange Ghost King no longer safe. If I don't come out now, it will be even more dangerous when the 7 kingdoms are full of dead people in the future. Danny said helplessly. It was true that the Westeros were a big cesspool. The Westeros were not Danny's people. She did not need to risk her life for them. It was also true that the 7 kingdoms had fallen to their current state because the nobles had dug their own graves. But the Frost God would not argue with Danny about right and wrong. If Danny did not save the Westeros today, the 7 kingdoms would fall tomorrow. The more Gauls there were, the deeper the world would fall into cold and darkness. The higher the authority of the Frost God in the Westeros, the stronger he would be, and the more unfavorable the situation would be for Danny. If the strange ghosts were replaced by the beast men, Danny would not have come to the Westeros. The more Westeros the beast men killed, the greater their losses. Danny could wait for the beast men to exhaust themselves. The more strange ghosts killed, the stronger they would be. Waiting for the beast men to exhaust themselves was the same as waiting for death. Hearing Danny mention the fall of the Western region, Beristan could not help but think of the culprit that led to the 7 kingdoms' current state. He asked softly, Your Majesty, Arya Stark has been held captive for almost half a month, right? When will the trial be held? What does that have to do with you? Danny asked curiously. Blackfish Blinden is very concerned, Beristan said. Don't you know my schedule for the past half a month? I have to clear out a group of Gauls almost every day. It's too busy, Danny said. Blackfish Blinden wanted to join the warriors' sons, but after the incident in the Western region, Beristan said sympathetically, Tully, his son, and his wife all died in Casterly Rock. He's the only old man left in the Tully family. He's very pitiful. Danny did not understand. Blinden wants Arya to pay for his nephew's life. Arya is also his granddaughter, Beristan said awkwardly. Get straight to the point, Danny said impatiently. Beristan stared at Danny and slowly said, Blackfish wants to choose a male from Stark to inherit the Tully title and fief, but he can see that you seem to be thinking about Hadjen. If the nobles of the 7 kingdoms were so sensitive to the threat of the Long Night, the situation in the 7 kingdoms would be different now, Danny said sarcastically. Beristan said awkwardly, it's about the family legacy. Knight, tell me, I don't have any free time now. Today I'm in the Western region, tomorrow I'm in Hadjen, and the day after there's a problem in Hadjen. The number of Gauls I've killed is more than the number of people in the 7 kingdoms combined. You can't say I don't get any benefits, right? I don't care about the benefits, but I don't want to work for free, Danny said. You're not working for free. You're the master of this kingdom. I dare say that in the 7 kingdoms, except for Stannis himself, all the nobles will insist on you being the king. You've saved countless people these days. You're truly fulfilling your responsibility as the protector of the realm. The Iron Throne should belong to you, Beristan said firmly with a burning gaze. The Iron Throne fell into a cesspool and is covered in shit. Do you know that? Dany said with a look of disgust. The Iron Throne isn't important. Even if you sit on the stone steps, the people kneeling below will recognize your kingly demeanor, Beristan said seriously. I didn't expect to hear such flattery from you. Dany's lips curled into a happy smile. I'm not flattering. I'm telling the truth. Beristan blushed slightly. This truth made the Dragon Queen laugh even more happily. She laughed so hard that Beristan turned his head away in embarrassment. After laughing for a while, Dany said, Go tell Blackfish Blinden that Riverrun will always belong to Tully. This is my guarantee to him, and also my reward for his contributions in the long night. I'll pay attention to whoever he chooses to inherit Tully's legacy and ensure that his will is carried out. However, I won't interfere with his choice. However, I can't guarantee how much land House Tully has left or whether they can reclaim their dukedom. House Tully has no relationship with House Targaryen. Instead, they have some old grudges. Like High Court Tyrell, House Tully's title of Hajian Lord had been stripped. Tywin had abolished it. Even Rapid City had a new owner. Dany had promised to return Riverrun to Tully. This was already a great kindness. If he wanted to ask for more, he would be asking for too much. Beristan nodded and sighed, the house castle is enough. House Tully doesn't have the ability to protect more interests. I hope they think so too, Dany said meaningfully. They? You mean Stark? Beristan wasn't stupid. Lady Sansa wants Hajian. She hasn't given up on the Iron Throne. Ask him. Dany raised her chin at the courtyard below. Stonehall Town got its name from a stone Templar in the town. The Templar was built on a hill. Below the hill was a small but sturdy grey stone manor. Dany was now on top of the Templar clock tower, chatting with Beristan as they admired the legendary town that changed the fate of the Targaryen dynasty. At this time, the dwarf led a few people through the grey stone manor and walked towards the Templar on the hill. Your Majesty, this is Jong-er. In the Templar's guest room, the dwarf pushed a rough woman in her early 20s in front of Dany and said with a smile, Guess who she is? The woman was of medium height. Thick black hair fell messily behind her head. Her square face wasn't beautiful. She looked weathered and her skin was rough and yellow. Dany looked at her and she looked back at Dany. Her eyes were more curious than fearful. Your Majesty, you are beautiful. Jong-er grinned. Dany smiled faintly and asked, What's your name? My name is Jong-er. My mother was a prostitute at the Honey Peach Inn. She slept with King Robert during the Battle of the Bells. She said I was Robert's seed. To commemorate that battle, she named me Jong-er. Jong-er lowered her head and said embarrassedly. Dany was shocked, but she didn't react too violently. She just turned to the dwarf and said coldly, You still have the mood to go whoring at a time like this? The dwarf waved his hand. No, I met Jong-er in town. You can ask her and Priest Camp No if you don't believe me. Priest Camp No nodded slightly. Jong-er was coming to the Templar and happened to meet us. Dany's face looked better, and she asked Jong-er, Are you here for me? Chapter 919. You're here specifically for me? Dany asked. Jong-er's lips squirmed slightly. Yes, I heard that Her Majesty is in the Holy Church. I also heard from Ariju earlier that King Stannis of King's Landing City made King Robert's illegitimate daughter the Crown Princess. Ariju is the Madam of Honey Peach Inn. She's well informed and probably heard about Mia Byra and Theon from the mercenaries, Camp No explained in a timely manner. Jong-er, you want to be the Crown Princess too? Dany's mouth twitched. Jong-er quickly shook her head as if her head was a rattle drum. I'm a prostitute. How can a prostitute become the Crown Princess? It's just that the long night is coming and life is difficult. I also heard that Mia is an illegitimate daughter like me, so I want to take the opportunity to make some money. You're honest. Dany was amused. Seeing the Dragon Queen laugh, Jong-er cracked her fat lips and giggled along. After laughing for a while, Dany asked again, What evidence do you have to prove that you're Robert's son? Although King Robert slept with all the women in the inn, everyone said that he liked my mother the most. After sleeping with my mother, he took his hammer and went to war, Jonga said proudly. Danny's expression became very strange in an instant. Sir Clinton seems to be wronged. The dwarf touched his nose and chuckled. The madam's name is Ariju, right? Is she here? Danny asked. Outside the door. Camp Nose Priest responded and ran to the Holy Church Hall next door. He called for the old woman who was praying under the statue of the Holy Mother. She was a tall and thin woman in her early 50s. Greetings, Your Majesty. The madam prostrated on the ground with a fearful expression. She was far more reserved than Jonga had been. Let me ask you. During the Battle of the Bell, was Robert hiding in your inn? Danny asked. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Ariju's powdered face was even paler. She kowtowed and begged for mercy. Get up and speak. The Queen is just curious about what happened back then. Don't be afraid, just tell her the truth. Beristan said in a deep voice. Ariju didn't dare to get up immediately. She only looked up at the Dragon Queen. Get up. You dare to let Jonga come to me. Don't tell me you don't have the slightest idea in your heart. Danny said indifferently. Ariju's face turned even paler, and her body trembled even more violently, but she still stood up shakily, bowed her head, and said softly, King Robert was hiding in Jonga's mother's bed at that time. Clinton has neglected his duty. He even said that he had searched every house in Stonehall Town. The dwarf stomped his feet and sighed. He looked as if John Clinton had lost his Iron Throne. Ariju glanced at old Bart beside the Dragon Queen and explained, Sir Clinton, like Sir Beristan, is a knight who cherishes honor. He didn't even dare to look at a woman's chest. When he saw a woman with untidy clothes in the room, he hurriedly stopped the soldiers outside and asked us to put on our clothes before opening the door to enter. This delay is enough time for us to move King Robert to the room that has already been checked. He should have called everyone to line up in the courtyard, and then sent soldiers into the inn to search. The dwarf muttered. Sir Clinton probably didn't think that Robert would dare to fool around in the Technical Institute in such a critical situation. Beristan guessed. Why was Robert hiding in Stonehall Town? Although Robert had killed the first knight of the Seven Kingdoms Lager, his commanding skills on the battlefield were actually not outstanding. Robert's talent was not as good as Stannis. He could be called a fierce general, but he was not at the level of a famous general. Before Stonehall Town, Robert had just lost 2 battles in a row. The first time was at Center Tree Beach, where he was chased by Randall Tully from River Bend to River Gien like a rabbit. Note that he was defeated by Randall Tully, and not by the River Bend army. Randall Tully only brought his own Hornhill soldiers and fought Robert's Storm army head-on. Despite being outnumbered, they won a great victory. Robert lost his soldiers and generals and fled in a sorry state. However, Randall Tully's credit was stolen by Mace Tyrell. Later, his superior made things difficult for him. He had been outside Windstop Castle and did not have the chance to participate in the subsequent battles. Because of his defeat at Randall Tully's hands, Robert led the Storm army to flee to the north. In the north, there was Stark, Tully, and Erin. When they fled near Stonehall Town, they were ruthlessly attacked by John Clinton. Almost all of them were wiped out, and he himself was seriously injured. He fled to Stonehall Town alone. This was why there was the Battle of the Bell later. When a normal person was completely annihilated and heavily injured, they would obediently hide in a dark corner and lick their wounds in solitude. However, Robert was indulging in wine and women in the Technical Institute, eating and drinking. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he would play with people on the spot. Just like Jonga said, all the women in Honey Peach Inn had slept with him. At that time, John Clinton was anxiously looking for him in the town. I can't compare to Robert's tolerance. The dwarf sighed. You can't compare to Robert's dick either. They were both messing around. Robert did not need to pay, and he made them loyal to him. If you gave them money, they would despise you. Because of the grayscale disease, the dwarf was ostracized by the Red Saintess of Slavers Bay for a long time. Robert's messing around was not for nothing. He practically sowed seeds everywhere. Cersei killed more than 10 of Robert's illegitimate children. Now, she can still meet Robert's children wherever she goes. What about you? Is there a problem with your genes that makes you unable to have children? Dany looked at the dwarf with a strange gaze. What's wrong? The dwarf touched his face unnaturally. Dany shook off the strange thoughts in her mind and said with a complicated tone, so the change of dynasties in the Westeros was decided by a group of prostitutes. No wonder the kings on the Iron Throne were all either raised by whores or were whores themselves. Ah! The dwarf and Beristan were stunned for a moment, then their expressions became distorted. Ariju and Jong-er heard this and did not feel humiliated. Instead, they could not help but laugh. Looking at their expressions, they seemed a little smug. Dany asked the madam, "You should know that Sir Clinton represents the Iron Throne, and Robert is a rebel. Why are you helping the rebels against the king?" The madam wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at the Dragon Queen fearfully. "Just tell us the truth," Dany said. "Because the Mad King sits on the Iron Throne, but King Robert is a kind and good man." Ariju shrank back and mumbled. "Did the Mad King increase your taxes?" Dany asked with a frown. "No." Ariju shook her head. "Did the Mad King come to Stonehall Town to kill people?" "He has never been to Stonehall Town." Ariju shook her head again. "Have you seen the Mad King?" Dany asked again. "No. I heard that the Mad King has been hiding in the Red Keep, afraid that the rebels will harm him." Ariju shook her head. "Did the Mad King provoke you?" Dany asked again. "I have never seen him," Ariju said. "The Mad King was on the throne for 20 years. Did you have a hard time?" "It was okay." Ariju thought for a moment and looked at the old priest. There was no shortage of food during the winter. Did I remember wrongly? The monks of Camp No were in their 60s this year and had even lived through the reign of the Mad King. The Battle of the Ringing of the Bell was called this because the old monk had rung the bell in the Holy Church after the battle began to warn the residents to hide in their houses. Outside Stonehall Town is the Blackwater River. The land is fertile and there are abundant products. With the developed commerce, there was never a shortage of food during the winter. When King Eris was in power, merchants came here to buy food and transported it along the river to the other side of the narrow sea. Did Robert exempt Stonehall Town from taxes? Dany asked again. No. Did the good man Robert make your life better? This time, Ariju did not answer immediately. She frowned and thought for a while, then shook her head helplessly. It seems that nothing has changed. Then why did you rebel? Dany asked curiously. We did not rebel. Isn't helping Robert a rebellion? We only wanted to help him. We did not want to rebel. In the end, she emphasized, King Robert laughed and laughed with us. We all liked him very much. The Mad King did not provoke us, but his past actions and the incident of him torturing and killing Duke Stark were too shocking. Dany recalled a certain president of United States in her previous life who knew everything. That guy did not do any official business and was always indulging in state affairs. He only liked to do stand-up comedy in front of the people and seemed very unreliable. However, the people of America liked him and many people supported him to be the president. In a way, he and Robert were the same type of king. The country they ruled was also the same. Could it be that the foreigners liked this kind of charming leader who was approachable and exposed the same flaws as the people? Dany shook her head and dispelled the strange thoughts in her head. She asked the old madam, "Do you have any proof that Jong-er is Robert's son?" "Everyone in Stonehall Town knows," Ariju said doubtfully. "The others don't know. You have to convince them. At least, you have to convince Stannis," the dwarf said. Ariju thought for a while and said, Jong-er was born naturally. She was born during the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell. Did Robert stay in Stonehall Town for a long time after the battle? The dwarf asked. No, after the battle, he left on the same day. Ariju shook her head. The dwarf spread out his hands. So, why are you looking for the queen? At this time, Jong-er, who had been listening by the side, spoke. She sighed and said, Stonehall Town is in dire straits now. During the Battle of the Four Kings, the lions and wolves took turns to ravage the town. The town gate and 1/3 of the houses in the town were burned to ashes. The townspeople either died or fled. Before winter came, there was a famine. More than half of the townspeople starved to death. After a long night, the town was emptied. Now that the deviant ghosts are here, there are not many people left in the town. The inn business can't continue. Stonehall Town was located at the intersection of the four kingdoms. It could reach the King's Landing through the Blackwater River. It was considered a prosperous trading town inland. Stonehall Town's resident population and floating population, as well as its economic benefits, surpassed Winterfell. But now, the town was desolate. The burned houses weren't repaired, and the collapsed charred walls were in the center of the town. It was difficult to find a living person on the streets. Worse, it wasn't the worst time yet. The future would only get worse year by year. But who could be blamed? Robert and Byra chose to join Theon's dynasty. The army that ravaged the town, stole their food, destroyed the crops outside the town, and burned the houses in the town. Regardless of whether it was the wolves, trout, or lions, they were the rebel army that they looked forward to and supported greatly. What was more ironic was that the soldiers who ravaged the town during the rebellion of the Four Kings had participated in the Battle of the Ringing of the Bell. Now, they were revisiting the same place. Chapter 920. Zhonga looked at the Queen with pleading eyes. When King Robert was still alive, I knew that I was his son. But in the Peach Inn, I could feed myself, and I never thought of going to King's Landing to find him. But now I really have no other choice. I gave birth to a daughter last year, but there is no food at home. Not only is there no food, but Stonehall Town has also become very unsafe. The dead are coming, and there are no guards to stop them. I have to leave here and take my daughter away. I don't expect to be a noble bastard, as long as I can eat and not be caught by the otherworldly demons. Beristan frowned and said, "We all came from the town, and we know that you have a hard life, but what's the use of looking for the Dragon Queen? She can't prove that you are Robert's son, and she has a bad relationship with Stannis, so she can't do anything. I don't know, I have no other choice. I heard that the Queen is like the Virgin Mary, so I came to look for her." Zhonga said blankly, "Try her blood." Tyrion's eyes darkened, and he suggested in a low voice, "If you have the power, give her the identity of Theon Bella's illegitimate daughter." Dany stared at him for a long time until the dwarf looked away, and then she said coldly, "Admit her identity, send her to King's Landing, and then you keep listening in the direction of King's Landing, hoping to hear the news of Stannis killing his own family again. Even if you change your face, you are still a little demon. You are so evil." The dwarf was angry and retorted loudly, "I just want to help this poor mother who has nowhere to go. Her daughter is only 1 year old." The dwarf emphasized the word "have nowhere to go," and Zhong and Ari Ju's faces darkened. "You heard what we said just now?" Dany ignored the guilty dwarf and turned to Zhong, saying, "The king's blood has a special magic power. Through a simple magic test, it can detect whether there is power in your blood. If there is, you are most likely Robert's son, and I will give you a certificate in the name of the church." However, the royal bloodline was not only an honor, but also a dangerous burden. The evil sorcerers loved to sacrifice the king's blood to the evil god. At this time, the King's Landing was filled with red-robed monks. I'm not trying to sow discord between you and Stannis, but I'm sure you've heard some rumors. Let's not talk about the others, but you should know about his biological daughter, Princess Shireen, right? I heard that Princess Shireen's grayscale disease relapsed and she died from it, Zhonga said suspiciously. You believe it? Dany asked indifferently. The grayscale disease will not recur after being cured. Not only will it not recur, but it will also be immune to most plagues, Beristan said solemnly. The grayscale disease on Princess Shireen's face has never been completely cured. It's just that the scholar has suppressed it with medicine. Zhonga bit her thick lips and said, "The scholars have the ability to suppress the grayscale disease. That way, 3/4 of the scholars wouldn't have died during the plague in the old town," Dany said. Zhong expression was blank. Apparently, she knew nothing about the plague that happened in the old town decades ago, let alone what it meant. "Do you know Idric Windstorm?" Dany asked again. Zhong was very well informed. She immediately nodded and said, I heard from the knights who came from King's Landing that the Holy Sparrow was going to crown him as king, but Cersei cut off his head. I've said what I should say. It's your choice. Dany sighed. Zhong glanced at Ariju and said, I choose to go to King's Landing. I heard that Mia's mother was just a peasant woman. Monk Camp no, help Zhong with the blood test. Use the bloodline appraisal that the Holy Mother gave you, Dany said to the old priest. The old man was confused. The queen was confused. When did the Holy Mother give such a divine spell? The Holy Mother has bestowed before he could finish his sentence. The old man's mouth fell open. His eyeballs almost jumped out of their sockets. At that moment, a divine spell appeared in his mind, along with the instructions for the use of the divine spell. It was just like the day when he knelt in front of the Holy Mother statue and was suddenly bestowed with the holy healing spell. The devout old priest was confused and in awe. But his mind was in a mess. He did not know who to respect. The Holy Mother. Dragon Queen. Zhong was a little scared when she saw the priest who seemed to be faceless. She called out softly, Master Camp no, what's wrong? The old man came back to his senses and looked at the calm Dragon Queen. He sighed and said, Thank you, Holy Mother. Holy Mother is merciful. He then turned to the White Knight and said, Sir Beristan, can I borrow your dagger? Old Bart handed over the steel dagger at his waist. He cut open Zhong middle finger and squeezed out 2 drops of dark red blood on his palm. The old priest opened his hand and chanted a few verses of the Holy Mother's merciful scripture. A milky white flame floated in the palm of his hand. The blood droplets burned in the flame and quickly dried into ashes. A wisp of blood climbed up the pure white flame. This is interesting. The dwarf looked at Dany in surprise. If anyone dares to imitate my bitch sister and give birth to the king's bastard child, I'm afraid they will die a horrible death. The Holy Mother's magic can also test the child's father. Ariju was shocked. Priest Camp no shook his head and pointed to the flame in the palm of his hand. As you can see, the holy flame was pure white before. Now it is stained with blood red. This means that there is external magic burning. If there is no power in the blood, the holy flame will not be tainted. For ordinary people, this kind of magic is almost useless. Then is Zhong Robert's child? Ariju asked anxiously. There is magic in Zhong blood. She should have the king's blood. The old priest nodded. That's great. Ariju's old face was distorted with excitement. She pulled Zhong who was equally happy and shouted excitedly, Zhong, you are really King Robert's child. You are a princess. The Holy Mother can testify. So I am really a princess. Zhong grinned. When the old priest heard this, he panicked and waved his hand. The Holy Mother cannot testify. I cannot represent the Holy Mother. The Church will not participate in the struggle for power. You are using the Holy Mother's magic. Ariju glared. Ariju, you have to understand. The magic only proves that Zhong has the king's blood in her. It does not confirm that she is King Robert's daughter. Priest Camp no stomped his foot. What are you talking about? Why is she not King Robert's child if she has the king's blood? Ariju was confused. Camp no looked at the Dragon Queen for help. But she sat on the high-back chair with her eyes closed. She held a flame in her right hand. It seemed that she did not want to participate in this matter. Then the old priest looked at the dwarf who was watching the show curiously and asked, You also have the king's blood, right? Why don't you try? The dwarf's face became unfriendly. The old man quickly explained, I don't mean anything else. I just want Ariju and Zhong to understand that the king's blood cannot prove the father's identity. It's just a drop of blood. Beristan helped. You can try it yourself. The evil god likes nobles more than commoners, which means that the bloodline of nobles is superior to commoners. The dwarf shouted. Beristan glanced at him indifferently. He really did cut his finger with a knife and squeezed out 2 drops of blood on the priest's left hand. Ting! The same milky white flame burned the blood to ashes. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the milky white flame was dyed a faint blue. What's going on? Sir Baristan's king's blood is richer than Zhong. The old monk exclaimed. Is there a problem with the magic? Beristan was puzzled. After that, Ariju and the old monk each tried it once. Ariju's flame did not change at all, but the old monk's flame did not change in color. The flame became a size bigger. The old monk was very calm this time and explained to the puzzled onlookers, "I don't have the king's blood. This is the power of the Holy Mother. I have the divine power bestowed by the Holy Mother in my body. Let me try." The dwarf couldn't help but decide to do it himself. Boom! The flame jumped up as high as a finger, its entire body pale gold. It was amazing, but it was within the dwarf's expectations. It seems that there is no problem with the magic, but why is the power in Sir Beristan's bloodline stronger than Zhong-Er's? He turned to the Dragon Queen. Danny said lightly, "Pull the people around me and try. I guarantee that all of them have the power of the bloodline. Because of you." Tyrion was shocked at first, then thoughtfully, "The benign contamination of high-energy magic is similar to the curse of the ruins of Valeglia, but the effect is the opposite. In addition to the high-energy power of the law, there is also the identity. Selmy is an old noble of the Stormland. Now that Sir Beristan is equivalent to my Prime Minister, it would be abnormal if the bloodline did not behave like this. The correct way to use this magic is to take the blood of both father and son at the same time and burn them together. If they are father and son, the flame will only be stained with one color. If they are not related, the flame will appear in two colors." Danny glanced at the dwarf vaguely before continuing, "Not only is it suitable for father and son, but it can also be used to take the blood of mother and son to verify whether they are biological mother and son. If both parents are great nobles, such as Cersei, Robert, and Joffrey's family, the color of whose bloodline is stronger will be displayed. If Cersei is green and Robert is dark red, Joffrey and Robert's mixed blood will appear green and red. If Joffrey and Cersei's mixed blood burn, there will only be green. If Joffrey is Robert's son, Robert and Joffrey's mixed blood will appear dark red. If Cersei and Joffrey's mixed blood burn, it will also be dark red. This is because Lannister's bloodline is not as good as Theon's." "Why not?" "Just because Robert is king." Tyrion was unconvinced. "How many extraordinaries have appeared in your Lannister?" "None." "Then do you know who Theon's bloodline came from?" "Firstly, Theon Bearer belongs to the Targaryen branch family. Secondly, the first Storm King, God Sorrow Duran, is a powerful demigod who has lived for thousands of years. Lastly, Duran's wife is the daughter of a true god, the first generation of gods." Danny looked contemptuously at the red-faced dwarf. "Tell me, what do you have to compare? Your family's ancestor, Clever Lane, was most likely a mortal who relied on his second son to cheat. He is far inferior to Stark, Handgarth, and Durandon. Among the Westeros Duke families with more than 8,000 years of history, Lannister's bloodline was probably the lowest. Hadjen Tully had not been a duke before, and Vali Erin was an Andal bandit who had crossed the sea 6,000 years ago. These two families were not included. Sun Halberd City's Martell and Iron Archipelago's Greyjoy had bloodlines stronger than Lannister's. Martell was originally quite mediocre, but he had mixed into Nymeria's bloodline 2,000 years ago. Greyjoy, on the other hand, was very impressive. Their ancestor, the Grey Sea King, was also a demigod. He killed the world's first sea dragon, Nogga. This was not a legend. Nogga's fossil was still displayed on the Iron Archipelago. Chapter 921. Ariju did not really understand the theory of bloodline, nor did she care about which family's bloodline was higher or lower in the Seven Kingdoms. She only asked nervously, "What about Zhong-Er? Is she Robert's seed?" "Tyrion, you have seen Mia Stone. Does she look like Zhong-Er?" Danny asked. "Her hair is very similar, her eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth are a little similar," the dwarf said hesitantly. "In that case, Pastor Camp No, issue a written certificate for Zhong-Er in your name and Stone Church's name," Danny said. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Master Camp No." "Thank you, Merciful Mother of Mercy." Ariju quickly pulled Zhong-Er to thank her. Pastor Camp No looked at Dragon Queen awkwardly and said, "Your Majesty, is it appropriate for the church to be involved in this matter? It's just bloodline identification. There is no political aspect to it." After thinking for a while, Danny added, "Zhong-Er, after you arrive at King's Landing, go to the cathedral again and explain your matter to the archbishops. Then, ask them to issue 2 bloodline identification certificates for you. Why? Is Pastor Camp No's certificate not enough? Zhong was confused. This is the system. The king's bloodline is a matter of national importance. Dragon Queen said seriously, in order to prevent fallen priests from mixing up the noble bloodline in the future, and to prevent great nobles like Cersei from threatening the archbishops, from now on, if the duke or king wants the church to issue a bloodline identification certificate for their descendants, they have to ask at least 3 priests to do a blood test together. By drawing lots, 3 priests will be randomly selected from hundreds of priests on the spot to do a blood test on the spot. If possible, they can go to 3 different parishes and take turns to do it. You are thinking too far ahead. You really don't want to give the future Cersei and Margaery any chance. The dwarf smiled bitterly. If you put a hat on your husband, you might be able to find a reasonable reason. But if you cheat and mix up the family bloodline, that is unforgivable. The Mother of Mercy will never forgive you. The teachings of the 7 gods do not oppose divorce. If you can't live together, then divorce. Dany said lightly. The dwarf's mouth twitched, but he could not refute. The hall was quiet for a while. Zhong looked at the Dragon Queen with hope in her eyes and said, Your Majesty, the distance from Stonehall Town to the King's Landing is over 1,000 kilometers. It is a world of ice and snow, and there are also deviant ghosts. How are we going to get there? Dany said casually, the Haeshire River is not completely frozen. Go downstream for another 100 kilometers and you should be able to reach a ferry when you enter the main stream. When the volunteer group leaves Stonehall Town, I'll ask them to send you off. Oh. Zhong was a little disappointed that she couldn't ride the pterosaur, but she didn't tactfully make a request. After the old priest left with Zhong and Ari Ju, the dwarf smiled and said, Actually, it's more suitable for them to follow the volunteer legion to the garrison. Wherever there is a volunteer legion, there will be a prostitution business. With her status as Robert's daughter recognized by the church, let alone 1 daughter, she can even raise 8 or 10 children. Best to follow you all the way. Dany mocked. The dwarf said unhappily, Don't talk nonsense. I'm about to get married, and I've already turned over a new leaf. I haven't been to the brothel for more than half a year. Zhong especially that Ari Ju, want more. Beristan sighed. They didn't have any hope, so they won't have any extravagant hopes. But Mia Stone Hall didn't have a very good start, just like Blackfire back then. It's normal to have such thoughts. If she's willing to stay in a remote village for the rest of her life, I'll find it strange. Dany didn't think so. Then, she looked at the bleak and desolate town outside the window with a complicated expression and sighed. Even Zhong and Ari Ju have to starve. How miserable are those ordinary people? Sir, take some people to the streets and ask who can't survive. Organize them to build sleds and buses and move them to other castles. Do the other castles have enough food? Beristan sighed. There has to be an income. There will be a day when there will be a shortage of food. Dany thought for a while and said, Fill the western region with 2 rivers. What? Beristan was puzzled. The dwarf looked pensive. Fill the empty western region with refugees from Riverside and Riverbend. That's the best of both worlds. The dwarf looked at Dany in surprise. It just so happens that Lannister and Casterly Rock City are empty and can accommodate hundreds of thousands of refugees. And Lannister Port has the largest fishing ground in the 7 kingdoms. After Beristan left, the dwarf asked a question that he was very curious about but couldn't say in front of others. What's the principle of bloodline appraisal? It's amazing. You didn't come up with it on the spot, did you? The concept of bloodline appraisal did appear in Dany's mind a long time ago, probably after the first time she used the wizard lens to observe the genes of the grayscale disease patient. After discussing the types of spirituality with Bo Tien, the president of the Necromancer Association, Dany came up with an idea. Spirituality is divided into Type A active spirituality and Type B willpower spirituality. Then, people with the same bloodline should have unique similar spirituality in their blood. Then she continued to study the principle of the wizard lens and finally came up with a pirated version of bloodline appraisal. Well, the wizard lens was the real deal. But she didn't plan to shoot her mouth off with the dwarf in the holy hall. In fact, except for the time when she revealed the true identity of the 7 gods, Dany never discussed the topic of "I'm the Holy Mother" with the dwarf. It was the same this time. "The Holy Mother's divine power is infinite," she said lightly. The dwarf looked around and muttered, "There's no one else here. The 7 gods are watching you." Dany put on a straight face and stared at him. "Midget, what's wrong with you, Lun? Why didn't you just kill him?" He had no choice but to change the topic. "It's none of your business." "How is it none of my business? He murdered my uncle, sister, cousin, and thousands of Lion Army soldiers," the dwarf said unhappily. "The trial is related to the victims. When the trial is over, the crime and punishment have been determined. The rest of the punishment will be left to the 7 gods." Dany said impatiently, "What about Arya Stark? When and where will the trial be held?" The dwarf asked again. "A week later, in..." Dany thought for a while. "Let's hold it in the Western Territory. We'll use a fair and open trial to comfort the people of the Western Territory who died unjustly. But too many people have died in Casterly Rock City. It's become a ghost town. It's gloomy and creepy. I don't want to take half a step into it in the future." The dwarf's face turned green and white. "Inform the nobles of the 7 countries. 7 days later, in the fairy city, there will be a public trial of Arya Stark. 2 months after the fall of the Western Territory, the situation of the 7 countries finally stabilized under the Dragon Queen's tireless efforts. Especially with the establishment of the Western Territory, Hadjen, Royal Territory, and River Bend, a total of 15 volunteer groups with a total of 45,000 people. The 7 countries' Antigos strategy passed the passive defense phase and began to enter the second phase of defense and counterattack. At least there wouldn't be any more dukes being taken away by the Gaul army in a daze. To put it simply, the peak of the epidemic had passed, and the turning point had arrived. Of course, the 7 countries also suffered great losses during this period. Including the Western Territory, more than 50 earl castles and countless villages and towns had fallen. The cumulative death toll was no less than 3 million. The large-scale migration of refugees and nobles had exceeded 2 million. Other than the 1.5 million people contributed by the Western Territory, more than 500,000 people died in River Bend. For example, Earl Matthew's Roven's Golden Tree City originally had more than 80,000 people. It wasn't the 80,000 permanent residents in the castle, but the number of people who had migrated to Golden Tree City. Only a few hundred people were saved by the Dragon Queen. The remaining 1 million people came from the Stormlands, Hadjen, Royal Territory, Northern Territory, and Valley. Only half of them died in the hands of the Gauls. The remaining half died from hunger, cold, disease, and long-distance migration. For example, hundreds of thousands of people moved 600 kilometers from King's Landing to Storm's End Fortress. Tens of thousands of people died along the way. Back in the last Hearthfire City, Dany promised the old people who were out hunting that if they followed her to the south, they would be able to survive. At that time, her tone was firm, her voice was loud and powerful, and her expression was infectious. Although it didn't affect the old people at all. Now, she could still speak with a firm and powerful voice. But deep in her heart, she had already accepted the reality. She couldn't save them. When the long night arrived, the first batch to be eliminated were the old and weak. Other than the most basic food, the cold and disease posed a greater threat to the old people. Kang beds had already been popularized in the 7 countries. But people had to go out eventually. Ordinary people didn't even have winter clothes, so how could they withstand the long night that was even more terrifying than winter? Many old people went out to pee, but when the bone-piercing cold wind blew, they came back with a fever and died the next day. Especially those from the south who had never experienced a real winter. Most of them froze to death. Other things aside, if the people from the south were sent to the northeast in the real world, they wouldn't have enough to eat and there wouldn't be enough to eat. How many of them would survive? Now that the long night had arrived, the weather could be compared to Siberia's winter. How could those children of summer survive? 7 days later, in the fairy city. On the way from the guest room to the main hall, The dwarf cupped his hands in front of his mouth and exhaled. He stomped his feet and said to John beside him, "Today's weather is the coldest in the past few thousand years. But in the next 10 years, today's weather will be the warmest and most comfortable. Do you feel despair?" "To be honest, I don't feel anything. Before the long night came, the weather beyond the Great Wall was also like this." John shook his head. The dwarf glanced at him and said, "Take off the winter bearskin coat you're wearing. I guarantee that you'll feel something. Those commoners don't even have lousy sheepskin coats." He lowered his head and looked at the dirty and old grey fur coat. He said disapprovingly, "In the north, everyone has a fur coat. Those from the north who don't have winter clothes can't survive at all. Even among the ordinary merchants in White Harbor, my grey winter bearskin isn't considered top grade. Did you know that in the past 2 months, 400,000 people froze to death in the 7 nations?" Tyrion said. John nodded with a solemn expression. "I received a court bulletin from Dragonstone Island's Weave Center. The situation is really terrible. More people will die in the future, but at least the situation that was on the verge of collapse was stabilized." The dwarf said softly, "How much responsibility do you think your sister should bear for this series of tragedies?" John slowed his steps and said in a deep voice, "I think that the grudge between Stark and Lannister will end here. It's good for both our families. What do you think?" The dwarf's eyes flashed. He also slowed his steps and muttered, "More than 800 people. We're at a bit of a loss. But you're even more in the wrong. Starting from my brother Bran, to my father, my brother Robb, Lady Catelyn, my 2 sisters. Don't you have to pay back the debt you owe them?" John stopped and stood in the courtyard covered in snow. The whistling northern wind made his cold and hard voice seem a little erratic. Chapter 9:22. How do you think Tomon died? Tyrion's tone turned cold. "Jaime knew that your sister killed Tomon, but he decided to use Tomon's death to settle the grudge between the 2 families. But you gave him a good beating. His head was knocked out, and he still hasn't recovered after half a month of rest." "Arya killed Tomon?" John was shocked. "Your sister already admitted it. She poisoned the cat's claws and used a shapeshifter to sneak into the Red Keep and kill Tomon. Even if she killed him, isn't it too much for Jaime to use Tomon to settle the debt with Stark's family?" John asked. "You dare to compare numbers with me?" Tyrion mocked. "You have to consider cause and effect. Why did Arya go to Casterly Rock, and why did Stark have a grudge with Lannister?" John's eyes were sharp. Tyrion stared at him for a long time before walking forward again. "We will never reach a consensus if we continue this discussion. The great trial is indeed necessary. I just hope that the Dragon Queen is as fair and just as the Holy Father." John's tense face relaxed, and he said confidently, "I believe in the Dragon Queen. She is your sister, so you should trust her even more." The change of topic thawed the cold atmosphere between the two. "Sigh, sometimes I wonder if she will laugh under her blanket after seeing the empty Casterly Rock." The dwarf sighed. John held back his laughter. "That's nothing. Lannister wiped out her family and killed her nephew and niece when they were young. She has a reason to gloat over what happened to Casterly Rock. In fact, when the news of Casterly Rock reached King's Landing, 9 out of 10 people smiled. The only one who knew better only said that the timing was not right. You Lannister should really reflect on yourselves. You always do things so ruthlessly. You will suffer retribution sooner or later. Shouldn't I be the one saying that to you?" Tyrion's face turned cold again. John shook his head. "There's no need for us to waste time repeating the previous topic. Today is the day of the trial." After that, the 2 of them walked all the way to the main hall of the Farman Castle. It was already packed with people. Although it was packed with people, the castle hall was only so big. It could only accommodate about 400 people. The courtroom was located in the center of the hall. The huge wooden armchair that was half a meter above the floor belonged to the Dragon Queen. On both sides of the courtroom were 3 distinct rows of seats for the nobles. Below, 2 Unsullied were guarding a 4-meter-long horizontal bar, blocking the surrounding mercenary knights, commoners of status, singers, poets, merchants, and craftsmen. The Farman family's soldiers stood guard outside the castle while Dragon Queen's White Knight led the Unsullied to maintain order in the hall. The surviving lords of the Western region had all arrived and were seated in the audience seats to the left of the Dragon Queen. Many of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms had also arrived and were seated to the right. The dwarf and John separated. One of them went to the first seat on the left, while the other went to the first seat on the right. They sat across from each other with a 3-meter-wide space between them. After a month of preparation, the standard of this trial was really high. It could almost be considered a frugal version of the Great Council. In addition to Tyrion, the sickly Jaime had also come. His cheeks were thin and his eyes seemed to be covered with a thick fog of pain and confusion, causing him to lose his direction in life. Sansa, who was holding her daughter, sat next to Jon. She wore a white hairnet with blue diamonds and a dark purple cashmere dress. It accentuated her graceful figure and her skin was as white as snow. Compared to the past, her face was less sharp and uneasy. Her temperament was calm and confident, and her body had the elegance and gentleness of a mature woman. Especially when she looked at the infant in the swaddling clothes, her beautiful blue eyes seemed to be blooming with spring. After the dwarf sat down, his eyes were nailed to her and he couldn't look away. Right next to Sansa was his fiancée, Arianne. The Dornish princess also saw her fiancé's dazed expression, but she thought that he was like Jaime, immersed in pain, and emptied his mind. The dwarf and Jaime's expressions were rather similar. Anyone who saw them would not doubt that they were a pair of pitiful brothers in grief. Behind Arianne sat a few sand snakes. They were the ones who were overjoyed when Jon first heard about what happened to Casterly Rock. They didn't hide their schadenfreude at all. They weren't the only ones. When news of Casterly Rock's fall and Lannister's massacre spread to Dorne, Prince Dowling first sighed and said that the Seven Kingdoms were in big trouble. He then forgot about the millions of gowls and ran 2 laps around Flowing Water Garden in excitement. Of course, this was fake news. Dowling's lower limbs were paralyzed. Even though he had been treated by a priest a few times, he could only walk with crutches. However, the nobles of Sun Halberd City also admitted that the prince held an unprecedentedly grand banquet that night. He invited all the knights, nobles, and poets in the city. At the banquet, the prince couldn't hide the smile on his face. He even danced with every sand snake. Next to Arianne sat Erlu's king's hand, Davos. He looked tired and his eyes were dull. No one knew what he was thinking. Next to Davos was the complacent bronze Jon. Although the vassals of the valley had suffered heavy losses in the explosion at King's Landing, this tall and thin old count was in good spirits. Because Aerin had no children, he became the new Valley Guardian. In the future, he even had hopes of becoming the Lord of the Eyrie. This was a promise that Erlu had made to win him over. After that, there was Laughter Baylor with a worried expression, Darkfish Blinden with a sad face, several Frye's daughters who had married other families, and Rob's wife, Jean Westerling. Even Asha Greyjoy came. However, the sea monster's situation was a little awkward. She took off her leather armor and changed into a cumbersome dress that she didn't like but couldn't wear for today's occasion. She sat alone at the end of the first row on the right. No one spoke to her. The people around her looked at her even more viciously than the nobles of the Western region looked at Stark. When almost everyone had arrived, the Dragon Queen also waited for a while. Around 9 o'clock, she entered the hall accompanied by Beristan and Bevos. For today's trial, the nobles present all changed into solemn attire. The Dragon Queen was no exception. She wore a sapphire blue lantern-sleeved top and a silver high-waisted pterosaur leather skirt with rubies. She was elegant and dignified, but her hair needed to be decorated. Bald hair paired with a dress was as inappropriate as wearing slippers to work. Even the peasant women in the countryside would wear lace headbands on important occasions as long as their families' conditions allowed it. The ladies in the hall all wore hair accessories, such as Sansa's crystal hairnet and Yelene's reddish-gold hair clip. Logically speaking, wearing a delicate and small crown at this time was befitting of Dany's status. If they were in Winterfell, Sansa would wear it. If they were in Sun Halberd City, Yelene would also wear it. However, apart from the 3-headed dragon crown that the Tourmaline Brotherhood had created for her when she first debuted, Dany had never had a crown of her own, nor had she ever worn one. Honeywine River's crown of love and beauty did not count. Today, She only used a headband to tie her silver hair behind her head. The headband was made of gold, red, and green ribbons, which contrasted with her full forehead and silver hair. It should have looked simple and playful, but for some reason, the people around felt that the Dragon Queen had never been as sacred and majestic as she was now. She was like a god walking to the altar, lowering herself to sit on the throne of the mortal world. The layman watched the show, while the expert watched the artistry. Tyrion and Sansa were extraordinaries. They noticed that the queen's headband was unusual. They seemed to have understood something, but they were still confused. Jon's cultivation was higher than theirs. After a moment of shock, he opened his eyes wide and said in shock, "Gods, the world is singing for her. This is the aura of the Song of Laws. The Song of Laws is materialized like a real thing, and there are 3 of them. What realm is this? True God." Under the respectful gazes of the people around her, the Dragon Queen sat on her high-back chair. Then, 2 unsullied wearing spiked helmets escorted Arya to the bottom of the stage. Arya did not wear shackles. Instead, she wore a grey sheepskin jacket. The grey cashmere was exposed. It was fluffy and looked quite festive. Moreover, compared to her previous skinny and yellow body, she was obviously fatter. Her skin was fairer and smoother. It was as if the month in prison was not a punishment for her, but a rest for her. "Everyone knows the reason for today's trial," Dany emphasized. "The real reason is the rebellion of the 4 princes." After a pause, she continued, "Arya Stark's poisoning of 874 people in Casterly Rock City is just a small end to a series of immoral events in recent years. The purpose of today's trial is to prevent it from being the beginning of the next series of tragedies. I hope that the sins that have shrouded the families in the past and the hatred that has been buried in their hearts can be put to an end after the trial. That depends on whether the results are satisfactory or not," Tyrion muttered. His voice wasn't loud, but the hall was silent. Everyone heard him and looked over. Dany also looked at him and said, as the victim of the Casterly Rock City incident, "Tell us, how can we satisfy you?" Tyrion looked up, his gaze falling on the 2 Stark in front of him. "First, I need to make sure that the real culprits in Casterly Rock City have been caught. Jon Stark, tell us, is there anyone behind Arya Stark, or is there an accomplice?" Dany asked. He stood up and said solemnly, "I swear to the gods, I did not know that Arya would go to Casterly Rock City, nor did I know that she was avenging Stark." Dany nodded and looked at the next Stark. "Sansa Stark?" Sansa stood up with the baby in her arms, her expression changing a few times. Finally, she sighed and said, "Before the Battle of Winterfell, I saw Arya for the first time after my father's accident. I knew that she was kidnapped to Bravos and trained to be a faceless hiss." The hall was filled with gasps, and then they pointed at Arya in the center of the hall. "7 gods above, I've actually seen the legendary Faceless One. The Faceless lives up to her name. I was wondering why she was so cruel at such a young age and a noble lady. Now it makes sense, she is a Faceless. Actually, I was wondering before. The deaths of Fryer and Lannister in Casterly Rock City were very similar to the snake lizard poison used by the Faceless in the play. So they really are faceless. You took the play seriously? But Arya Stark's experience is almost the same as the characters in Dr. Wargrave's play. They were both kidnapped when they were young and brainwashed into cold-blooded demons." Everyone looked at Arya with a trace of pity in their eyes. Chapter 9:23. Quiet. Let Madame Sansa continue. The Dragon Queen's voice was soft, but it reached everyone's ears. The noisy hall immediately quieted down. Sansa hugged the swaddling cloth tightly and looked at Arya worriedly. "I realized that my sister has become a different person. She was mischievous before, but now she's passionate and lively. She's like a ball of fire that can easily infect everyone around her. In Winterfell, we called her troublemaker Arya, but now, everyone saw it." Sansa's eyes were red, and she showed her most pitiful expression to the people around her. Just like what Professor Wargrave described in his play, Arya has been brainwashed by the Faceless One into a killing machine without a sense of self. She has become cold and heartless. Woo-woo, she began to cry, her face stained with tears. The men felt pity for her. Arain, Viper, and Asher watched. Although they cursed her inwardly, they couldn't help but lick their lips. Their hearts felt dry. It's all the House of Black and White's fault. The Bravosi plotted to brainwash my poor sister to interfere with the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms. Sansa hugged the baby, sobbing and complaining. As she tightened her arms slightly, little Catelyn let out a wail and started crying. "Baby, don't cry. My poor little Catelyn, you haven't seen Aunt Arya, have you?" She opened the cloth bag made of gold mink, revealing a small red face the size of a palm. Her purple eyes were wide open, and she was crying to Arya with a pout. Arya, who had been stupefied, seemed to have been pricked in the heart by a needle. Her eyes became unusually gentle. "Sigh, you're all poor children. You lost your father at such a young age." Sansa was still rambling, crying as she complained. "You're okay. You have my upbringing. Aunt Arya lost her parents when she was only 8 years old. She was kidnapped by the world's most terrifying assassin organization. Poor thing. This pair of orphans and widows crying together was indeed lethal. The people around them were moved. Even the people of the Western region looked at Stark with less malice. Dany treated it as if she was watching a drama and watched it with great interest. However, the dwarf felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He could not tolerate the mistress' performance anymore. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue with the trial today. Ahem. Tyrion cleared his throat and avoided the topic. "Lady Sansa, we all sympathize with little Catelyn. His Majesty Stannis' actions of sacrificing living humans are outrageous." Everyone's attention was attracted by the dwarf. Davos glared at him, and Sansa's blue eyes, which were red and swollen from crying, flashed with dissatisfaction. Tyrion said calmly, "But the question for the Queen now is, do you know about Arya Stark's plan to poison the innocent people of Casterly Rock City? The last time I met Arya, she was on her way to Riverrun." Sansa did not deny knowing about Arya's revenge plan. Like me, she never forgot about revenge. Stark may not be Lannister, but he still pays his debt. Sansa emphasized as she looked at the two Lannister. "So, you also participated in the rebellion at Casterly Rock?" Dany asked. "No." Sansa shook her head. "I wanted revenge, but I also understood that not all Frys and Lannister were guilty. Everyone knows that Aegon and I led 2,000 Valley Light cavalry to attack River Contracture City. At that time, I only wanted to kill the main participants of the bloody wedding, but Wald Fry escaped with his descendants. Even so, I did not kill the babies of River Contracture City." When she said this, Sansa stared at Jaime and Tyrion. She spoke very loudly about the babies. Tywin killed the real Laegabe, a baby, and a 4 or 5-year-old princess. Dany's expression was calm, but Elaine and the Sand Snake's expressions changed. The surrounding nobles also understood what Sansa was trying to say, and their eyes flashed. Jaime looked down, his expression dim. The dwarf gritted his teeth and reminded her again, "Lady Sansa, please answer the Queen's question. Did you participate in the tragedy at Casterly Rock?" I said, "No." Sansa shook her head again. "I am not talking nonsense, and I am not trying to change the topic. I want to tell everyone that Stark is not a devil. My revenge is only against those who have cursed the 7 gods. My target is Fry, then Cersei and Lord Tywin. Arya and I are the same. Lord Tywin is responsible for the bloody wedding, and Cersei, Lannister and Joffrey are responsible for my father's death. Our plan for revenge is clear." Sansa looked at Jaime and said meaningfully, "I believe that Sir Jaime can testify for us." "What?" Everyone was stunned. Lannister had already been exterminated by Stark, and Stark was still asking Lannister to testify that Stark did not plan to kill all the Lannister. That was ridiculous. Even more ridiculous was that Jaime nodded with a pained expression and admitted, "Yes, I understand. Even the most inhumane Stark did not want to take revenge on all the Lannister." But how did the incident at Casterly Rock happen? Everyone thought that the most inhumane Stark was Arya, including Jon, but everyone knew that it was Madame Stoneheart. Madame Stoneheart had even forgiven Jaime. She would not go after the people in Casterly Rock who were more innocent than Jaime. It was because of this that Jaime said that the grudge between the lion and the wolf ended in Tommen. I swear to the Holy Mother that I only knew that Arya was going to Riverrun to seek revenge on Freya. Later, I guessed that she might have followed him all the way to Casterly Rock. But to kill so many people, even the Lannister was caught in the crossfire. This is beyond the scope of Stark's revenge. Sansa looked sincerely at the grief-stricken Jaime. Dany gestured for the widow to sit down and shouted into the air, "Bran, come out. It's your turn now." While everyone was still confused, a large raven descended from the air vent and landed on Arya's head. "I am Bran Stark, this generation's three-eyed raven." After introducing himself, the raven turned to the two Lannister. "I swear to all the old gods that, like Sansa, I knew that Arya was going to seek revenge on Freya, but I did not participate in the rebellion in Casterly Rock." Tyrion narrowed his eyes and questioned, "Bran, in the past month, you have shown your omniscient abilities to the militia. How could you not pay attention to my sister's revenge on Freya? If you were, why didn't you stop it? Or are you the mastermind behind it?" "I paid little attention to Arya's revenge," the raven said calmly, "because I predicted that the Lannister and Freya would pay for their crimes. This is the power of fate. I saw that fate would uphold justice for Stark, so I was not obsessed with revenge." Jaime was shocked. "You predicted that Arya would poison 800 people in Casterly Rock? I once saw Tyrion's lonely figure in the future. Do you understand what I mean?" Bran said. Other than the imp, the other Lannister are all dead." Everyone was shocked, then doubtful. "The raven is lying, right? To wash away your sister's crimes, you can even tell such a lie." Tyrion mocked. Bran said coldly, "I am not targeting Lannister. If the Dragon Queen did not change fate, 90% of you would have become undead. When the night is over, the total population of Westeros will not exceed 300,000. This is the original script. Think about it, which one of you will be among those 300,000 people? You are lying. You cannot believe the words of a shapeshifter." I still remember old Nan's story. Shapeshifters are as evil as wraiths. As soon as Bran finished speaking, the hall was filled with rebukes and curses. Bran ignored them and stared at the gnome whose expression was changing and asked, "You don't believe me?" "I believe you." The gnome suddenly laughed. "Without the Dragon Queen, without the Megalosaurus, without magic, Winterfell would have fallen first. Then, 1,000,000 Gauls would have swept through Hadjen, and 10,000,000 Gauls would have swept through the Seven Kingdoms. It is unimaginable that 300,000 people would have survived." Everyone calmed down and could not help but be stunned. The gnome did not seem to be wrong. Up to this point, who had not killed a Gaul or seen an army of Gauls? Now that they understood the horror of the Gauls, they were 100% sure that the situation of the Seven Kingdoms was not good. But without the Dragon Queen, the Westeros would have fallen. They could not help but raise their heads to look at the throne. The Dragon Queen's expression was calm, and her eyes seemed to be asleep. She held a ball of red flame in each of her hands. Green ribbons flashed in the flame in her left hand, and there seemed to be a fire crow in the flame in her right hand. What was she doing at this sacred moment? She was definitely not sleeping. Was she meditating and cultivating? The Dragon Queen said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. We are different. I am multitasking. I am cultivating and listening to your debate. I am also burning the Gauls in Hadjen with Bran. There is a small gathering of Gauls near the Bend Inn. The green dragon is breathing fire to burn them," Bran immediately said. Everyone was stupefied. The difference in their realms was too great. "Don't change the topic." The gnome's face was distorted. He stomped his feet and shouted, "It is meaningless to pretend that the Dragon Queen does not exist. She is alive and well in front of us, and she is the child of the era. So, the future you mentioned does not exist. Bran, you are quibbling. The Dragon Queen really changed her original fate." Bran sighed. "Why did your fate change, but the fate of Casterly Rock City's destruction did not?" Tyrion said angrily. "That depends on whether she wants to change her fate or not." Bran said meaningfully. The gnome and Jaime looked at the Dragon Queen in surprise. Dany was angry. "Bran, what do you mean? Are you pushing the blame on me?" The big crow was silent for a moment, then said, "I did not mean that. I just wanted to tell Tyrion that in the Westeros, fate really does exist. Anyone who violates the teachings of the gods will not be able to escape the judgment of fate. Maybe there are people who are stronger than the gods who can change fate, but they will not help sinners escape punishment. Rob's experience at the Red Wedding was also fate. He was the first to break his oath and violate the sacred marriage contract. Fry was the executor of fate. High Court Tyrell, Hadjen Tully, Arryn Valley, Stormland's bearer, Theon, and even Targaryen before that did not escape the judgment of fate. It was because I understood this that I turned a blind eye to Arya's behavior. She is also a part of fate. I do not need to scheme against Casterly Rock City. The hall was silent. The gnome, Jaime, Sansa, and Jon, everyone looked at the big crow with shock in their eyes. Even Dany was bewildered. What was Bran hinting at? Or was he just trying to divert her attention? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? The gnome seemed to be listening to someone speak with his own voice. I also feel that some of my recent thoughts are crazy. The big crow looked at Dany and said. Chapter 9:24. Without waiting for Dany or the dwarf to ask, the big crow shook its head and said, "Don't ask me why I think and say that. I'm also going with the flow in the river of fate. You're not deliberately mystifying us and fooling us with words we don't understand, are you?" Tyrion said suspiciously, "Let me tell you, I stopped using this little trick after I turned 12, because it's too low level. I'm the Green Prophet. Do you understand what the old gods mean to the Green Prophet?" The big crow looked at the dwarf, its red eyes solemn. "I swear to all the old gods that what I'm saying today is true." The dwarf fell silent, conflicted. At this moment, second Grandpa Blinden spoke. "Bran, you said that what happened to the Tully family was also the judgment of fate. Why?" The big crow did not immediately answer second Grandpa's question. Instead, it flew in the air and looked at everyone around it. Nobles, civilians, and the Queen. It's really rare for everyone to gather together in such an orderly manner today. I'm afraid there won't be another chance like this in the future. Therefore, I feel that today is the day of judgment for Arya. We can also hold the Great Council and Great Judgment that Dragon Queen has been planning for many years. I'm the Green Prophet, the guardian of this generation of Westeros. Perhaps, I can't stop the arrival of the Long Night, but I know everything that has happened to Westeros. In my eyes, you have no secrets. Westeros have no secrets. At this moment, the big crow's red eyes flashed with a bright red light. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone saw an image flashing quickly in that pair of strange red eyes. It was obviously not clear, but it seemed very familiar, just like. A thought flashed through their minds, and they suddenly realized that those were the secrets they had buried deep in their hearts. Everyone was shocked. The next moment, the red light in front of them disappeared, and they returned to the judgment hall in reality. The people and scenery did not change, but their mentality and the way they looked at the big crow had changed. It was not lying. It knew everyone's secrets. It was too terrifying. "What do you want to do?" Dany asked in surprise. "Do what you've always wanted to do." The big crow landed back on Arya's shoulder and turned to second Grandpa. "We're all guilty." "What crime?" "Hey, you asked blankly. "You've betrayed your vows," Crow said. Dany had a strange look on her face. Was Bran going to blow himself up and expose his grandfather's dark secrets? "You mean the War of the Usurpers?" "Hey, you argued, that's because His Majesty Eris cruelly killed your uncle. His Tully's son-in-law. The motto of the Tully family is family, responsibility, honor," Old Blackfish emphasized. No matter what other people thought, he and his nephew Idmu tried their best to live up to the family motto. There were a lot of Seven Kingdoms #1 in Game of Thrones. For example, the #1 General Robert, the #1 swordsman Arthur Dayne, the #1 foster father Jon Arryn, the #1 best friends Robert and Ned. If one were to select the best uncles and relatives in the Seven Kingdoms, it would definitely be Idmu Tully and Old Blackfish. For the sake of Stark, they were willing to sacrifice their families. His uncle was even willing to be his nephew's savior. At that time, Idmu had never seen the girl's face. The Fry family's appearance was similar to that of Weasel's. They were all ugly. Even though he had sacrificed everything, Sometimes Robb would scold and criticize his uncle in front of outsiders. However, his uncle would still smile and accept punishment. Idmu Tully in the original novel was much smarter, kinder, and braver than in Game of Thrones. He was almost the only great noble with no original sin. If one were to choose a king based on virtue and temperament, he would be the most qualified. Bran sighed. Revenge for uncle was something that happened later. But when mother was only 4 or 5 years old, the alliance between the direwolf and the trout began. What was the purpose of the alliance? To protect ourselves. Old Blackfish blurted out. The Mad King is crazy. Every noble is in danger. Hadjen is a place of war. We need to form an alliance to protect ourselves. Grandpa told you this. It's not wrong. Tully doesn't have the ambition to be king. She just wants to protect her current power and go one step further. Hadjen was connected to the royal territory, the valley, the northern territory, the western territory, and the river bend. It was definitely a place of war. But at the same time, if Hadjen was strong enough, it would be easy for it to expand. Before Aegon landed, the overlords of the 7 kingdoms often appeared in Hadjen. Eris was in power for 20 years. Only in the last few years did chaos appear. If they were prepared to form an alliance to protect themselves, it would be reasonable. But when Stark and Tully had the initial marriage plan, it was in the 10th year of Eris's reign. Before the War of the Usurpers, you should carefully observe the marriage relationships of the Westeros families. Maybe you can understand something. At this point, Bran stopped and let everyone think. Even Dany fell into deep thought when he reminded her of this. Before she understood the history of the 7 kingdoms, she never felt that there was anything wrong with the marriage between the families in Game of Thrones. After all, they were of equal social status. But look at the marriage of the previous generation of the rebels. In the north, Rickard married his cousin. Well, Ned's parents were both Stark. In the west, Tywin married his cousin. In the river bend, Lord Inflatable Fish chose the strongest duke in the duchy, Hyder. In the royal territory, the Mad King married his sister. In the valley, Jon Arryn's first wife came from the Royce family. That was Bronze John's Royce, one of the top dukes in the valley. In the Stormlands, Olu's mother came from the Eastmon family in the Stormlands, and Eastmon was also one of the Stormlands noble clans. Dorne, Doran Martell's wife, came from the great nobility of Novos across the Narrow Sea. It had to be explained here that although Dao Lang was free to love, his marriage was not out of the realm of political demands. The Martell family was different from the other 7 families. Just like the city builder Brandon, who founded Stark, Martell came from Nymeria, who came from the other side of the Narrow Sea. Therefore, Martell had always had a close relationship with the top royal family of the Free City. For example, Martell could get the Sea King of Bravos to vouch for the secret marriage between second brother Wae and Arain. For example, Quentin Martell dared to promise Pentis to the Ragged Prince, the original work. For example, Martell and Tyros's great lord exchanged their heirs. Tyros's daughter was raised in Flowing Water Garden, and Arain almost went to Tyrosi to be the great lord's wine maid. Dao Lang marrying the daughter of Novo's top noble family was no different from other dukes marrying the daughter of a great noble in their territory. It was all to consolidate their existing power. 7 kingdoms, 8 territories, none of the wives of the lords belonged to another duchy, so what about their children? On the contrary. In the west, Tywin had been trying to matchmake Cersei to marry Laega. In the north, Brandon married Tully, and his daughter married Theon Bella. In Dorne, Dao Lang's mother, Duchess of Dorne, hoped that Ilya could marry Jaime. In the valley, Old Jon had no sons or daughters to marry, and he was too old, so he took in 2 adopted sons and later married the second-hand Lysa. In the king's territory, Laega married Ilya. Riverbend seemed to be as stable as an old dog, but in fact, it was because they did not have children of the right age. If Margaery was born 10 years earlier, it was very likely that she would have become Laega's wife. During the War of the Usurpers, Targaryen's relationship with Tyrell was much closer than Dorne's. Old Rose almost became Targaryen's daughter-in-law in the early years, and Targaryen also had a son who was adopted in the High Court. Comparing the marriages of the parents and juniors, It could be seen that the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms in the later period of the Mad King's rule was very explosive. It was like a warehouse full of barrels of gunpowder. When everyone understood this, a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces. Bran then continued, in the 300 years after Aegon unified the Seven Kingdoms, there were very few cross-border marriages, and the marriage of the children of the Duke's family was even rarer. So, when Stark and the Tully family formed an alliance, the other dukes were already on guard. Under the Mad King's rule, the nobles did not feel safe in the political atmosphere, forcing them to subconsciously imitate Stark and Tully's alliance. Dorne's original goal was to form a marriage alliance with the Western region. But Tywin did not like Dorne. He was more willing to choose his old friend of many years, the Mad King Aerys, and let Cersei marry Laega. But Tywin had been ruling the Seven Kingdoms for more than 10 years, and his power had reached the peak of the dukes. Aerys, who was mad but not stupid, rejected him and chose the weaker Dorne. The marriage alliance between the Wind's Rest Castle and the direwolf, Robert and Lyanna, was beyond everyone's expectations. Theon and Stark did not have any friendship, and looking back, they were also surprised by this marriage. That was the work of a scholar. Everything was arranged by fate, for my ambitious grandfather to meet the radical faction in the City of Knowledge. When the wolf, fish and stag alliance was first established, Duke Aeron also joined in. No matter who sat on the Iron Throne, at that time, they could no longer tolerate the alliance of the 4 Grand Duchies with Stark as the core. It was also at that time that fate began to punish Stark, through the hands of the Mad King. After that, fate's sword of punishment fell on Targaryen's head, and 14 years later, it was the turn of Hadjen, the Valley, and the Western region. Under the stunned expressions of the people around him, Bran looked around and said coldly, "No one can escape the final judgment, this is fate. You cannot believe in fate, but it has always been above all living things, it does not care whether you believe in it or not." Tyrion said blankly, "Bran, are you serious? The plans of the radical scholars in the City of Knowledge, Duke Ricard's ambition, are all true? Why would I lie and slander my own grandfather?" Bran turned to the Dragon Queen. "Your Majesty does not seem surprised. Aren't you omniscient and omnipotent?" "What do I know? You already know," Dany said. Silence. Bran was silent. Blackfish was silent. Bran's words were too shocking, it was difficult for them to adapt. Everyone in the hall was silently digesting the information that they had just heard that almost changed the history of the Seven Kingdoms. Or rather, the truth of history was only revealed to them now. "Why is it like this?" Blackfish murmured blankly. "Why is it like this?" Blackfish was not the only one who thought this, everyone was asking the same question in their hearts. No one knew who they were asking. Stark, the root of all evil. Suddenly, Princess Arianne lamented. The disasters of the Seven Kingdoms in the past few decades seemed to be all because of Stark. The War of the Usurpers was rooted in Stark's ambition. The direct cause was Lyanna running away from the marriage, and Bunyan Stark did not report it. The War of the Four Kings, Lady Catelyn kidnapping Tyrion was at least the trigger. Now, the variant Ghost King is Stark, and the fall of Casterly Rock City that caused the collapse of the situation was also caused by him. When everyone heard this, they were stunned, and then the way they looked at Stark changed. Under the accusation of everyone, not to mention the normal Jon and Sansa, even the abnormal Arya shrank back. Chapter 9:25. The Big Crow said indifferently, "Today is the day of judgment. I won't hide Stark's crimes, and I'm prepared to take responsibility. We'll take the punishment that belongs to us, but we won't take the blame for anything that doesn't belong to us. Sorry, we won't take any of it. My grandfather was ambitious, but who doesn't have ambition in the game of power? It's not wrong to be ambitious, it's only wrong that he did something wrong. If there are 100 crimes in the War of the Usurpers, Stark will only take 5, and the rest will belong to the other families." "Isn't 5 too little?" Tyrion shouted. "I said, it's only wrong that he did something wrong. What did my grandfather do wrong? He only facilitated the marriage between Stark, Tully, and Theon, and then? Did he kill anyone unjustly?" "That's because he died early," a noble shouted. Bran nodded. "I admit that. If he didn't die early, he would have committed more crimes. But you can't use things that didn't happen as evidence to convict. In the game of power, dying early is also a kind of luck. Dying early means making fewer mistakes. He sighed. The dwarf's expression twisted. He wanted to refute loudly, but Bran's words made sense. Ricard was the one who started the war of the usurpers, but he and his unlucky son had been killed by the Mad King long ago. Betraying the monarch and dying at the hands of the monarch was already considered atonement. Moreover, because the father and son had died so miserably, it added a lot of sympathy for Stark. It could almost be considered a kind of accumulation of good karma. Then what about his father, Tywin? It seemed that dying early meant fewer mistakes. If he was still alive today, who knew how many sins his father would have committed? Moreover, his death was also very miserable. It seemed that he was accumulating good karma for Lannister. The dwarf was a little confused. Dany muttered to herself for a moment and said, Ricard violated the principles of a monarch and was one of the instigators of the turmoil. He committed a heinous crime. But my father's actions towards him and his son were also heinous. Let them cancel each other out. Duke of the Northern Territory, what do you think? Jon thought for a while with an awkward expression, then confirmed with Bran, Grandfather really wants the Iron Throne? You should be asking if Grandfather really did those things, Bran said lightly. I can tell you that he really did it. You should understand that since there are more than one radical scholar involved, I can't lie to you. Because the City of Knowledge was still there, the scholars were still alive. In fact, there are at least 20 doctors who know this secret. After a moment of hesitation, Bran decided not to tell him about Professor Shu Cheng murdering Professor Wargrave. Now, Dr. Wargrave's debt was on Faceless One's head, and he was hated by the people of the world. He was happy to do so, and Dragon Queen was happy to do so. Let the School of Black and White continue to take the blame. 7 gods. What was the scholar doing? First, it was the real world, and now it was Targaryen who wanted to subvert the mad genes. If there was no rebellion of the 4 princes, if Joffrey was still on the throne, would the City of Knowledge still be purging the mad second-generation Lannister? Do they still remember the scholars' oath they once swore? Bronze Jon cried out unbearably, and the surrounding nobles also had ugly expressions. There were also a few scholars who were in charge of recording the trial. At this moment, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. At the very least, take off the scholar's necklace and the grey robe that represented the scholar. Jaime's cheek muscles twitched a few times as he argued, in our thousands of years of Lannister history, there has never been a mad king. Bronze Jon said, can you deny the madness of Joffrey and Cersei? Aren't they both Lannister? It's not the bloodline that drives people crazy, it's the Iron Throne, Jaime said in a deep voice. Before Targaryen became the king of the 7 kingdoms, there were also thousands of years of history, and there has never been a Targaryen-exclusive mad blood awakened, Tyrion said strangely. The nobles in the hall were stunned for a moment before they started whispering. Don't stray from the topic. Today's topic is not the Iron Throne, the Dragon Queen reminded them. Then she asked impatiently, Jon Stark, do you agree with my verdict just now? I agree, Jon sighed and said solemnly, Stark admits that his ancestors violated the oath of loyalty and is willing to reach a settlement with Targaryen. Both sides are even. Ricard and Blynden died so miserably. They died in vain. Dany nodded and looked at the remaining Stark. What about the rest of you? I agree, Sansa said. I agree with Jon's decision, Arya said woodenly. Bran asked, my grandfather's crime is cancelled out with Aerys. What about my father and uncle? They did participate in the campaign to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. Your father did not commit any crime. I've said this before. Your uncle should not have hidden the truth of Lyanna's elopement. But he later put on the black robe, so any crime is cancelled out, Dany said. At this point, she turned to the 2 Lannister. If Duke Tywin was still alive, I would take revenge on him. But since he died at the hands of Tyrion, the grudge is more or less settled. What do you think? I completely agree, the dwarf said almost impatiently. Me shooting Tywin's father is not considered kinslaying, but resolving the blood feud between the Lannister and Targaryen. This is fate's arrangement. Shameless. The surrounding nobles muttered softly, looking at the dwarf with disdain. The dwarf, however, straightened his back and looked happy. Jamie nodded at the Dragon Queen and accepted the result. Dany concluded, "Now everyone knows the secret of the War of the Usurpers. Basically, it can be defined as a game of power. In the game of power, there are no boundaries between right and wrong, between good and evil." Aerys, who was thought to be completely crazy, was actually just defending his royal power. Stark, who was thought to be the victim, was actually the initiator of the game of power. But the Mad King was indeed crazy and committed a crime that deserved to be cursed by the gods. He deserved to die. Similarly, even if Ricard was guilty, he deserved a fair and just trial, not a blasphemous torture. In this matter, it is difficult for us to determine who is more guilty and who is more wronged. But there is no doubt that they are all guilty and deserve to die. Although the Dragon Queen was right, everyone in the hall still felt strange. The Mad King was your father. Isn't Saint Dany too selfless to say that your father deserved to die? The selfless Dragon Queen sighed and said, "Those who are innocent may not necessarily have a smooth life, but those who violate the teachings of the gods will definitely be punished by fate." Aerys, Ricard, Tully, Aeryn, Lannister, Theon Bella, whether they were the winners or losers of the game of power back then, none of them escaped the final judgment. I hope that today's trial can serve as a warning to those in power in the future. You can play politics today, but you will be played by fate tomorrow. If those in power don't play games of power, what do you want them to do? The dwarf asked. Dragon Queen said sternly, "Be a model for the people in terms of virtue, and seek peace for the people in terms of behavior. After doing these two things, if you still have the energy and time to play games of power, the seven gods won't object." Then, her expression became cold, and she said indifferently, "But if as a lord, you can't protect the peace of the land, can't ensure that the people have a place to live, have a place to farm, have a reward for labor, have support for the young, have support for the old, and still waste the people's money and start wars for your own selfish desires, then, I promise, even if the king doesn't punish you, even if the laws of the seven kingdoms don't punish you, when you go to hell, Stranger will teach you to repent for 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. The nobles' faces paled. They didn't seem to be qualified noble lords. Did they have to repent for 1,000,000 years in hell? They subconsciously touched their chests. Feeling the shape of the pouches containing the atonement scrolls behind their clothes, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Merciful Holy Mother, long live the true dragon, King of the Seven Kingdoms, Dany rise. The nobles were anxious, and the commoners, merchants, craftsmen, and bards in the outer circle were collectively in high spirits. In the Westeros, where fart, cattle, and horses were all the property of the nobles, the Dragon Queen's way of judging the nobles by the people's livelihood was very novel and also very exciting. She didn't wear a crown, but they sincerely hoped that she was their queen, and they hoped that she could transform the Seven Kingdoms into a kingdom that was like heaven. Dany waved her hand, and the excited cheers stopped, and the hall returned to silence. Now, the trial of the participants of the War of the Usurpers is over, and we should return to the original case. She glanced at Arya, but since the three-eyed crow volunteered to answer everyone's questions, why don't we go back to the original case? Then, why don't we follow the timeline and put an end to the terrible things that happened in the Westeros in the past few years? In the end, we can judge Arya Stark. After all, everyone knows that the tragedy in Casterly Rock wasn't a single event, but a small end to a series of events. What do you think? She asked. Only by resolving the hatred can we unite and fight against the deviant ghosts, Beristan said loudly. I've been tired of the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms for a long time, and I can't ask for more if the Queen can clean up the filth and return the Seven Kingdoms to a better place, Bronze John said with emotion. The Onion Knight beside him smiled bitterly. The Seven Kingdoms were broken, and they needed a new trial to re-establish the glorious knight's faith, but it would be great if his king could do it. Just as he thought about it, the nobles of the Western region and River Bend shouted, in the past few years, the king and the great nobles have betrayed their oaths and trampled on their honor. Only a great and glorious Night Queen like Her Majesty has the right to hold a public trial for everyone in the Seven Kingdoms. We are all convinced. The other nobles and the commoners in the outer circle shouted in agreement. Sansa had a complicated look in her eyes. There was envy and jealousy, but deep in her heart, she didn't think there was anything wrong with their words. Except for the Dragon Queen, no one had the right to hold a public trial. The Queen is so popular everywhere she goes. The fat eunuch Beworth muttered and took out a piece of dried squid from his coat pocket. He tilted his head and quietly put it into his mouth to chew. Dany glanced at him and clapped her hands, saying, "Since everyone agrees, let's begin. Starting from the War of the Usurpers, any question of morality and honor can be brought up for trial. Who will go first?" "Me." Old Bart raised his hand and looked at the big crow with a complicated expression. Did Robert really laugh when he saw the bodies of Princess Rhaenith and Prince Aegon? Dany facepalmed. He laughed and kicked Princess Rhaenith's head because her eyes were wide open, as if she was looking at him. Chapter 9:26. The hall was filled with cries of surprise. The Sand Snake's cries were the loudest and angriest. "Robert deserves to die. Mother Mary, please send him to the 7 levels of hell." Elaine gnashed her teeth in anger. I was his white knight for 14 years. 7 gods. Old Bart held his head in agony. King Robert has already received his retribution. As the representative of Theon Barot, Davos had a complicated expression. He did something that caused him to lose his honor, but he did not murder the 2 princes. He wanted to eliminate the root of the problem and pursued me for more than 10 years. In the end, when his illegitimate daughter came to me for help, I helped her, Dany said. Davos's old face was red. He could not refute her words. Robert had been dead for so many years. Dany did not want to make things difficult for an old knight. She said, "Bran, tell us about the case of Varys swapping the babies." Varys is also a Targaryen. This was a huge bomb. Even Dany was shocked. Sigh, in front of the 3-eyed crow, all schemers who boast of their wisdom are like self-satisfied clowns in a stage play. From now on, the people of Westeros will be much more obedient, but fear might make them. Tyrion looked at the big crow who was analyzing Varys' scheme in detail. His eyes flickered. He moved closer to Jaime's ear. His voice was as soft as a mosquito. "What do you think he's thinking? How does he plan to end this?" "I don't know what he's thinking, but he definitely knows about your dark thoughts," Jaime warned sternly. "Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid." Tyrion pursed his lips at the people around him and said with a strange expression, "Only those with ulterior motives will be afraid of an omniscient god. I'm magnanimous. But if I'm an omniscient person, I should be afraid that my omniscience will be known by others. Tell me, is he a human or a god? Or does he really control everyone's fate? Jaime, you paralyzed a god. I heard that he returned to Winterfell. I also heard that his body isn't very powerful. This is a dangerous topic, especially in this situation. There are some things that everyone knows, but they keep it in their hearts and don't show it on their faces. Could it be that your shrewdness is inferior to theirs?" Jaime frowned. "No, this topic isn't dangerous only in a situation like this." Tyrion smiled at the big crow. He didn't know if the big crow noticed him, but it didn't give him any response. Because the dwarf and Jaime already knew about Varys' plan, they had the time to chat. The surrounding people, including the Dragon Queen, were all focused and kept asking for details. Varys' attitude, his every meeting with Illyrio in the secret passageway of the Red Keep, and the contents of their discussions, were all exposed to the world. After a long time, the big crow stopped. Dany said coldly, "He's different from Aegon. Aegon is innocent, but he's guilty. I won't admit his identity, and I won't let him off easily." No one objected. Even Sansa's expression changed a few times, but she didn't plead for her cheap uncle. She even felt a little humiliated, feeling that the 8-clawed spider had tainted the bloodline of her vassal King Aegon. However, she didn't want to lose the 8-clawed spider and his intelligence network. Since he was Aegon's uncle, he wouldn't betray her and could be of great help. Therefore, she was feeling very complicated right now. Who murdered Duke Jon Orryn? Was it Lannister? Bronze John raised his hand and asked. "Was it you?" Tyrion nudged Jaime and laughed. "I might stab him to death, but I won't poison him." If Cersei knew that he was suspecting Joffrey's identity, She would definitely tell me, Jamie said calmly. It's Littlefinger, the dwarf shouted at Bronze John. It's not just Littlefinger. The big crow shook his head. Lannister can't escape. Only Jamie, Cersei, and I were at King's Landing. Since it wasn't us, could it be that my father controlled someone to do it? The dwarf said with a frown. It has nothing to do with Duke Tywin. It's Grand Preceptor Pycelle. He's been secretly serving Lannister. The dwarf was stunned and mumbled, if it's him, it's possible. That old dog has been cleaning up our family's mess diligently for decades without complaint and has been loyal and devoted. What a pity. He sacrificed so much for Lannister, but I shot him in the crotch. Ah, the earlier one dies, the fewer mistakes he makes. Jamie shook his head and sighed. Bran said, the one who poisoned Duke Jon Orrin was Lady Lyssa. Ah, another one who poisoned her husband. Everyone exclaimed. Today's trial was really necessary. Otherwise, who would dare to get married in the future? The dwarf lamented. Women are too vicious. It's so hard to be a man. Outside, there are dishonorable and dishonorable gamers who conspire against you. When you get home, you have a good wife who brings you a cup of wine. You can learn from Robb and Rhaegar. You can learn from them and betray the sacred marriage contract, Elaine said calmly. Look, this woman is so vicious. The dwarf pointed at his fiancée and smiled at Jamie. We haven't even gotten married, and she's already cursing me. Sansa felt uncomfortable and said coldly, this is the trial hall. The dwarf rubbed his nose and stopped teasing. Jon frowned and looked at everyone's faces. Bran continued, after Duke Jon Orrin was poisoned, Scholar Cormon, who served the Eyrie, could have saved him. In fact, under the effects of the antidote, Duke Orrin's condition had already improved. Then, Grand Tutor Pycelle intervened and sent Scholar Cormon away, cutting off Duke Orrin's medicine. Scholar Cormon understood Pycelle's intentions, but he did nothing. So, Scholar Pycelle and Scholar Cormon were also involved in Duke Orrin's murder. Bronze John frowned. Scholar Cormon was the exclusive scholar of House Orrin. He swore to devote all his loyalty to House Orrin. Dany sneered. Pycelle was once the exclusive scholar of House Targaryen. Nobles can break their oaths, Night Watchers can break their oaths, 7 gods can break their oaths, so naturally, scholars can too. In the past, it was normal for Westeros to break their oaths. At this point, she turned her gaze to the red-bearded Jon and said, I heard that in Robb Stark's will, he casually wrote that he would use a few prisoners to exchange for your freedom from the Night Watchers Commander-in-Chief. He didn't say it casually. Robb's words were very serious. Also, it wasn't a few prisoners, but a group of prisoners. Jon awkwardly explained. See, this is the true attitude of the nobles toward sacred oaths. Dany looked around at everyone and slowly told a story. There was a young couple. They were very unfilial. They often didn't give their old mother food and often beat and scolded her. Not long after, the poor old mother starved to death. Guess, where did the mother go after she died? The Holy Mother of Mercy took her to heaven to enjoy life, a woman piously said. The Holy Mother will definitely punish that couple and send them to hell, a noble lady beside her said angrily. Dany nodded and said, Miss Farman is right. The old mother went to hell. What? The little girl's red lips parted slightly. Her excited expression froze on her face. She mumbled, Your Majesty, you must have misheard. I just said that the ones who went to hell were that couple. Yes, it's that couple. Dany sighed. This is a cycle. The old mother also had a time when she was young. When she was still a daughter-in-law, she also dealt with her mother like this. Her children watched from the sidelines and learned from her. Then, when she became an old mother, her children became her. Miss Farman was enlightened. She exclaimed, I see. If the king himself treats sacred oaths as child's play, then his subjects will treat oaths of loyalty as child's play too. The king of the north, Robb, first broke the sacred marriage contract and set a price for the oaths of the Night Watchers. Then, Walter Frye and Roose Bolton can also set a price for their loyalty. In the end, everyone will lose respect for oaths. This kind of world is too scary. Everyone in the hall, be it nobles or commoners, was shocked and deeply moved. Especially the few Stark, whose expressions were especially complicated. All this time, their hearts were filled with resentment. They resented Walter Fry's breaking of the oath and Roose Bolton's betrayal. They felt that they were innocent victims and that even the gods should shed tears for the Red Wedding. But now, Robert Arryn was also killed by Scholar Common, Bran suddenly said amidst the silence. What? Sansa and Bronze John exclaimed together. Why would he do that? What good would it do to murder Robert Arryn? Who would benefit from it? No one would benefit from it. It doesn't make sense, the dwarf said in disbelief. Littlefinger wanted Robert to die slowly in a normal way, Bran said. But Littlefinger died a long time ago, Bronze John reminded. Bran said, Robert had epilepsy. Littlefinger often asked Common to give him sweet sleep flower. A small amount of sweet sleep flower can suppress epilepsy, but in excess, it's a lethal poison that kills without leaving a trace. So, sweet sleep flower is not suitable for Robert, who often has epilepsy. Just like how he treated Duke John Arryn, Scholar Common knew the consequences of doing this, but he still did it. It wasn't that Scholar Common was loyal to someone, worked for someone, or wanted something. He was just weak and heartless. He didn't have much loyalty to Arryn. Arryn had lost his heir, but it didn't affect his life at all. No matter who became the ruler of the Eagle Nest, he would still be the first scholar of the valley. The system of scholars has really collapsed, laughing Baylor said with a sigh. All systems built on oaths and trust will collapse when trust is broken, Tyrion said with a complicated expression. After that, they ended the assassination of Bran, Robert's death, Ide's death, Langley's death, and a series of other cases. They perfectly recreated the process of Langley's death and explained the shadow-binding knight's shadow wizard technique. The crowd was shocked. The Onion Knight woke up from his sleep, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. Then, he fell limp on the chair, as if his spine had been removed. His eyes were filled with despair and grief. In the end, the mystery that had troubled the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms for many years was easily solved by the three-eyed crow. The expressions of the people in the hall changed as they looked at the crow. They went from bewilderment, to amazement, to shock, and in the end, to fear. They wanted to ask what role the three-eyed crow played in these matters, but they didn't dare to open their mouths. A monster like the three-eyed crow shouldn't even exist in this world. They didn't communicate with each other, but they all had the same thought. The meeting lasted from 9 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. The Dragon Queen announced the end of the meeting. They would rest for 2 hours before passing the final judgment on Arya. Chapter 9:27. During the intermission, they had a late lunch. Jon and Sansa returned to the guest room that Count Farman had prepared for them. Bran, why did you do this? Sansa questioned him. What did I do? The big crow's expression was calm. Sansa was worried. You shouldn't have provoked the Great Council. Today's purpose was to put Arya on trial. Why did you expose your ability to help others? They won't be grateful for the accurate information you provided. They will only fear you and try to destroy you. Jon nodded and said, Sansa is right. Bran, you are in danger now. Even in Winterfell, you are not safe. All your secrets and even your fate are in the hands of one person. This fear comes from human nature and cannot be eliminated. People will not think about what the three-eyed crow did to Westeros and the entire human race. Fear and anxiety will drive them to do anything. But you are not a god. Your body is so weak. At this point, Jon sighed. You let the instructor teach you swordsmanship every day, and you exercise every day. Then everyone can see that you're just a mortal. Not to mention you, even Daenerys would be hated if she had your omniscient ability. I know, Bran said calmly. I know you know. But since you know, why did you do it? Sansa said angrily. There are 3 reasons. The big crow paced back and forth on the tea table. After a long time, he said helplessly, First, I can't hide it. You know my secret. Dany Rise knows it too. Not only does she know it, but she also blabbered and told everyone about the three-eyed crow's history and ability. So, those who can hurt me know my ability. Those who fear me but don't have the ability can't hurt me. Why did she reveal your secret? You are the guardian of Westeros. Sansa said unhappily. Bran ignored her and continued, secondly, the Seven Kingdoms have indeed been devoid of etiquette in recent years, and their people are beasts. As the guardian of Westeros, I have the responsibility to help the human king change this situation. Human king? Sansa screamed. Perhaps you can become the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but the human king can only be Dany Leezy. Crow glanced at Big Sister, her tone somewhat impatient. Isn't the human king a king? Sansa asked in confusion. She is the queen of the humans. That's ridiculous. Her slave bay isn't even as big as Hadjen, Sansa said. She defeated the World Alliance army. Jon reminded. Other than the Seven Kingdoms needing the Great Judgment to end the conflict and chaos, Arya also needs more sensational news to divert the attention of the Seven Kingdoms. When they were shocked by the secrets of the Seven Kingdoms, shocked to the point of numbness, the tragedy of Casterly Rock was no longer as eye-catching. When they subconsciously realized that the people of the Seven Kingdoms were not what they used to be, that the nobles and kings had lost their honor and justice, Arya's slaughter for revenge was no longer so unacceptable. Compared to those dukes and kings who betrayed their oaths and honor, at least taking revenge for their families is a righteous act recognized by the gods. Jon and Sansa's jaws dropped, and they were stunned. After a while, Sansa said with a complicated expression, "For Arya, you would rather sacrifice yourself. Have you ever done anything for me?" Sansa thought bitterly. The raven turned away from her. Today, the Dragon Queen sorted out the dozens of large-scale cases that the Seven Kingdoms had accumulated over the years. Basically, she followed two principles: do not implicate the culprits, and do not punish them by death. This is just and merciful, and it was accepted by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. As such, after confirming that we weren't involved, Arya alone will bear the responsibility for the tragedy in Casterly Rock City. Winterfell will not be implicated to the greatest extent. Do you want Arya to die, or do you want to sacrifice yourself to help her? Sansa shouted again. She was like an angry hen spreading her wings to protect her chicks, while the raven became an evil eagle preying on chicks. Revenge for our father, for Robb, for our mother, and for our family is the responsibility of all Stark. Arya did what we should do, and we cannot put the blame on her alone. In fact, I don't think she is guilty at all. If I had her ability, I would have killed Fryer and Lannister's entire family. Don't say I'm cruel. Fryer and Lannister wanted to kill my entire family. If they can do it, why can't we do the same? Sansa said. Why don't you say this to everyone in the hall later? Bran said calmly. I'm not stupid. If I really say it, won't the people of the West hate Stark for 10,000 years? Sansa said coldly. If Stark could live for 10,000 years, that would be the case. Jon complained in his heart. If you're not stupid, are you saying that Tyrion and Jaime are stupid? Dany and Rhys are stupid. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are stupid. Bran mocked. You're the one who's stupid if you can't think deeper. Sansa's face reddened. She said angrily, what do you mean deeper? Bran looked at Jon. He sighed with an awkward expression. The human heart is fickle. Even the gods can't convince everyone. The great trial this time isn't to resolve everyone's resentment. It's to establish rules and laws again. Violations will be punished. Violations will be punished. Just like now, Sansa. You're not convinced, but you'll admit that the previous judgments were fair. The laws have been established, and all cases caused by conflicts and grievances will be judged according to the laws. After today, whether you're convinced or not, you'll have a new respect for the laws. So, Arya must be punished to correct the laws. According to the laws, killing women and children is a crime. Fryer and Lannister did it. They committed a crime, but that doesn't mean that Stark, the victim, is immune. Sansa, you took down River Rapture City, hanged many Fryer, and fed their corpses to the dragons, but Dany, Rhys, and the other nobles didn't say anything. At least you didn't hurt the innocent when you took revenge, but Arya has to take responsibility for the fall of the Western Territory. After thinking for a long time, Sansa accepted Jon's explanation and sighed. I hope our plan to save Arya will be accepted by Dany, Rhys, and the others. Don't worry, they'll accept it. It's also a tradition, Jon comforted her. What about you? Sangza turned to the big crow and asked with an awkward expression, Bran, what's your plan? Don't worry, I can protect myself, Bran said. Don't forget, you have a son and a wife. The more you care about, the easier it is for you to be hurt, Sangza said. Yes, Bran's cheap son, Adu Stark, was born. It's because I'm worried about them that I decided to reveal my identity and abilities to the world today. No matter what, I have to protect them, Bran said with a sigh. I'm afraid you won't be able to intimidate people with evil intentions. Instead, you'll make more people hostile to you. You should understand that, Sangza said. The big crow nodded. Don't worry, I have plans. You'll understand when the trial is over. Sangza knew he didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask. Instead, she changed the topic to John. John, you need a wife. John said awkwardly, I have Ygritte and Whale. They're savages. They can be lovers and give birth to children for you, but you need a wife of equal status, Sangza said seriously. It's not the first time Stark married a freedman. Don't forget Winter's now Rose. P.S., John said stiffly. If it were any other time, I wouldn't object to you marrying Whale or Ygritte. They both love you. Like Stark, they believe in the old gods. They have a strong personality that suits Winterfell. They're not perfect, but they're qualified to be Stark's wives. But the situation is different now. We need to do something through marriage. What is it? I don't want to fight for power. Marriage is useless to me, John said with a frown. It's not about fighting for power. Sangza thought for a moment and asked, do you remember Myrcella? She's completely different from Cersei. She's smart, quiet, and elegant. She's a good match. Myrcella. John recalled the beautiful girl who sat at the same table as Robb at a banquet in Winterfell. For a moment, John was moved by desire. But he quickly shook his head and refused. I understand what you're thinking. You want to resolve the hatred between Stark and Lannister through marriage. But I have my own lover, and marriage will do more harm than good. What do you mean? Sangza asked, puzzled. The alliance between the northern region and the western region may arouse the vigilance of others, which may lead to a new round of power struggle, John said. You're giving up eating for fear of choking, Sangza said impatiently. It's already late. How many people are left in the north and how many in the west? Our two families won't be able to recover in a few hundred years. Moreover, the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms understand that our marriage is simple. It's to resolve the hatred between our families. Why would they think so much? She looked at Bran and said, what do you think of my suggestion? Bran pondered and said, we can try. Whether it succeeds or not, at least we'll be sending a message of goodwill to Lannister. Thinking of Ygritte, who had followed him all the way to King's Landing, and Whale, who had helped him manage the Winterfell barbarians, John felt depressed. He couldn't help but mock, if you really want to resolve the hatred, why don't you marry Tyrion, Sangza? I see that you two are flirting with each other. It's better to be lovers openly than secret lovers. You. Sangza's face turned pale with anger. Don't talk nonsense, Bran scolded. Aunt Lyanna stole Princess Dawn's husband. That's already made son Halberd City bear a grudge against us. Now you want the same thing to happen again and let Stark steal Princess Dawn's fiancé? Moreover, Princess Dawn's fiancé is still a Targaryen prince, even though he's an illegitimate son. John and Sangza were embarrassed for a moment. Then, Sangza's face showed a hint of uneasiness. She seemed to have become Aunt Lyanna. No, she was the dwarf's first wife. At least, she used to be. Now, it was Princess Dawn's turn to steal Stark's man. Was this also fate's arrangement? Sangza was conflicted. Why don't Sangza marry Jaime? John suggested again. Jaime's martial arts are brilliant, he's handsome, and he's very loyal. Now, he's even been personally recognized by the Dragon Queen as the grey-robed Iron Guard. Sangza was still in a daze when the big crow nodded and said, that's fine. The effect of Sangza and Jaime's marriage is better than John and Myrcella's marriage. Sangza subconsciously wanted to object, but when she opened her mouth, she suddenly realized that she couldn't find a reason to refute. Whether it was for Stark or herself, a marriage with Jaime seemed to be very beneficial. Jaime was different from Tyrion. He wasn't a Targaryen and didn't have any legal right to inherit the Iron Throne. More importantly, Jaime was indifferent to fame and fortune. He wasn't interested in the Iron Throne or power. The dwarf was the exact opposite. The dwarf was the same kind of person as her. Sansa fell silent. Chapter 9:28. Bran, you know everything that happens in the Westeros, don't you? Just as they were about to leave the lounge and return to the main hall to continue the Great Judgment, Jon, who had already stood up, stopped in his tracks and looked hesitantly at the big raven. Bran seemed to have sensed something. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What do you want to know?" Who is my mother?" Jon was hesitant at first, but when he asked the question, he could not control his excitement. "When I left Winterfell for the Great Wall, my father told me that he would tell me everything the next time we met. I hoped that one day I could see my father in Dark Castle, but all I got was bad news." Jon's eyes reddened. "You are Stark, our brother." "That is certain," Bran said. Sansa smiled and comforted him. "You don't know. When I was young, I always thought that you and Arya were my father's children because we don't look like him." Jon stroked his bearded, horse-like face and couldn't help but grin. He always knew that Lady Catelyn did not like him because he looked too much like his father. Robb had inherited more of the Tully family's characteristics. "I still want to know my mother's identity, even if she is a prostitute," Jon said with difficulty. "I want to know where she is now and if she is doing well." "She is dead." Bran sighed and said bitterly, "Your mother died in childbirth when you were born. She loved you very much. She was not a prostitute. She was as noble as any woman in the Seven Kingdoms." "Ah!" Jon and Sansa exclaimed at the same time. "Is Jon's mother really Ashara Dane?" Sansa quickly shook her head. "Ashara is the Archbishop of Meereen. She is not dead." "Who is my mother?" Jon asked in a trembling voice. "I think you're living a good life now." Knowing about the past will affect before Bran could finish, Jon waved his hand excitedly and interrupted him. "Bran, I'm not doing well right now. I've been troubled by this problem for almost 20 years. There's a huge hole in my heart that's waiting for it to fill." The hesitation in the big crow's eyes disappeared bit by bit. He sighed and said, "You are Dany Alice's real nephew." "What? I'm Aegon." Jon was stunned. "Bran, are you dumb? Jon is Stark, how could he be?" Sansa's expression suddenly froze and she muttered, "So that's why. Jon is Laega and Aunt Lyanna's child. No wonder father has been keeping this a secret. And my mother is Lyanna." Jon was in a daze. His thoughts were in a mess. The big crow glanced at his eldest sister and said, "It's hard to imagine when things are not explained. But once the mystery is revealed, everything is so natural, right?" Sansa and Jon were both in shock and did not answer him. "I'm Laega and Lyanna's son. I'm Targaryen." Jon fell back into the chair and mumbled with his head in his hands. "You're Stark, our brother," Bran said. After her expression changed, Sansa asked with a hoarse voice, "Does Dany Alice know Jon's identity?" The big crow looked at her deeply and said, "She may or may not know." "Then does she know or not?" "What do you think?" Sansa asked. "She probably doesn't know. Just like many people, she won't suspect Jon's identity subconsciously. But with her intelligence, if she really has a feeling, she might be suspicious," Bran said. "Feeling? What feeling?" Sansa was puzzled. "Ask Jon if he has an inexplicable sense of closeness to Dany Alice and Tyrion." "My mind is in a mess. I don't know." Jon shook his head. "Then no. Jon doesn't have any Targaryen characteristics. Instead, he's a pure Stark," Sansa hurriedly said. "Can I still be Stark?" Jon smiled bitterly and looked at the big crow. "Why don't you be the Duke of the Northern Territory, Bran?" Father's title should be inherited by you. After Robb, you're the first in line, and then there's Rickon." Bran said sincerely, "Don't be silly. My identity and abilities have been exposed. How can I be the Duke of the Northern Territory? And your identity is no secret to me. I've never thought of taking Winterfell from your hands. Because you're our brother. Unless you despise Stark's identity and think that Targaryen is nobler and want a better future." No, why would I despise it? Jon waved his hand. Although Bran was telling the truth, Targaryen was nobler and had a better future. He didn't despise the identity of the Duke of the Northern Territory. Becoming the Duke of the Northern Territory was his childhood dream. Although it was quickly shattered by the cruel reality. He hesitated and said, Rickon, in the Westeros, there was no edict of favor. Being the second son was very miserable. There was no right to inherit. It was even worse than being a productive knight. A productive knight would at least have a piece of land and a small castle. Blyndon's grandfather intends to let Rickon inherit Riverrun City, Sansa said hesitantly. Tully's title as the Duke of Hadjen was abolished by the Iron Throne. Dany Alice can't help Tully take back the title. But Riverrun City was built by the Tully ancestors. She can protect the legal rights of the Tully family. Therefore, Rickon will at least be the Earl of Riverrun City in the future. If the King of the Seven Kingdoms bestowed the title, he might even return it to Tully. What about you? Jon said worriedly, you're a woman with a child. It's too hard for you to work alone. Why don't you come back and inherit Winterfell? She might not like Winterfell. Bran mocked and said angrily, Jon, whether you're father's son or not doesn't affect what you have now. Winterfell, your family, it's all yours. It won't change. Sansa's face turned green and red. She glared at the crow and said, don't be conflicted, Jon. Whether I'm father's illegitimate son or Aunt Lyanna's son, it doesn't make much of a difference to me. Jon was so touched that his eyes turned red. He nodded and didn't refuse. When the crow left and the two of them left the guest room, Sansa paused and said softly, Jon, do you want the Iron Throne? Seeing the desire in his sister's eyes, he smiled bitterly and said, Sansa, I swear to father that I'll never be an obstacle to your pursuit of the Iron Throne. Sansa's face turned red, and she explained awkwardly, that day in Winterfell, the night I met Bran for the first time, I told you my attitude toward the Iron Throne. I desire the Iron Throne, but I'm not crazy about it. It was like walking along a river, and there were a few lambs floating down from upstream. There were lambs with Iron Throne, 7 dukes, ordinary nobles, and honest millionaires. I don't want to hide my desires from my family. I just want a better life. If I can get it, I'll fish up the Iron Throne sheep. If I can't, I'll switch to other sheep before my shoes get wet. I just want to fish up sheep. I don't want to fall into the river and become a Sansa sheep for the tourists to fish up. After pausing for a moment, she continued with some reluctance, if you come to the riverside now and reach out your pole for the Iron Throne sheep, I'll change my target. If you're not interested, I'll continue fishing for the Iron Throne sheep. He wasn't sure if Sansa was telling the truth, but her meaning was very clear. Jon completely understood. Sansa, you can continue to fish up the Iron Throne sheep. I won't fight with you, he said with a helpless expression. Don't force yourself. If you sit on the Iron Throne, I'll be happy too, Sansa said reluctantly. I'm not forcing myself. I'm completely sincere, Jon said sincerely. Then, Sansa's eyes flashed with excitement. She begged, can you not reveal your identity to the public? Jon's body stiffened. In a daze, he seemed to hear another beautiful woman begging him not to do it. Shaking his head, Jon dispelled the chaotic thoughts that flashed through his mind. He solemnly swore, Sansa, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Understanding my background only made me cherish my current life even more, and I cherish my family even more. I'm your brother. I'll protect you and help you achieve your goals. I won't bring you any trouble. Thank you, Jon. Sansa was touched. She gave her brother a blissful smile.